Hey friends, tonight let's explore something wonderfully unglamorous, the start of a perfectly average day in medieval times. No dragons, no grand quests, just you, your hay mattress, and a room that smells faintly of sheep and someone else's feet. If you've ever thought you'd thrive in the past, brace yourself. You might not even last until breakfast. So, before you relax, take a second to like and subscribe if you find value in what we share. And while you're at it, comment where you're watching from and what time it is there. Dim those lights, fire up a fan for that cozy background sound, and let's settle in for the journey ahead. You wake up long before the sun dares peek over the hill, not because you're rested, but because your hay-stuffed mattress has poked you in the ribs all night and someone outside is already yelling about the cows. You're wrapped in a scratchy wool blanket that smells of damp and ancestry. Your nose is cold, your toes are colder, and the rooster, he overslept. Of course he did. There's no alarm clock, no snooze button, just a sharp elbow from the cousin sleeping next to you. He's already sitting up, scratching his chest and muttering something about pig troughs. You grunt a greeting and swing your legs off the edge of the straw. The floor is packed dirt slightly moist. Something scurries away under your heel. Best not look. You're in a one-room cottage shared with 6 people and maybe a goat. The hearth, just embers now, radiates no warmth. The air smells like last night's turnip stew, old socks, and a faint whiff of smoke that never really leaves. You shuffle toward the door, which is really just a rough wooden plank that creaks like it's auditioning for a horror movie. You step outside and immediately regret it. The morning fog is thick enough to chew. The cold bites at your ankles like an angry duck. And someone somewhere is already shouting about stolen eggs. A good start. There's no bathroom, of course. If you need to go, it's a short walk to the hedge at the back of the plot, where the wind ensures that any sense of privacy is purely spiritual. You do what you need to hop back on one foot to warm the other, and head back in to find your one set of working clothes already damp from the mist that sneaks through the gaps in the walls. Getting dressed is a process. Your tunic is rough-spun linen, lovingly mended 13 times and still full of personality. Your hose are wool itchy and smell faintly like barnyard. You tie your belt tuck in a wooden spoon, everyone carries one. It's like your medieval ID, and take a deep breath. This is the best you'll feel all day. You reach for your shoes. Simple leather things that are technically yours, but were made for someone with smaller feet. Your toes curl instinctively, remembering yesterday's walk through the bog. There's still a pebble in the left one. You take it out, put it back in. Somehow it feels wrong without it now. Outside, the world is gray-blue. Smoke curls from thatch roofs. Animals shuffle about with the resigned energy of creatures who know breakfast is a negotiation. You nod to old Ulrich, who is already patching his fence, using one arm and his teeth. He nods back because it's too early for words. The first job of the day isn't glamorous. You head to the well with 2 buckets, both cracked, both leaking slightly. The walk is short but muddy, and each step sucks at your soles with the tenacity of an unpaid debt. At the well, you join a short queue of equally groggy neighbors. No one speaks. You lower the bucket, hear the splash, and pray it comes up with more water than frogs. It does, barely. You haul it up your arms, protesting, and pour the precious liquid into your buckets. Half of it sloshes onto your shoes, par for the course. Back at the cottage, someone's managed to stoke the fire. A thin pot of porridge simmers, smelling vaguely edible. Breakfast will be eaten standing up in silence with the shared spoon and a piece of stale bread that could double as a weapon. You chew slowly, not because you savor the flavor, but because chewing is effort, and you have to pace yourself. The cousin who woke you up is already sharpening a stick for pig herding duties. The youngest is trying to fish a beetle out of the porridge with her fingers. Someone sneezes. Everyone goes still. You all remember last spring's cough. A popular misconception is that medieval mornings were slow, peaceful things, with bird song and gentle mist. The truth is they were loud, cold, and full of minor disasters. Your neighbor's cow just escaped again, and you hear her cursing with a creativity that makes the local priest blush. You, meanwhile, are headed to the communal field to start your day. You grab a hoe, splintered heavy, and trudge through mud that seems thicker than it was yesterday. By the time you reach the edge of the field, your calves ache and your shoes have gained a pound each. The field isn't yours technically. It belongs to the manor lord who's never seen a turnip in his life but owns all the turnip-growing land. You're just borrowing a patch in exchange for most of your harvest, and a few eggs, and one of your chickens last Easter for reasons never explained. You start tilling the rhythm slow and unforgiving. Dirt clumps under your nails and your back starts to complain in Latin. You hum to yourself mostly to block out the noise of someone vomiting 2 fields over, probably bad ale or bad everything. You break for a moment to sip water from a goat bladder flask that leaks when tilted and smells faintly of onions. A bee circles you. You swat it lazily miss and remember too late that you're mildly allergic. Still, there's something meditative about it. The scratching of hoe to soil, the way your breath makes little clouds in the morning air. You think of lunch, if there's any, and wonder if today might be the day someone finds a coin buried in the dirt. It's happened once in 30 years. But hope is important. A dog barks nearby. A flock of geese scatter. You look up, squinting into the low sun that finally decided to grace the horizon. And you sigh, because somehow it's still only 800 a.m., and that's just the beginning. You get back to your hoeing with a rhythm that's equal parts muscle memory and resignation. The wooden handle is smooth from generations of hands, and the soil is damp enough that it clings to everything: your boots, your cuffs, your soul. The sun is finally peeking through the mist in streaks of gold, catching on the steam rising from the fields. And for a moment you think maybe this day won't be too bad. Then you step in a puddle so deep it makes a squelch loud enough to attract a goose. Not even a nice goose. A shout carries from the far side of the field. Someone's lost their clogs in the mud again, and someone else has just found a worm the size of a shoelace. You don't look up. You just nod to yourself like, yep, classic morning. The guy next to you is trying to yank a bundle of weeds from the earth and nearly throws out his back doing it. You offer no help. You're busy convincing your spine to stay in one piece. Eventually, the church bell rings 10 times, by which point you've already questioned your life choices at least twice that many times. Time for a break, which is really just code for sit on a damp rock and choose something vaguely edible. You find a mossy slab near a fence, plop down on it, and immediately regret that decision because it's colder than betrayal. You stay anyway. You're too tired to care. Too tired. You reach into your cloth pouch and pull out a piece of oat cake that's harder than your emotional boundaries. You gnaw at it slowly, trying to chew without shattering a molar. Across the field, an old woman's huddled over a cooking pot balanced on 3 rocks, stirring a mystery stew that smells like boiled mystery. You ask what's in it. She grins and shrugs. You ask to borrow a spoon. She points to the communal ladle and says, "Lick it clean when you're done." Comforting. You nibble your cake and stare out at the horizon, thinking vaguely about hot showers and breakfast burritos, things from a world that might as well be Mars. A fly buzzes near your ear. You don't bother swatting it. You're conserving energy. Also, you're not convinced it's not the same fly from yesterday. Break time ends the way everything ends in the Middle Ages suddenly, and with someone yelling about rain. You glance up. The clouds are gathering with that serious look clouds get when they mean business. You don't even have time to curse before the first drop nails you right in the eye. Within minutes, it's pouring in that wet sock coat sticking to your back kind of way. You dash across the muck to the tool shed, really just a leaning pile of boards, and nearly slip on a patch of moss. Somehow you stay upright, but it costs you your dignity and probably half a hamstring. The others crowd in behind you, grumbling and dripping like a herd of damp, underpaid goats. Someone sneezes. Everyone holds their breath. It's too soon to joke about last winter's fever. With nothing else to do, you take shelter under the edge of a thatched roof and start peeling onions for dinner. Your hands are stiff, your fingertips raw, and the smoke from the nearby fire pit stings your eyes. You blink against the tears, whether it's the onions or the existential dread is anyone's guess. By late afternoon, the rain tapers off, leaving everything glistening gray and soggy. You hoist a bundle of firewood onto your back and trudge home, your boots squelching with each step. Kids are out now, chasing each other through puddles, shrieking in laughter. One slips and falls face first in a mud patch, gets up smiling. You remember joy can live in small, muddy places. You pass the village elder, playing a three-stringed fiddle under the shelter of an oak tree, plucking out a tune that sounds like a lullaby with indigestion. No one claps, but a chicken nods along. You take that as a good omen. Dinner is waiting back at the cottage, if you can call it that. A pot of thin barley stew, a carrot that's seen better centuries, and 2 slices of stale bread that have been toasted by resting them on the lid of the boiling pot. You sit with your family around a rough plank table that wobbles with each elbow. No one says much. The scraping of spoons and occasional cough fill the silence like a chorus of resignation. Afterward, you curl up in your corner of the cottage, wrapped in the same damp wool as last night. The straw beneath you pokes in familiar patterns. You shift, adjust, give up. Your younger cousin rolls over and takes most of the blanket. Your older brother mumbles something about pig rotations. You close your eyes anyway. You try not to think too hard about tomorrow. Though it'll be the same tasks, the same tools, the same muddy path, the same sour smell of pickled onions leaking from the pantry shelf. And yet there's a strange rhythm to it, a strange comfort even. You think of the neighbor who handed you the extra spoonful of soup without a word, the chicken who jumped on the table and stole someone's bread, the child who told you your shoes looked like potato sacks and meant it as a compliment. It's not glamorous, it's not heroic, but it's real. And if you still think you could survive a day in medieval times, remember, you haven't even made it to laundry day. You wake up sore. Not sore like I worked out too hard yesterday, sore like your bones are trying to file a complaint. The straw mattress has shifted again, leaving a sharp ridge pressing into your spine. Someone's snoring, loudly, possibly upside down. You blink through the dim light filtering in through the cracks in the wall and realize it's not even sunrise yet. Again. Outside it's still damp, always damp, the kind of damp that gets into your soul and makes even your thoughts feel soggy. Your tunic from yesterday is still hanging by the hearth, but it hasn't dried, just become warmer wetness. You put it on anyway. You have no other choice. It's not like you own more than 2 shirts. The second one is currently patching a hole in the window. Today is a work day like every day, but the work is worse. You've been tasked with fetching water, chopping firewood, cleaning out the pig pen, and helping your cousin repair the fence after last night's storm knocked it loose. You wonder if you did something wrong in a past life, then remember, this life is punishment enough. Fetching water is first. The buckets are wooden and leak just enough to be annoying, but not enough to justify repair. The walk to the well is longer than it feels like it should be, and your left shoe is already beginning to flap. You consider pretending to trip and staying in the mud, but decide it's too early in the week to fully give up. At the well, you wait your turn behind two women arguing over who last borrowed the bucket with the iron rim. You stay quiet. You've learned not to get involved. You lower your own bucket. Hear the distant splash and pray no frogs come up with it. They usually do. You pretend you don't see the one peeking out near the rim. It's just part of the process now. With water sloshing, you head back home, taking slow steps to avoid spilling too much. One neighbor waves at you while holding a goose under one arm and a bundle of herbs in the other. You nod back solemnly. These are the social interactions of your time, polite, slightly weird, and always damp. Back at the cottage, firewood duty begins. You're handed an axe with a wobbly head and told to make do. You stare at the log pile, trying to decide which pieces are driest, which are least likely to explode into splinters, and which might harbor a family of beetles. Eventually you choose at random and begin swinging. You're not bad at it, honestly. The motion is satisfying in a primal. I'm doing a task that could be turned into a medieval gym ad sort of way. But after a few logs, your hands start to blister again. There's no such thing as gloves, of course. You wrap a bit of cloth around your palms and hope for the best. The cloth smells faintly of goat. You don't question it. Next comes the pig pen. The less said about it, the better. It's exactly what you imagine, only wetter. The pigs don't seem grateful. One of them tries to eat your shoelace. Another stares at you like you owe it money. You shovel, scoop, splash, and sigh. A lot. At one point you slip and land dangerously close to a suspicious puddle. You laugh bitterly. The pigs seem to enjoy the show. Lunch is mercifully soon after. Today it's onion pottage, essentially a warm slurry of onions, water, and hope. You eat it with a wooden spoon while sitting on a rock that's technically drier than the ground. You've long stopped expecting variety in flavor. Texture is a luxury and salt is just a rumor. Someone suggests telling stories while you eat, and a neighbor begins recounting how their cousin once saw a bear steal a loaf of bread from a monk. No one questions it. You just listen, chew, and occasionally nod like you've also had your bread stolen by holy wildlife. Once the meal's gone, and it's always gone too fast, it's time for fence repair. Your cousin greets you with a handful of nails, a hammer with a cracked handle, and a look that says, "This will not go smoothly." You begin prying the old boards into place, adjusting posts, and trying to ignore the ache in your knees. The cows watch you with quiet judgment. At one point the wind shifts and carries with it the faint smell of someone baking bread. Your stomach remembers what fresh food tastes like and protests its absence. You sniff the air and squint in the direction of the manor house. Of course, it's not for you. It never is. The afternoon slips by in a haze of chores and conversation snippets. Someone needs help gathering kindling. Someone else is chasing their chicken. The priest walks by and blesses everyone indiscriminately. You duck instinctively. Last time you got blessed, you tripped over a root 5 seconds later. Coincidence? Maybe. Still, you're not taking chances. As the sun lowers, casting long golden streaks across the fields, you find yourself dragging a rake across uneven ground, mentally composing a list of the least painful ways to fake an injury. It's a tie between falling into the creek and accidentally poking yourself with a turnip fork. Finally, your cousin calls it a day. You wipe your hands on your tunic, which only redistributes the dirt. Your feet are numb. Your shoulders ache. But the sky looks like honey, and the sound of a flute drifts from somewhere in the village. It's a little nice, honestly. Back at the house, dinner is, well, it's something. Some leftover mash with tiny greens mixed in. Not enough to fill you, but enough to stop your stomach from growling during the night. You eat slowly, more out of exhaustion than savoring. Then someone tells a joke about a donkey and a thatcher, and for the first time all day, you actually laugh. Out loud. That night, you lie back on your straw mat and stare at the rafters. A spider lowers itself by a single thread, pauses near your face, then wisely climbs back up. You let your eyes close, knowing tomorrow will be just like today. But for now, you're warm, you're foolish, and you survived another medieval day. You really didn't think that would happen, did you? Morning hits differently when every joint in your body feels like it's auditioning for the role of creaky door. You try to roll over, but your straw mattress has formed a divot, the exact shape of despair, and your cousin's elbow is planted squarely between your shoulder blades. The rooster crows late as usual, and someone outside has already started chopping wood like it owes them money. You sit up, stretch, and hear more than one snap pop from your spine. You mutter a greeting to the room. No one replies. Everyone's too busy putting on damp socks and searching for missing shoes. Your second cousin is walking in circles looking for his belt. It's around his neck. You don't say anything. The weather is pretending to be pleasant, but the morning air bites like a sarcastic older sibling. You splash some cold water on your face from the wooden basin by the door. It doesn't help. Now you're cold and wet. Congratulations. Today's main task is helping with thatch repairs on a neighbor's roof, which sounds simple if you've never spent 3 hours balancing on soggy beams with straw in your eyes and wind in your ears. You're handed a pitchfork, a bundle of reeds, and a brief nod. Apparently that's the training. You climb up a ladder that looks older than the cottage itself and try not to think about how high this is. It's not really that high. It just feels that way when the ground below is made of rocks and poor medical care. Once you're up, the world looks different, smaller. You can see the edge of the village from here, smoke curling from chimneys, kids chasing geese, someone angrily yelling at a wheelbarrow. Peaceful in a chaotic sort of way. You get to work. Thatching is slow. You weave the reeds into bundles, press them into place, and tie them down using rope that gives you splinters just by looking at it. The wind keeps trying to blow your tools off the roof. You clutch a wooden mallet between your knees like it's the only thing keeping you from drifting away. A raven lands nearby and watches you work. You whisper, "Don't judge me." The raven blinks slowly as if to say, "Too late." Down below, your neighbor is shouting instructions you can't hear. You nod anyway. It's safer that way. Eventually, someone brings up bread and a bit of cheese. It's a small miracle. The bread's tough, and the cheese smells like ambition gone wrong, but you devour it gratefully. The sun's out now, warming the back of your neck, and for a moment, things don't seem so bad. Then your ladder shifts an inch, and you remember the concept of mortality. By mid-afternoon, the work is done. The roof looks passable. Rain will still find a way in, but maybe less enthusiastically. You climb down with a wobble and stretch your arms until they threaten mutiny. Your reward? You're sent to help with hay transport. The hay cart is waiting by the barn. The oxen look like they've seen things, probably because they have. You climb up, grab the pitchfork, and start tossing hay bales. They're heavier than they look, and dust flies into your eyes and mouth with every toss. You sneeze so hard you almost fall off the cart. A kid nearby claps like it's entertainment. You bow sarcastically. By the time the sun is starting to dip, you're covered in scratches, sweat, and tiny pieces of grass. You smell like work. Not in a metaphorical sense, in the very literal people move away from you, in line for soup kind of way. You trudge home with your head down, accidentally walking through a puddle deep enough to baptize you. Dinner tonight is better than usual. Someone found wild mushrooms. You eye them suspiciously, but eat anyway. The flavor is earthy, with a hint of maybe danger. You wash it down with warm beer, which sounds better than it is. It's flat, sour, and oddly comforting, like drinking liquid history. The fire is crackling. Someone's carving a whistle from a twig. A girl is braiding blades of grass into a bracelet. A man tells a story about a fox that stole a priest's lunch and was never seen again. You don't believe half of it, but the way he tells it makes the room warmer. You help wash the shared bowls in a bucket of gritty water and set them by the hearth to dry. You hang your tunic by the fire, hoping it won't scorch. Then you lie back on your straw mat, hands behind your head, and stare up at the rafters again. The spider from last night is back. This time it's brought a friend. You nod at it. We all have roommates after all. As you drift off to sleep, your muscles ache, but in a satisfying, I didn't fall off a roof today kind of way. Your thoughts wander briefly to your own time. Running water, soft beds, phones. You smile in the dark, not out of longing, but amusement. Because somehow, despite all the muck, the noise, the aching joints, and the questionable mushrooms, you're still here, still surviving. And if that isn't a miracle, what is? You wake up with your face buried in straw that smells faintly of smoke mildew, and something else you don't want to investigate. The cottage is still dark, the kind of quiet that only exists just before dawn, when the fire's gone out and the warmth hasn't yet returned. Someone nearby is snoring, long, wheezy, undignified, and something small scurries across the floorboards. You stay still just for a moment, letting your body remember where all its sore spots are. Turns out there are quite a few. Your back protests, your neck is stiff, and one of your fingers refuses to uncurl fully. Medieval life, the all-natural, full-body workout plan nobody asked for. You sit up slowly, trying not to make too much noise, though your joints crackle like you've been preserved in salt. Your blanket slides off your legs in a heavy wool heap, and the cold rushes in instantly. The air inside is barely warmer than the mist outside, and the fire has long since turned into a pile of ash and last night's regret. You shuffle toward the hearth to poke at it, find a tiny ember still alive, and coax it back to life with a few bits of kindling. You blow gently, watching the orange glow bloom like a tiny sun. The warmth is small, but it's enough to make you stop shivering. Today is market day, which means noise chaos and an exhausting amount of bartering over items that smell worse than you do. You sigh as you pull on your rough linen tunic, still slightly damp from yesterday's rain, and tighten your belt with a half-hearted tug. There's no mirror in the cottage, but you imagine you look like a tired scarecrow that's been repurposed as a dish rag. You splash some water on your face from a wooden basin and instantly regret it. Cold, so cold. But at least you're awake now. Outside, the morning fog is heavy and pale, curling low over the ground, like the village itself is still asleep. You trudge through the mud path toward the market square, carrying a woven basket filled with your family's finest vegetables, meaning they only have minor bruises and haven't started to sprout yet. The basket is heavy, and your shoes made of stiff, cracked leather squish unpleasantly with every step. The hem of your tunic quickly becomes soaked with mud. Again. You consider tucking it up into your belt, but last time you did that, a group of children laughed for 10 straight minutes. You let it drag. The market square is already stirring when you arrive. Stalls are being assembled in haphazard lines. Animals bray and bleat and bark in every direction, and merchants shout half-hearted greetings as they arrange their goods. A man nearby is hammering a crooked sign into the ground while arguing with his goat. The goat is winning. You set down your basket near your family's usual spot. A crooked wooden table under a leaning canvas, and begin laying out onions, turnips, wilted greens, and a few questionable cabbages. You're assigned the task of standing there and not letting anyone steal anything, which sounds easy until you realize how many villagers are very good at pretending they're just looking. A woman picks up a leek and frowns at it like it insulted her. A man squeezes a carrot with unnecessary aggression. A child sticks their hand into the onion pile and pulls out two before you can blink. You retrieve one. The other is gone forever. You sigh and shift your weight, trying to look more authoritative. No one's fooled. The market grows louder as the morning stretches on. Someone starts playing a small drum in the corner badly. A pair of older women argue over the price of salted fish, escalating into a full-blown shouting match that draws a small crowd. A dog runs through the square with a sausage in its mouth, chased by a red-faced butcher. You try to stay focused on the stall, though your stomach growls at the smell of baking bread wafting from somewhere nearby. Eventually, your cousin gives you a copper coin and tells you to get yourself something to eat, a luxury. You navigate the crowded square and join the long line at a food cart offering oatcakes and meat pies. When it's finally your turn, you trade your coin for a pie that's warm, flaky, and smells decent. You take a bite. It's mostly turnip. You don't care. It's hot and filling and doesn't taste like it's been soaked in river water, so you count it as a win. You sit on a low wall near the edge of the square, eating slowly, watching the villagers move around in their chaotic, muddy ballet. Children chase each other with sticks. A man is attempting to sell miracle wool that looks suspiciously like moss. Someone drops a basket of eggs, and the resulting argument includes at least 3 chickens and a priest. You finish your pie and brush the crumbs off your lap. Back at the stall, business is brisk. The turnips are nearly gone, the cabbage is half sold, and your aunt is aggressively pitching wilted leeks as excellent for stews that need depth. You resume your post this time with a little more enthusiasm, knowing that each vegetable sold is one less you'll have to carry home. You even manage to upsell a bunch of parsley by claiming it wards off rats. A total guess, but the buyer looks impressed. A man with a lute sets up nearby and begins to play a song that sounds vaguely like a love ballad, if love were mostly yelling and off-key strumming. You endure it silently, rearranging onions for the 4th time just to look busy. The sun finally begins to burn through the clouds, warming the square slightly, and people start moving more slowly, as if the whole village is sighing at once. You glance over at the baker's stall and see someone buying the last honey loaf. Your mouth waters. One day, you tell yourself, one day you'll be the one with the coin to spare for sweet bread. Not today, but maybe next week. The last of the customers drifts away from your stall. Just as the church bell tolls in the distance, its deep echo rolling over the square, like a reminder that time keeps dragging forward, even in a place where the days all blur together like overcooked porridge. You stretch your arms behind your back and roll your shoulders muscles sore from standing, lifting, and pretending to be interested in carrot negotiations for hours. Your cousin gives you a nod, the universal medieval signal for wrap it up. You start stacking the empty baskets, gathering the cloth wrappings, and brushing away the dirt left behind from produce that's seen better decades. The sun is higher now, and with it comes heat, mild, but just enough to make you sweat under your wool tunic. Your back is damp, your hair is sticking to your neck, and you regret not drinking more water. You glance around the square one last time as you lift the last crate. The lute player has switched to something more upbeat but still off-key, and someone nearby is loudly trying to sell miracle plasters for sore knees. You resist the urge to yell, "Try hauling onions for 5 hours and see if your knees survive at all." The walk home is blessedly downhill, but that doesn't make the baskets any lighter. The handles dig into your palms, your arms burn, and the mud is slicker than it was this morning, thanks to the baker's son spilling a whole jug of whey in the middle of the path. You step carefully, avoiding puddles that glisten with ominous colors, and greet people you know with small, tired nods. One woman waves while holding a broom in one hand and a chicken in the other. You don't ask. When you finally reach the cottage, your legs are trembling, your feet ache, and the basket feels like it has gained weight out of sheer spite. You drop it by the door with a grunt and step inside, greeted by the familiar scent of damp wool, smoldering peat, and a faint note of boiled something. Someone has started a stew. You hope it's not yesterday's stew pretending to be new stew. You sit by the fire, letting the warmth soak into your skin, while the ache begins to settle in your lower back, like a tenant refusing to leave. The floor under you is hard, the cushion is thin, but you're too tired to care. One of the children tries to climb over your knees like you're a fence. You grunt and they scamper off, probably to go poke a toad with a stick or chase shadows. Dinner is a quiet affair, like most meals after market day. Everyone eats with slow, exhausted motions. The stew is mostly lentils with a few bits of turnip and a suspicious chunk of something chewy that you sincerely hope is mushroom. You sop it up with a crust of bread and chew carefully the way you might approach a negotiation with a particularly stubborn goose. Across the table, your cousin's eyes are half closed as he dips his spoon into the bowl with robotic precision. No one talks much. There's nothing left to say that hasn't already been muttered through the day. After eating, you help clean. The bowls are wiped with rags and rinsed with water that's been used twice already. You try not to think about it. You dry the spoons with a cloth that's definitely been dried over the fire too many times and smells like old tea leaves. Then you go outside to check on the animals, partly out of duty, partly to get away from the crowded, smoky interior. The light outside is soft now, golden and fading, the kind of light that turns the fields into a wash of copper and amber. You stand for a moment by the coop watching the chickens roost. They cluck quietly, hopping one by one onto their perches like they know something you don't. You nod at them. They ignore you as usual. Behind you, the cottage glows faintly through the tiny window. Smoke curls from the chimney. Somewhere far off, someone is singing just a few notes high and reedy, floating on the breeze like a dream. You lean against the fence, letting your breath slow the aches settling deeper into your bones. You're too tired to feel pain now, just heaviness, deep, earthy heaviness. Eventually, you go back inside. Someone has spread out the sleeping mats. Yours is in the same spot, tucked near the wall where the wind doesn't bite as hard. You lower yourself slowly, every muscle creaking in protest. You pull the wool blanket over your legs and curl onto your side. There's a straw-filled sack under your head, and you pretend it's comfortable. It helps a little. Around you, the sounds of the cottage dim. The fire pops. Someone turns over in their sleep. The baby lets out a tiny sigh. You stare at the ceiling, dark wooden beams crisscrossed with spider webs, and let your thoughts drift. You think about the woman who bought the funny-shaped carrot, the kid who threw a fish at a pig, the old man who claimed he once traded a cabbage for a pair of boots made of eel skin. You don't know if any of it mattered, but you were there. You lived through another market day. You didn't get trampled, robbed, or pecked by a chicken. You only dropped one onion. That's victory. And so, wrapped in scratchy wool with mud on your boots and a faint taste of lentils in your mouth, you close your eyes. Your body is tired, your clothes still smell like root vegetables, and tomorrow promises more of the same. But for now, at least you're safe, warm, and dreaming maybe of soft pillows and silent geese. You wake before the sun again, not because you want to, but because the rooster forgot how to tell time and the pig is squealing like it's auditioning for a tragedy. Your body aches in familiar places, shoulders, knees, lower back, parts you didn't even know could ache, and your blanket is slipped off during the night, leaving your legs exposed to the sharp morning chill. You tug it back up, grumble something incomprehensible, and lie there for a moment, letting the cold air convince you that movement is not optional. Then it hits you, it's laundry day. Laundry in medieval times isn't a chore, it's a battle. A test of strength, patience, and your ability to not fall face first into the river. You sit up already, dreading the work ahead. Your linen shirt is crusted with mud from yesterday's market. Your hose smell like you lost a fight with a cabbage cart. The wash basin in the corner is full of gray water and guilt. But that's not enough, not today. Today's the day for full washing. You throw off the blanket, stand up slowly, and gather the family's laundry into a large woven basket. It's heavier than your cousin's ego and smells like damp socks mixed with barnyard dreams. You hoist it onto your hip, shift your weight, and shuffle toward the door. As you push it open, a gust of morning wind slaps you square in the face. Cold, sharp, and rude. The path to the river is long, muddy, and thanks to last night's drizzle, treacherously slippery. The sky above is heavy with clouds that look like they're debating whether or not to rain again. You pass by the neighbor's goat pen, receive a judging stare from a sheep, and nearly twist your ankle avoiding a puddle that smells far too alive. As you reach the edge of the river, a group of women are already there. Sleeves rolled, arms red, voices loud. They nod at you as you settle into your spot somewhere between the woman scrubbing baby clothes and the teenager trying to hide the fact that she dropped a sock in the mud. You roll up your sleeves, dip your hands into the water, and immediately lose all feeling in your fingers. The river is glacier cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes you question your life choices. Still, you start scrubbing. The process is mechanical. Soak the garment, rub it with ash soap, beat it against a rock, rinse. Repeat, over and over again. Your hands sting, your shoulders burn, your knees ache from kneeling on wet earth. But there's something strangely meditative about it. The rhythm of water and stone, the occasional splash, the quiet gossip of the other washers. You hear someone whisper about a merchant's wife who bought 3 pairs in secret. Scandalous. After a while, your fingers go from numb to prickly, then back to numb again. You lift a shirt from the basket, hold it to the light, and realize it's not even your family's. Someone must have mixed up the laundry last week. You shrug and scrub it anyway. Laundry law in the village is more like suggestion. An older woman nearby hums a slow melody as she beats a blanket with alarming force. You try to match her rhythm. You fail. Your cloth slaps limply against the stone, more apology than aggression. A goose from upriver floats by, honking like it has urgent business. You pause to watch it, partly for the distraction, partly because you envy its lack of laundry. You rinse the last piece, squeeze the water out with your frozen fingers, and drape it over a nearby branch. It droops like a soggy flag of surrender. You straighten your back, which protests immediately, and wipe your hands on your tunic, a useless gesture, since it's just as wet as your laundry now. Still, it feels like progress. Someone offers you a crust of bread and a smile. You take both. The bread is stale and slightly damp, but it's food. You chew slowly, watching mist curl along the surface of the water. The river hums quietly, steady and cold and patient, like it's seen centuries of sore shoulders and muddy shirts and never once been impressed. As you begin gathering the damp clothing into the basket, the clouds finally make up their mind. Rain. Light at first, then steady, the kind that soaks everything and turns clean laundry back into a soggy mess within seconds. The washers groan in unison. You pull your cloak over your head, tuck the basket close to your chest, and begin the slow, slippery walk home. By the time you return to the cottage, your feet squish in your shoes, your sleeves are dripping, and your hair is plastered to your face. You unload the laundry, hang it by the fire, and sit down with a long, low sigh that sounds more like a moan. Your aunt hands you a cup of warm barley tea. You cradle it like it's a miracle. The fire crackles. The rain drums gently against the roof. Your clothes steam on the line, your hands ache from scrubbing, and your nose itches from whatever strange herb was in the soap today. But there's a strange peace to it all. You did the task. You fought the river. You didn't drop the basket in the mud. You even got a bite of bread. And now for the first time all morning you sit still, just for a little while. You don't stay seated long. Rest is a luxury rarely offered and never for free. As soon as you've warmed your hands by the fire and taken 2 sips of the barley tea, lukewarm by now and slightly gritty, someone calls your name from outside the cottage. You sigh into your cup stand with a familiar groan and step back out into the wet gray afternoon. It's your cousin soaked to the knees, holding a broken wheelbarrow and looking far too optimistic. The fence needs fixing, he says, as though that's something to look forward to. Apparently a goat made a dramatic escape through a panel that gave out during last night's rain, and now the entire west side of the enclosure looks like it was kicked by a small god. You nod grimly, grab a hammer with a loose head, a sack of crooked nails, and follow him down the muddy path toward the scene of the disaster. The fence, when you reach it, is worse than advertised. Half the posts are leaning like tired drunks. The rails are splintered, chewed, and in some places missing entirely. You set the tools down, roll up your sleeves again, still damp from laundry because of course, and begin assessing the damage. Your cousin helpfully points at things and occasionally mutters, "That doesn't look good." You resist the urge to say nothing does. You begin by lifting one of the collapsed rails and wedging it back into place, hammering a long nail into the soft wood. The nail bends halfway through. You pull it out with your teeth and try again. The wind picks up just then, cold and sharp, carrying the scent of wet hay and goat fur. You shiver. You keep hammering. The goats, meanwhile, have gathered nearby to watch. They chew grass and stare at you with deep, unsettling judgment. One of them bleats in a tone that can only be described as sarcastic. You squint at it. It squints back. Repairing the fence takes hours. Your hands are raw. Your wrists throb. Your shoulders ache from lifting and yanking and bracing against the wind. You get one rail into place, only to have the next pop out. The nails are brittle, the wood is damp, and nothing fits quite right. You wedge small stones under one post to stabilize it, knowing it's only a matter of time before gravity wins again. Midway through, your cousin leaves to chase down the escaped goat, which is apparently frolicking somewhere near the barley field, like it owns the place. You work alone for a while, muttering to yourself, talking to the fence like it can hear you. At some point you stub your toe on a hidden rock and say something that probably doesn't exist in any medieval dictionary. The fence doesn't care. The goats continue to chew. Eventually, with most of the panels in place, you tie up the worst gaps with lengths of old rope, adding a final board using 3 nails and a prayer. It holds, barely. You step back, examine your work, and sigh. It's not pretty. It won't last long. But it's good enough for now, and good enough for now is practically a miracle around here. You return to the cottage as the light begins to fade. The sky is still gray, still full of wet, but the rain has stopped for the moment. The paths are soft, your boots sink with every step, and your legs feel like they belong to someone else. You reach the door, push it open, and step into the heat of the fire and the smell of garlic and greens simmering on the stove. Dinner is a thick stew tonight. Mostly beans, a few turnip shavings, and wonder of wonders, a strip of something that might actually be meat. You sit cross-legged near the hearth, take your bowl, and eat in slow, grateful bites. No one speaks much. The mood is calm, almost reverent. Even the youngest child slurps quietly, eyes half closed. You don't need conversation. You have food. That's enough. After dinner, there's more work. Always more. You help tidy the cottage, sweep ash from the hearth, shake out damp cloaks, and bring in a bundle of firewood from the storage pile. You rearrange the drying laundry by the fire, checking each piece with a practiced hand. Some are nearly dry. Others feel like cold soup. You rotate them anyway. Then for a moment, silence. The cottage is warm. The chores are done for now, and you sit by the fire again, stretching your legs, hands folded in your lap. The firelight flickers across the low beams of the ceiling. Someone hums a lullaby in the corner. A dog barks once in the distance. Outside, the world settles into dusk. You think about the day, the mud, the scrubbing the goose with the attitude problem, the bent nails, the lopsided fence, the runaway goat. You think about the way the barley tea tasted, the warmth of the stew, the sound of the river as you rinsed clothes while your fingers turned numb. None of it was easy. Most of it was frustrating. And yet, you're still here. You're still standing, still moving, still eating, breathing, fixing, carrying, folding, living. And it's strange somehow all the discomfort blends into something oddly satisfying. You didn't win the day. You didn't triumph, but you endured it. And in this life, that counts for something. Finally, you roll out your straw mat, settle onto it slowly, and pull the blanket up over your shoulders. Your muscles relax one by one. Your eyelids droop. The fire pops softly and the shadows dance on the walls. You hear someone snore, someone shift, someone whisper goodnight. And for the first time in hours, you let go. No goats, no chores, no mud, just sleep. At last. You wake with a jolt, not from noise, but from silence. The kind of silence that makes your brain sit up and whisper something's wrong. The fire is out. The air is bitter cold. And for once, no one is moving around. No chicken scratching. No cousin muttering. No creak of the roof. Just the deep, unsettling stillness of a morning that hasn't made up its mind yet. You sit up slowly, blanket falling off your shoulders in a heavy heap of wool and damp. Your breath puffs out in small clouds, and your nose instantly regrets existing. It's freezing. Not the usual chilly draft through the wall, cold, but the kind of cold that clings to your bones like wet moss. You rub your hands together, shuffle across the floor, and nudge open the door. Frost. It's the first frost of the season, and it's painted everything in white lace. The grass crunches beneath your boots. The roof of the cottage glitters in the weak dawn light. Even the goat standing in stubborn defiance has a thin layer of frost on its horns. You wrap your cloak tighter around your chest and exhale slowly. The world feels paused. Frost mornings mean extra work. First the animals. You head to the pen and break through the thin layer of ice over their water trough with a stick. The goats bleat in annoyance, clearly blaming you for the weather. The chickens stare at you from inside their coop, fluffed and furious. You sprinkle feed for them and try to warm your hands on the bucket. It doesn't help. Next, the fire. Back inside, you coax a few coals to life, feeding them slowly with kindling and hope. Smoke curls upward, and the hearth finally begins to glow. You stretch your hands toward the warmth, watching the frost melt from your boots. Behind you, the others begin to stir, groggy, bundled, blinking at the cold, like it's a personal betrayal. Today is not a market day, not a laundry day, not even fence repair day. Today is cabbage day, which sounds harmless until you remember that cabbage day means hauling wheelbarrows full of vegetables from the root cellar, trimming, sorting, hanging, preserving, pickling, salting, and drying enough cabbage to feed the household through the next few months of cold. It's the medieval equivalent of running a marathon, but every mile smells like fermented leaves. You're sent to the cellar with your cousin who immediately complains about the damp steps and the weight of the lantern. You ignore him. The cellar is cool, dark, and filled with the heavy smell of soil and storage. You crouch low, grab armfuls of round, pale green cabbage heads, and load them into a creaky wooden cart. Your back protests. Your fingers go numb again. You keep going. Once the cart is full, the real work begins. Outside, beneath a large cloth awning, the family gathers around a wide bench. Each person has a knife and a job peeling, chopping, sorting. The older folks work quickly, expertly, slicing through cabbage after cabbage, while you fumble with the slippery outer leaves. One of the children runs past, waving a stalk like a sword. They trip on a root and fall face first into a pile of trimmings. No one reacts. You focus on your stack. Peel, cut, sort. Peel, cut, sort. It's rhythmic, almost hypnotic, a kind of cabbage meditation. The smell is overpowering, sharp, earthy, and faintly sweet, but you're used to it. Sort of. Every few minutes you flick a slug off a leaf and carry on without comment. After an hour, your hands are sore, your back is cramping, and your knees have lost circulation entirely. You pause to stretch, cracking your spine like a bundle of dry twigs. Your cousin offers you a bite of cold bread smeared with lard. You take it. You chew in silence, staring off into the distance while your fingertips sting from the cold air and cabbage juice. By midday, you've chopped more cabbage than you've seen in your entire life. Some is packed into clay pots for fermenting. Some is salted and pressed with stones. Some is hung in bundles from wooden beams to dry slowly over the coming weeks. The kitchen now smells like a medieval spa day, designed by someone who really likes vegetables. Inside the cottage, steam rises from a bubbling pot where the trimmings are being turned into soup. You stir it lazily, while someone else throws in a handful of herbs and a bone for flavor. The broth turns pale green and smells like a memory you're not sure you want to keep. Lunch is a bowl of that soup, 2 slices of bread, and half an apple. You eat slowly, sitting on the floor with your back against the wall. Your knees are stiff. Your elbows ache. A cabbage leaf is stuck to your boot. You decide to leave it. It belongs now. One of the older villagers stops by asking to trade dried fish for extra cabbage. Your aunt agrees instantly. A deal is made with a handshake, 2 nods, and a very specific grunt. You wonder if trade ever involved actual words. After lunch, the sun finally peeks through the clouds. You take a moment outside, standing beside the drying racks, letting the light hit your face. It's weak but warm enough to make you forget just for a second how cold the morning had been. The frost is gone. The earth is still hard beneath your feet, but the worst of the freeze has passed. You stretch, yawn, and pick up another basket of cabbage to carry inside. The work continues. It always does. Afternoon fades into that peculiar grayish haze that only medieval skies can achieve. Neither day nor dusk. Just a long, heavy pause where shadows stretch wider and your fingers start to lose feeling again. You're still working with the cabbage. Of course you are. No one ever warned you that a single vegetable can take up your entire existence, but here you are, arms deep in fermented brine, surrounded by pale leaves and the constant sound of dripping chopping and distant goat complaints. Inside the cottage, the heat from the hearth has turned the air thick and damp. You hang another braid of cabbage from a rafter using coarse twine and a short stick sharpened with your teeth. Yes, that happened earlier when no one could find a proper knife sharpener. You've accepted it now. You and the cabbage are one. The house smells like a pickled memory. The clay crocks used for fermentation are lined up in a tight row against the kitchen wall, each weighted with a smooth stone and a thin cloth lid tied with frayed string. You press the shredded cabbage into one with your fists pushing until the brine rises over your knuckles. It's cold, slimy. weirdly satisfying. Someone nearby burps. You're not sure if it's a person or the crock. Honestly, at this point, you don't care. Auntie, still wearing a headscarf that seems to defy gravity, hands you another bundle to prep. You want to cry, or sleep, or just stare at the fire until time gives up. But instead, you take the cabbage peel off the outer leaves and keep going. Later, you're sent out to dig a pit for vegetable scraps. Not because it's necessary, but because the pile out back has started attracting rats that are frankly too bold for anyone's comfort. The shovel you use has a splintered handle and a blade that wobbles like it's second-guessing your digging technique. You push it into the dirt anyway, foot on top, body weight leaning hard. The soil is dense from last night's frost, and every chunk takes effort. You sweat. You swear silently because the priest lives 2 cottages over. You dig. Eventually, the hole is deemed sufficiently rat-discouraging, and you dump a heap of wilted cabbage stalks inside, then cover them with a few armfuls of straw and some loose rocks. A dog watches you the whole time from a distance, licking its nose with disapproval. You return to the house, arms covered in dried soil and bits of vegetation. You try to wipe them on your tunic, but that just adds more cabbage scent to an already unfortunate situation. Back inside, your cousin is boasting about how fast he tied up 6 bundles of cabbage. You nod politely while imagining throwing a cabbage at his head. Finally, as evening creeps in for real, the day starts winding down. You bring in the last of the laundry, stiff and cold from the breeze, but at least dryish. You fold each piece with cracked fingers and place them in the wooden chest by the bed, which creaks like it knows secrets. Someone sneezes loudly. You flinch. Then someone else coughs. You flinch harder. Nothing spreads faster in a medieval cottage than fear of a bad cough. Dinner is late because boiling cabbage takes its sweet time. The soup is thick and sour, and someone added barley, which makes it surprisingly chewy. There's a slab of hard cheese to go around, which has to be cut with a knife that's also been used for rope and shoes today. You sip your broth slowly, watching the steam curl upward, and feel the day settling into your joints like stones at the bottom of a river. No one says much during dinner. You're too tired to talk, too hungry to pause. The fire cracks and pops, casting shadows across the low ceiling beams. The dog finally comes in and curls up near the hearth, radiating judgment and warmth. The smell of smoke, boiled cabbage, and old wood fills the air. It's terrible. It's familiar. It's home. After the bowls are scraped clean and the crumbs swept off the table, there's a final round of chores. You sweep the floor. You bring in 2 logs for the fire. You check the crocks. One has started bubbling ominously. You ignore it. You've had enough fermenting vegetables for one day. When it's finally time to lie down, you don't even make it fully onto your straw mat. You collapse halfway, face pressed into the blanket, boots still on. Someone nudges you. You grunt, pull off one boot, and then give up on the other. Your legs are done. Your arms are jelly. Your brain is cabbage. The candle flickers. A draft sneaks through the crack in the wall. You pull the blanket tighter and listen to the quiet murmurs of a house winding down for the night. Someone breathes deeply. Someone hums a lullaby under their breath. Someone, possibly the dog, passes gas. No one reacts. You think about the day, the frost, the knives, the pit, the never-ending piles of shredded greens, the fact that your hands still smell like vinegar and ash, the way your back feels like it aged a decade between lunch and sunset. And still you made it. You stare at the ceiling, waiting for sleep. It doesn't come quickly. Your brain replays conversations. Cabbage counts the way that slug launched itself at your boot. The laughter from earlier when your aunt dropped a crock lid and everyone pretended it was a demon. You smile in the dark. because it's ridiculous, all of it. But somehow you're proud of yourself. You did the thing. Tomorrow it might be pigs or firewood or shoes. But tonight you're a cabbage warrior, and you're going to sleep like one. You wake up to the sound of heavy footsteps and the unmistakable clatter of a bucket hitting the ground just outside the cottage door. There's a short pause, followed by a string of quiet curses in the voice of your cousin, the one who always insists on doing chores barefoot because it helps him connect with the soil. Apparently today, the soil fought back. You sit up slowly, blinking against the faint morning light, and stretch just enough to remember that your back still resents you for existing. Today is your turn at the village mill. The moment the word mill floats through your head, your shoulders sink a little. Not because grinding grain is hard, though it absolutely is, but because getting to the mill, waiting in line, keeping your sack safe from nosy goats and enduring the company of other grumpy villagers requires a specific kind of patience you haven't recharged yet. You throw off the blanket drag on yesterday's clothes and splash your face with a handful of cold water from the basin. It does the trick. You're awake now. Angry at the water maybe, but awake. The sack of barley is already tied up and waiting by the door. You heave it over your shoulder, well, you try to. It's heavier than you remember. You adjust, try again, and finally manage to balance the bulk of it across your back with both hands gripping the rope. As you step outside, the cold morning air greets you like an over-enthusiastic relative with icy breath and no boundaries. The walk to the mill takes nearly half an hour, most of it uphill on a winding, muddy path edged with low stone walls and skeptical sheep. The wind is sharp, slicing through your cloak and tugging at your hood. By the time you reach the halfway mark, you're sweating through your tunic, but your fingers are still numb. You pass 3 other villagers on their way back, each with fresh sacks of flour and the same exhausted expression you're currently developing. When you finally reach the mill, the wooden wheel is already turning, powered by a sluggish stream that's just barely flowing fast enough after last week's rain. The creaking sound it makes is loud and oddly comforting. You join the small line of people waiting at the mill's entrance, drop your sack at your feet, and prepare for the next phase of your day standing and not complaining. The miller is a large man with arms like ham hocks and a permanent scowl etched into his face like someone carved it with a spoon. He grunts when you reach the front of the line, grabs your sack, inspects the barley, and nods once. That's the entire interaction. You step back while he hauls it inside, and you take your place by the fire pit outside to wait. The fire isn't much, just a few logs smoldering under a crooked iron pot. But it's warmer than the wind, and a few other villagers are already gathered there. Someone offers you a roasted chestnut. You accept it gratefully. It burns your fingers and your tongue. You eat it anyway. It's the best part of your morning so far. Waiting takes time. You pass the minutes listening to village gossip. Someone claims they saw a fox sneaking into the priest's chicken coop again. Another says that one of the pigs gave birth to 7 piglets, 2 of which have suspicious markings and might be cursed. A third insists the baker is hiding honey loaves in her cellar and only sells them to people who give compliments. You mentally add compliment baker to your to-do list. When your name is finally called, you step into the mill and are greeted by a blast of warm, dusty air. The grinding wheel is loud, the air thick with flour dust, and the smell of grain fills your lungs in a way that makes you both hungry and oddly proud. You help the miller scoop your flour into a fresh sack, tie it closed with a frayed cord, and hoist it back onto your shoulder. It's lighter now, but somehow harder to carry. It shifts in strange ways, like it's trying to wriggle free. You thank the miller with a nod, step back outside, and begin the long walk home. By now the sky has cleared a little, revealing patches of soft blue between the clouds. The wind is calm, the sheep look less judgmental, and your boots no longer squelch quite so loudly. You pass a neighbor's child chasing a chicken with a spoon. You don't ask. When you reach the cottage, your arms are trembling. You set the flour down inside, stretch your back slowly, and collapse onto a bench near the hearth. Someone's stirring a pot of thin porridge. You don't ask what's in it. You just hold out your bowl and accept whatever lands in it. The flour sack is stored in the corner, tucked behind a barrel of dried beans and a stack of empty pots that no one wants to wash yet. After eating, you're asked to sweep out the storeroom, which is less a room and more a corner of the cottage where spiders live, tax-free. You grab the broom, a lopsided thing made of twigs and stubbornness, and begin pushing piles of dust, straw, and unknown debris into vaguely organized heaps. You find a lost spoon, a dried beet, and half a shoe. No one knows where the other half went. The spiders are unimpressed by your efforts. By the time you're done, your legs ache, your hands are raw from carrying flour, and your eyes are gritty with mill dust. You rinse your face with cool water, dry it on the corner of your sleeve, and sit back down by the fire. The sack of flour waits patiently in the corner, the physical proof of your effort. You stare at it, amazed at how something so plain can be so vital, how the bread, the porridge, the stew-thickening spoonfuls all begin with this bland, powdery thing. It's humbling in a way, and exhausting. You lie back on the bench, cloak pulled tight, eyes closing. The mill is behind you, and the bread still has to be baked. But that's tomorrow's problem. You don't remember falling asleep. But when you wake, the light outside has shifted from cool blue to golden gray. The fire has been stoked again. Someone's humming a soft, tuneless melody that mixes with the crackle of the hearth and the clink of pots being moved on the far side of the room. You're stiff, groggy, and covered in a fine dusting of flour from your earlier chore. You brush yourself off lazily, sit up and yawn so wide your jaw pops. It's not even evening yet, but you feel like you've lived an entire week in one day, and the day isn't done. The flour you brought home still needs to be stored properly. Some of it sifted, some set aside for baking. You help scoop handfuls into small linen bags, tie them with twine, and stack them carefully inside the storage chest near the kitchen wall. The smell of grain fills your nose again, dry, slightly sweet, earthy, in a way that sticks to the inside of your throat. Your cousin is already preparing the dough for tomorrow's loaves. He's mixing flour with a sour, lumpy starter saved from last week, muttering under his breath about the right texture. You sneak a finger into the bowl, dip it in the mixture, and taste. It's sour, sticky, and definitely alive. He smacks your hand away. You both laugh. Once the dough is kneaded into submission and set aside under a cloth to rise overnight, you begin another task, making torches. Apparently tonight's chore is to replace the old ones, and you've been volunteered. You head outside to the small storage hut behind the cottage, stepping carefully around a puddle that smells faintly of cabbage. Inside the hut is dark, cramped, and full of everything: tools, ropes, baskets, sacks, and a disorganized pile of oily rags and pine resin. You grab a bundle of sticks, wrap each one with a strip of cloth soaked in a mix of tallow and pitch, then bind it tightly with twine. The scent is overpowering, sharp, smoky, and greasy, but it clings to your hands in a way that reminds you of festival nights when torches lined the village square and children danced barefoot in the dust. You smile at the thought, then gag quietly as some of the resin drips onto your tunic. Back at the hearth, your sister is darning socks. Your uncle is sharpening a blade, and the dog is fast asleep on your straw mat like it owns the place. You throw a small stick toward it. It doesn't flinch. You sigh and let it stay. The cottage glows in the dimming light, cozy in the way only a place patched with 100 kinds of love and linen can be. You sit near the window watching the shadows stretch across the path outside. Smoke rises from the chimney next door. Someone calls out across the yard in a voice too faint to understand. A rooster lets out a confused crow far too late in the day. You take a deep breath and let the rhythm of the evening settle into your bones. Dinner tonight is flatbread made from the last scraps of flour before the new sack. It's tough but warm, cooked on a stone near the fire and smeared with goose fat and herbs. You eat it with your hands, careful not to drop crumbs, and savor the smoky crust and chewy center. It's not fancy. It's not even particularly good. But it's yours, made with your work, your flour, your fire. After dinner there's a story, because there always is. Tonight it's your aunt's turn, and she tells one about a traveling monk who swore he once saw a mountain that breathed. You ask what it smelled like. She says berries and brimstone. No one questions her. As the tale winds down, the younger children curl up near the fire, one of them using a cabbage-stuffed cloth bundle as a pillow. You help clean up, stack the wooden bowls, and feed a few scraps to the dog, who accepts them without moving more than its eyelids. The chores slow, the air grows heavier, sleep draws near. But before bed there's one last task of delivery. The village elder needs flour, and you've been asked to bring it. You grab a small satchel half full with the freshest portion and throw on your cloak. The path to her cottage is short, winding past the well and beneath the old chestnut tree where people hang ribbons for good fortune. Most are faded now, torn by wind and rain. One bright red strand catches your eye, new. You touch it briefly, a silent wish passing through your fingers. At the elder's door you knock gently. She opens it with a creak and a smile like folded parchment. You hand her the flour. She hands you a piece of dried pear in return. A fair trade. You eat it slowly on the walk back, chewing thoughtfully in the cool night. When you return, the fire is still glowing low. The others are half asleep or already deep in it. You hang your cloak, step over a snoring cousin, and gently nudge the dog off your mat. It groans, shifts, and settles on someone else's foot. You lie down the straw rustling beneath you and pull the blanket over your chest. The flour is ground, the bread is started, the torches are wrapped, the elder has what she needs, the chores are done. Not forever, just for tonight. And that's enough. As your eyes close, you think again about the ribbons in the tree, about flour dust floating in sunlight, about a mountain that breathes berries and fire. You smile to yourself. Life here is hard, but it's not without its quiet magic. You wake in the quiet stretch of early morning, that soft hour before the sky decides whether it wants to be gold or gray. The fire has died down again, leaving only a faint orange glow in the hearth and a curl of smoke rising like a whisper into the rafters. You stretch slowly, careful not to knock into the cousin snoring beside you, and sit up into the cold air that immediately slips down the back of your tunic like a rude ghost. Your feet find your boots by muscle memory. They're cold, always cold, but they're yours, and they're dry, and in this life that qualifies as good luck. Today you've been assigned a task with a certain prestige, helping the village beekeeper. Prestige, of course, is relative. You won't be wearing a crown. You won't even be thanked, most likely. But there's something special about honey, about the sticky gold sweetness that makes even a bowl of boiled barley taste like a festival. And while most villagers only see the final product carefully scooped into ceramic pots today, you'll see the work behind it. The stings, the smoke, the silent rhythm of wings. You grab a slice of coarse bread, chew it while you pack your satchel with gloves and cloth and step into the crisp morning. The frost is gone, but the air still has bite. Dew clings to the grass. The dirt path is slick. As you walk, the first rays of sun stretch across the fields like lazy fingers. A chicken crosses in front of you with absolutely no urgency. You don't ask why. The beekeeper lives at the edge of the village near the woods in a cottage that always smells faintly of wax and thyme. She's older than most, wiry and sharp-eyed, with hands stained yellow from years of honey handling and smoke tending. She nods at you once when you arrive, then gestures toward a bundle of tools already waiting by the hives. A smoker, a knife, strips of linen, and a large shallow basin for collecting the day's yield. No words of welcome, just work. You follow her to the apiary, a fenced-in area surrounded by a low hedge, half shadowed by tall trees that rustle even when there's no wind. The hives are arranged in rows, wooden boxes, stacked like books, some patched with leather, others banded with tin. A faint buzzing already hums in the air. It's not loud, not threatening, just present, like the sound of 1,000 tiny opinions. You begin by preparing the smoker, a small metal can with a bellows attached and a chamber for burning herbs. You stuff it with dried leaves and crushed pine, light it carefully, and begin to pump the smoke around the first hive in slow, practiced bursts. The beekeeper watches, arms crossed, nodding slightly. Approval, perhaps, or indigestion. It's hard to tell with her. The smoke doesn't harm the bees. It just calms them, dulls their panic response, masks the alarm pheromones they release when disturbed. You move carefully, lifting the top of the hive, exposing rows of combs, thick with golden syrup and busy workers. The bees buzz louder, but they don't scatter. They keep working. So do you. You scrape away the top layer of wax with a warm knife, careful not to crush any bees in the process. It's harder than it looks. Your hands are steady, but the bees are everywhere, crawling across your gloves, your sleeves, even your veil. You resist the urge to swat. The beekeeper says nothing, but you can feel her watching, judging, measuring. Honey oozes out of the combs, slow and glossy, pooling in the basin. The smell is rich and floral and almost dizzying. You scrape, pour, wipe, and scrape again, moving from hive to hive with your hands sticky and your breath tight behind the cloth of your veil. At one point, a bee lands on your nose, inside your veil. You freeze. Time freezes. The world becomes the sound of one small winged creature perched directly between your eyes. You do not scream. Instead, you stand perfectly still, heart thudding like a drum, eyes crossed in fear and confusion. After a long moment, the bee flies away. You exhale. The beekeeper raises one eyebrow and hands you another strip of wax cloth without comment. By midday, the basin is nearly full. The honey glows in the sunlight, thick and gold and speckled with flecks of wax and the occasional bee leg. You'll strain it later, filter it through linen, pour it into jars sealed with beeswax and string, but for now you just admire it. You carry the basin carefully back to the cottage arms, stiff fingers aching. Inside, the beekeeper sets out 2 mugs of weak tea and a plate of stale oatcakes, a feast by her standards. You sit, dip your bread in the honey, and taste the results of your labor. It's sweet, not just in flavor, but in meaning. This honey will go to the sick, the elderly, the priest's winter stores, and the midwife's pouch. A spoonful of this will soothe sore throats, flavor stews, seal wounds, and mark celebrations. You helped make that possible. The beekeeper doesn't thank you, but when you rise to leave, she hands you a small clay pot, sealed and warm in your hands. You walk home slower than usual, the honey tucked against your chest. The path is familiar, but the world looks sharper, somehow, greener, warmer, softer. You nod at passing neighbors. You hum a little tune. You smile without thinking. 1 jar of honey, 1 long day, 1 quiet pride. You return to the cottage with the little honey jar still warm in your hands, its golden weight more comforting than you'd expected. You step inside, brush off your boots against the doorframe, and find the cottage alive with motion. Someone stirring a pot, someone else arguing softly about whether the cheesecloth was meant for straining soup or polishing boots. You offer no opinion. You've spent your morning among bees, and somehow it's made everything else feel quieter. You place the jar gently on the shelf beside a row of clay pots filled with dried herbs, and for a moment you just watch the sunlight filter through it. The glow dances on the wall like a story waiting to be told. It's strange how a single pot of honey can hold the memory of a whole day. Before you can collapse into a seat, your aunt ropes you into helping with preparations for tomorrow's offerings to the shrine, gatherings of food, herbs, and small tokens meant to ensure the village stays protected through the long nights ahead. You help grind dried rosemary with a mortar and pestle until your hands smell like spice and smoke. The scent clings to you, mixes with beeswax on your sleeves, and forms a strange perfume of work and worship. Someone hands you a broom and points toward the front step. You sweep absent-mindedly, pushing bits of straw and mud off the worn stone threshold. You pause when you reach the doorway and glance outside. The sun is lower now, painting the village in amber light. Children are chasing one another past the well. A dog carries a stick twice its size. An older man is asleep on a bench, hat tipped over his eyes, snoring softly as if guarding a dream. You stand there longer than necessary, watching it all with a quiet stillness that rarely visits you. Maybe it's the honey. Maybe it's the leftover hum of bees in your bones. Either way, everything feels gentler. Inside, supper is brewing. The pot on the hearth bubbles with lentils, wild garlic, and a spoonful of that very honey you helped harvest. It softens the bitterness. It changes the scent of the room. You smile as the smell wraps around you like a worn blanket. Before dinner, you're tasked with helping hang more herbs from the beams. Above the fire, lavender, thyme, and bundles of drying sage. As you tie them up with loops of twine, you remember something the beekeeper said in passing in her usual clipped tone. Good honey lasts forever if you store it right. It never sours. Just like good work. You'd brushed it off then. But now suspended here between shadow and firelight, the thought lingers. Dinner is quiet tonight. People eat with the slow movements of those who've worked hard and don't need to speak to know they're understood. You dip your bread into the lentil stew, the sweetness of honey turning each bite into something deeper than nourishment. Someone compliments the flavor. Your aunt says nothing, but she glances at you, then at the jar on the shelf. Afterward, there's still more to do. There always is. You help scrub bowls, dry spoons, and stack wooden plates against the wall. The cloths are hung by the fire to dry, and someone refills the water basin outside with a creaky bucket drawn from the well. You carry a small pot of water back inside, careful not to spill any. It's colder now. Night is beginning to settle. You sit by the hearth with a fresh piece of linen in your lap, mending a hole in one of your cousin's sleeves. Your stitches are crooked, but they hold. The thread pulls tightly under your fingers, and the rhythm is soothing. You hum a tune you picked up from the beekeeper's corner of the village, a low, droning melody with no words and no clear ending. Just a loop like the days themselves. The fire burns lower. The room dims. One by one, your family begins to drift toward their sleeping places. You gather your blanket fluff, your straw mat, and settle near the corner where the warmth is strongest. The dog beats you to it, of course, but you both find space. You always do. Before sleep, your thoughts return to the hives, the soft buzzing, the smoky veil, the sudden moment of stillness when a bee landed on your face and everything became breath and instinct. You remember the basin filling with golden threads of sweetness. You remember the old woman's hands, firm, cracked, and utterly sure. You wonder how many years she's done this, how many more she'll do, how many jars she's filled that fed a baby, soothed a cough, sweetened a prayer. You close your eyes to that thought. Outside, the wind picks up gently, rattling the shutters like an old friend knocking. The embers shift. Somewhere across the village, a flute plays a single wavering note before falling quiet again. And in the darkness, that little honey jar glows faintly in the firelight. A reminder that even the smallest work can be something golden. You wake to a strange sound, not the usual rooster's late crow, or the goats grumbling through the wall, or even your cousin's morning ritual of knocking over the same wooden bucket every single day. No, this sound is softer, uneven, rhythmic, in a way that pulls your attention even before you open your eyes. It's hammering, which means today is not going to be a quiet day. You roll over, blink into the hazy morning light seeping through the cracks in the wooden wall, and groan as your shoulder reminds you of yesterday's herb-hanging marathon. Your cloak has slid halfway across the floor during the night. Your feet are cold, your hands are stiff, and someone has apparently decided that this is the perfect morning to build something. You sit up, push aside your blanket, and shuffle toward the door in your half-buttoned tunic. Outside, the sun is low and gold, and the path is lined with muddy footprints and the unmistakable trail of wheelbarrow ruts. Men are gathered near the center of the village, hauling logs and stacking rough-hewn planks. Someone has set up a table with tools, saws, nails, wooden mallets, ropes. You hear a few grunts, a brief argument about beam measurements, and a loud sneeze from someone standing in a cloud of sawdust. Turns out today is construction day, specifically the day the village begins reinforcing the outer wall. It's been on everyone's mind since the last storm loosened part of the palisade. Not that anyone expects an invasion. This isn't the sort of place that attracts soldiers or bandits, but weather is its own kind of siege. Wind, rain, frost all conspire to erode everything from fences to footbridges. So today, you're part of the crew that's going to rebuild a section of the village boundary before it becomes a suggestion rather than a structure. You're handed a hammer before you're even properly awake. It's heavy, slightly too long, and smells like old pine resin and rust. Your breakfast is a hunk of bread with a smear of soft cheese and a single boiled turnip eaten while walking. You join the others at the edge of the work site where piles of logs have already been laid out in rows. The old wall stands uneven and weary, its lower beams rotting, top edges jagged like teeth. Your task is to help replace the bottom half of a section, digging new holes for vertical posts and bracing them with stones. You're paired with two neighbors, one quiet, one loud. The loud one is telling a story about a time he got chased by a pig through 3 fields while holding a pie. You only half listen. Your focus is on the ground, the post hole, the strain in your shoulders. Digging is its own kind of meditation. The earth resists you at first, packed tight and cold. Then it gives way in clumps, moist and fragrant, full of roots that tug at your spade like small hands. You dig 2 feet down, press the post into the center, and begin packing stones around its base. Sweat runs down your back despite the chill. Dirt sticks to your cuffs. Your knees ache. Above you, the hammering continues. A young boy is measuring support beams with a length of string that's clearly been chewed at both ends. You don't ask. Someone nearby curses as they drop a beam on their own foot. The rhythm of work is chaotic, loud, imperfect, but it moves forward. At one point, you pause to drink from a water pouch passed around the group. Its lukewarm tastes faintly of metal, but it does the job. You lean against a log, catch your breath, and glance toward the trees beyond the wall. The forest is still and dark, the kind of stillness that makes your skin prickle. You've been out there before for firewood, for herbs once, even for mushrooms, but it always feels like stepping into someone else's house uninvited. You're glad the wall is being repaired. Back to work. You lift the next post with the help of the loud neighbor who now insists he once arm wrestled a monk and lost on purpose out of respect. The post slips in the mud and nearly crushes your foot. You curse under your breath and redirect the story back to pigs. Pigs are safer. You've spent hours now lifting, hammering, adjusting. Your gloves are frayed. Your elbows throb. You've got splinters in places that defy logic, but the wall is slowly taking shape. The new posts line up neatly. The braces hold. The rope lashings are tight. Someone even carved a tiny face into one of the support beams. No one knows who did it. No one minds. Lunch is a communal affair. Boiled beans, a slice of onion pie, and a shared crock of pickled something. You sit in a circle near the well, stretch your legs, and let your body hum with the ache of effort. The food is simple but somehow delicious after a morning of hammering. You chew slowly, feeling every bite like a reward. Someone plays a short tune on a bone flute. Someone else falls asleep with a bowl still in their lap. The mood is light, tired, satisfied. You glance back at the wall and feel a surprising flicker of pride. It's not perfect, but it's holding. After lunch, the work resumes with fewer jokes and more groaning. Your arms are heavier, your back is stiff, and the hammer in your hand feels twice as heavy as it did an hour ago. But there's no stopping, not when half the wall is still leaning like an old man caught mid-nap, and the rest of the posts are scattered across the grass like wooden soldiers waiting for orders. You take a deep breath, roll your shoulders until something pops in a way that may or may not be legal, and start again. The next part of the job involves fitting horizontal beams between the upright posts. These aren't light. They're long, thick, and stubborn. You and the loud neighbor lift one together, while a boy on a ladder tries to align the ends with pre-cut notches. The first attempt goes poorly. The beam slips, your foot slides, and everyone ends up in the mud. No injuries, just pride and trousers. The second attempt works better. You wedge the beam into place, pound it with mallets until it thuds into alignment, and secure it with 2 iron nails driven in with a hammer so old it has a personality. By mid-afternoon, a rhythm settles in: lift, hold, hammer, wince, repeat. The clouds above begin to gather slowly, casting wide shadows across the village green. You feel a breeze shift, the kind that warns of rain an hour before the first drop. One of the older workers mutters something about stormlight. You pick up the pace. Everyone does. There's a shared urgency that comes with living close to nature. Weather is never just weather. It's a deadline, a threat, a race. As you carry another beam toward the next gap in the wall, you glance down and see a scrap of parchment nailed to one of the old posts. It's barely legible, the ink faded and the corner chewed by insects, but you can still make out the word mercy written in a careful hand. Probably an old charm, a plea, maybe even a prayer. You run your fingers over it lightly before moving on. You finish your next section just as the first raindrop hits the tip of your nose, then another, then 20. Within seconds, the sky opens up. The rain isn't violent. It doesn't crash down in sheets or whip around corners like it does during summer storms. It falls steady, cold and heavy, soaking through fabric, plastering hair to skin, turning earth into a slick brown soup. Tools are scrambled for baskets of nails covered with oilcloth, and someone yells to prop a tarp over the wood pile. You grab one end of a canvas and help another worker stretch it across the unfinished supplies, tying knots quickly with wet fingers. The wall, now halfway reinforced, gleams with rain. The new posts darken. The beams swell. And yet, despite the downpour, no one leaves. The work slows, yes, but it doesn't stop. You keep going, hammering in the last brace, wiping your eyes between each swing. Your tunic clings to your back. Mud cakes your boots. You slip once, laugh, and keep moving. Eventually someone calls it too wet, too slick, too late in the day. Tools are gathered, the wall is inspected, and everyone trudges toward shelter, soaked but satisfied. You follow them into the meeting hall, A large barn-like structure with a high roof, a wide hearth, and a floor lined with rushes that squish unpleasantly underfoot. Inside, people wring out their sleeves, stomp off their shoes, and set wet cloaks near the fire. You find a spot near a low bench, flop onto it, and sigh so deeply it could qualify as a prayer. The village elder arrives a few minutes later, a short woman with bright eyes and an eternal frown, and inspects the logbook someone's kept of today's repairs. She grunts once, scribbles something, and gives the group a rare, wordless nod of approval. That's it. No speech, no ceremony, just acknowledgement. Someone passes around mugs of warm ale, thin, slightly sour, but blessedly hot. You drink slowly, watching steam curl around your fingers. A bowl of roasted chestnuts appears. You take two, burn your tongue slightly, and still eat both in seconds. The room smells of wet wool wood smoke and the sweet tang of sap from freshly cut beams. As the rain continues to drum against the roof, conversation turns to lighter things: the price of eggs, the mystery of the disappearing ladle, and the rumor that someone saw a white fox near the barley fields last night. The loud neighbor claims he once followed a fox for a mile because he thought it was leading him to buried treasure. You ask if it did. He says, sort of, and refuses to elaborate. Eventually, people begin to drift home. You walk back slowly through the wet grass, the village lights flickering through mist like sleepy stars. Your legs feel like carved wood. Your fingers are raw. Your shoulders burn. And yet, you smile. Because today you helped raise something solid. You helped build something that might outlast you. Back at the cottage, you change out of your wet clothes, lay your boots by the fire, and run your hands through your damp hair. Someone hands you a bowl of soup, lukewarm, full of greens, but comforting in its simplicity. You eat by the hearth in silence, watching the flames dance behind the grate. When it's time for sleep, you curl under your blanket, sore and still slightly damp, but wrapped in the quiet satisfaction of earned exhaustion. You think about the wall. You think about the little note that said mercy. You think about how everything you touched today was heavier than expected, but still worth lifting. And before sleep pulls you under, you imagine the sound of hammers echoing into tomorrow, still building, still bracing, still holding. You wake with dirt beneath your nails, soreness in your calves, and the vague memory of a dream involving foxes wearing boots. It's not the strangest thing you've dreamed. Last week featured a talking carrot with tax advice, but it's odd enough to linger. You sit up slowly, feel every muscle complain in sequence, and pull the blanket tighter around your shoulders. Your boots are still damp from yesterday. So is your left sock. You change neither. Outside, the air is sharp, the kind of cold that makes you blink twice before stepping out. The sky is pale and overcast, like someone smeared gray ash across it with wide, impatient fingers. The village is quiet this morning. Too quiet. You half expect to see smoke from the bakery or hear someone yelling at a cow, but nothing. Just wind. Just the sound of your own footsteps on the packed dirt path as you walk toward the well. You're halfway through drawing water when you notice the sign, a small square of slate propped beside the path near the chapel gate. A single word scratched in white chalk: inspection. And just like that, you remember. Today is tithe day. Or more precisely, today is the day the steward arrives from the manor to collect inventory, taxes, and judgments. Once a month, like clockwork, the steward rides into the village with a ledger the size of a sleeping mat and the expression of someone who's never been satisfied a single day in his life. His job to record what's grown, what's owed, what's broken, and who sneezed near the grain stores. You groan quietly, sling your full bucket onto your hip, and head back to the cottage. The steward won't arrive until mid-morning, but there's work to do before then. The front yard must be tidied, the tools accounted for. The livestock paraded past a man who once deducted 3 eggs because a hen looked unmotivated. You don't make the rules, you just survive them. Inside, the family is already moving. Your aunt is brushing straw off the threshold with a broom made of twigs. Your cousin is oiling the door hinges so they don't squeak. You're handed a rag and told to polish the ladle, the good one, the one you only use when someone official is watching. Breakfast is hurried stale bread dunked in warm milk eaten standing up. No one talks much. The tension hangs heavy the way it always does when someone from the manor comes down to count things. It's not that people have something to hide, it's just that the steward has a gift for making you feel guilty, for breathing near his quill. By the time the steward arrives riding a pale, suspiciously clean horse and followed by 2 assistants with scrolls and measuring rods, the entire village has assembled, not out of excitement but necessity. You line up with the others near the green hands behind your back feet, slightly apart, trying to look productive but not suspicious. The steward doesn't speak at first. He dismounts, brushes invisible dust from his sleeve, and opens his ledger with theatrical slowness. The inspection begins. He moves from house to house, asking how many bushels of barley were harvested, how many loaves baked this week, how many nails remain in the tool chest. At one point, he sniffs a pot of pickled cabbage and frowns so deeply it feels personal. He measures a fence post with a string, raises an eyebrow at the angle of someone's roof, and writes sloping in the margin like it's a crime. When he reaches your cottage, you're ready. Sort of. You stand beside your aunt as she presents the flour sacks, the preserved herbs, the stack of dried fish wrapped in wax cloth. The steward nods occasionally, makes marks in his book, and taps a wooden spoon against a crock as if listening for deception. Then he steps outside, walks slowly around the cottage, and stops by the woodpile. It's low. You know it, he knows it, everyone knows it. He turns, squints, and asks short on firewood. You open your mouth to answer, but your aunt cuts in. First, storm broke the good axe. We're gathering with hand tools. He nods, writes something, and moves on. Crisis averted. Maybe. After the inspection ends, the steward returns to his horse, closes the ledger, and announces this month's tallies. Most households have met their quota. A few haven't. One family is given a warning. Another, a fine, a small one paid in eggs, and one wool hat that the steward accepts with visible distaste. Then he leaves, trailed by dust and tension, and the knowledge that he'll be back all too soon. The village exhales as one. You return home, legs sore from standing still, and jaw tight from fake smiling. You flop onto the nearest bench and let your head tip back against the wall. The ceiling has a new spider web in the corner. You consider naming it after the steward. Outside, normal life resumes. Someone is laughing again. A dog chases a bird through the puddles near the road. You hear a hammer strike in the distance, someone repairing something the steward disapproved of. Probably a fence, possibly their pride. Inside, your aunt finally lets out a breath she's been holding since sunrise. She pulls the good ladle from the hook and mutters back to the drawer where it belongs. You smirk. She smirks back. And just like that, it's over. The day stretches ahead with fewer rules now. You grab a stack of firewood from beside the hearth, head out to gather more, and find the sun starting to peek through the clouds in soft stripes. You still have chores to finish, splinters to earn, dirt to wear. But the pressure's gone. For now, at least. The woods feel quieter than usual this afternoon, as though even the birds have decided to take a break after the steward's visit. You carry your woven sack in one hand, a small axe looped through your belt, and your footsteps soften against the damp earth as you head toward the grove where dry branches are most abundant. There's a stillness in the air that isn't quite eerie, just thoughtful. Even the wind seems to whisper instead of rustle. You pause by a fallen log to gather kindling thin sticks, dry moss, brittle curls of bark. Nothing grand, just the things that make warmth easier to summon when your fingers are cold and your patience is short. A few beetles scurry at the edges unbothered. You tip your head back and glance through the canopy. The sky's still gray, but lighter now. Blue might be out there somewhere. As you reach the clearing with the crooked birch tree, your favorite for its distinctive lean and the way the bark peels like curled scrolls, you start collecting larger branches. Not for burning today, but to store, to split, to stack. Your hands move automatically, finding weight balance and rhythm. A good log sounds different when you tap it against another. You've learned that. After a while, you sit for a moment on a stump, smoothed by decades of woodcutters before you. You pull a strip of dried apple from your pocket, chew slowly, and let your eyes wander across the underbrush. There's a rabbit trail winding near the edge of the trees. You spot its soft indentations in the mud, almost dainty. You wonder where it leads. Then your mind drifts, because it always does. When you're out here back to the ledger, the steward's quill, the sensation of being measured by someone who doesn't know the taste of your bread or the name of your goats. You wonder if the manor is warm, if they count cobwebs in their halls, or notice when the wind howls through a warped window. You doubt it. You imagine the steward arguing with a candle. But then again, maybe he's just as tired as the rest of you. Maybe he writes sloping roof and weak firewood. Not because he's cruel, but because he's been told it matters. That someone above him will ask, and someone above that, someone will frown. A long chain of sighs and ink and decisions made far from where feet get muddy. You imagine the steward in bed tonight staring at the ceiling thinking, did I overreact about the fence? Probably not, but the thought makes you chuckle. You gather your bundle and begin the walk home, the load heavier than expected, but still manageable. The village appears between the trees as the sun begins its descent. A thin column of smoke rises from the baker's chimney again. Clearly, someone got their oven back in working order. You smell something faintly sweet. Maybe apple mash. Maybe wishful thinking. Back at the cottage, you stack your wood neatly beside the door. Your cousin calls out from inside that supper is ready. Barley stew with a scrap of dried sausage stirred in a luxury after such a formal morning. You enter, wash your hands in the basin near the hearth, and sit cross-legged on the floor mat bowl, in lap spoon in hand. The first bite tastes like triumph and a little too much salt. The second bite tastes like home. During the meal, your aunt tells a story about the time the steward lost his boot in the pig pen and tried to pretend it hadn't happened. Everyone laughs. You imagine the pigs shaking their heads. Afterward, someone lights the candle on the table, and the shadows rise up to dance across the beams of the low ceiling like quiet puppets. You help clean the bowls, fold the worn linen cloth, and check that the latch on the door is firm. It is. The fire is banked for the night. A single coal glows like a tiny heart inside the hearth. You sit nearby and watch it for a while, head tilted, body limp, with the kind of fatigue that doesn't feel like failure, but completion. Later before bed, you write a single word on a scrap of old parchment and tuck it behind the beam where the steward once glanced. Enough! It's not a complaint, not a protest, just a reminder that what you did today, stand, present, answer, laugh, was enough. That what the village offered flour, wool, dignity was enough. That your quiet life, measured by hands and seasons and bread, is more than enough. When you finally lie down to sleep, the wind outside has picked up. It hums against the window and weaves through the eaves like a song only old wood can understand. Your eyes close slowly, your breath deepens. and your thoughts drift to lighter things, like whether the steward ever dreams of talking carrots. You wake before dawn, not because anyone called you, but because your body has learned the rhythm of the light. It always does, eventually. There's a strange satisfaction in rising before the birds when the world is still silver and hushed. You slip out of your blanket, step onto the cool earthen floor, and move like a shadow past the others still sleeping. The dog snores softly. The coals in the hearth are faint red embers blinking like they're struggling to stay awake too. You stoke the fire with practiced hands, add a few slivers of bark, a pinch of dried moss, and wait until the first flame stretches up like it's yawning. You boil water with mint leaves left over from the last market trade and sip the warm bitterness in silence. It tastes like quiet confidence, like something ancient. Today, you're not working on walls or gathering firewood. Today is something a little stranger, a little less predictable. You've been asked to help the village scribe. No one really knows what the scribe does all day. He doesn't farm, he doesn't bake, he's rarely seen at the well. He has an entire shed near the back of the chapel filled with scrolls, ink pots, and things you're probably not allowed to sneeze near. His job is to keep records, not the tax kind, but the village kind. Stories, land maps, names of the dead, names of the living too, though you suspect some entries are outdated. One time a child disappeared from the record entirely after moving 3 houses down. You arrive just after sunrise, the sky still draped in pale lavender, and knock lightly on the wooden door marked with a spiral. A pause. Then the door creaks open, revealing a thin man in a robe that looks more like a curtain than clothing. He peers at you over his spectacles and says, "Ah, you're the one with the legs." It takes you a second to realize this is his way of greeting someone young. He waves you inside. The scribe's space is unlike anything else in the village. The air smells of beeswax, charcoal, and something dry, parchment maybe, or secrets. Scrolls line the walls in neat bundles tied with colored thread. A large table dominates the center of the room, covered in charts, diagrams, and a half-eaten pear. In the corner, a low shelf holds a collection of curious items: a clay whistle, a pressed flower between glass, a twisted piece of iron shaped like a fish. He gives you no formal instruction. Instead, he points to a stool, hands you a clean quill, and unrolls a sheet of vellum with a thump. Today, he says, we write the orchard's lineage. You blink. The what? He adjusts his glasses, expression serious. The lineage. Every tree. Planted, when, by whom, under what sky. Trees have families too, you know. They don't gossip as much, but they remember. And with that you begin. The first half hour is slow. Names you barely recognize, dates tied to moons instead of months, scribbled marginalia in Latin that the scribe refuses to translate. You dip the quill shape each letter carefully and learn quickly that ink does not forgive. Mistakes are scraped off with a small blade and much judgment. You're halfway through the list of pear trees when he pauses to refill the ink and casually says, "Did you know one of these trees caused a scandal?" You raise an eyebrow. He nods solemnly. 2 families argued over who planted it. They spent a season trying to prove it. Eventually, they agreed to let it fall naturally and plant a new one from the old fruit. You ask who won. He shrugs. The tree, I suppose. As the morning deepens, you begin to find a rhythm in the writing, the curves of the letters, the pause before each name, the weight of meaning behind something as simple as near the well south-facing. You're not just copying information, you're preserving memory, giving shape to a history no one will read unless something goes wrong. At midday, you stop for bread and cheese eaten on the step outside. The sun is finally warm, the clouds lazily stretched across the blue. You watch a few children chase a chicken in dizzying circles. Someone shouts from across the field that the river's running high today. Someone else laughs too hard at a joke you don't catch. Life continues. Back inside, the scribe shows you how to press a wax seal. He demonstrates once, then steps back and lets you try. Your first seal looks more like a squashed beetle than an official mark, but he simply says, history isn't pretty. It's just true. In the afternoon, you begin mapping. Not the village itself, too big, too full of disputes, but a single corner near the orchard. He hands you a square of linen marked with faint guidelines, a pot of dark ink, and a brush with 3 bristles. Draw what you know, he says, not what you expect. You sketch slowly the bend of the path, the old bench with one missing leg, the tree that leans like it's whispering to the well. It's not perfect, but it feels right. As the sun starts to dip, the scribe rolls up your writing labels it in looping script and tucks it into a wooden box. Come back tomorrow, he says, without looking up. You have good wrists. The ink likes you. You walk home with stained fingers and aching neck and a head full of names you've never spoken aloud before. You've never felt so tired from sitting still or so strangely fulfilled. That night, as you lie under your blanket, you think about the orchard, about trees with names, about a village that remembers through ink what the wind tries to erase. And just before sleep pulls you under, you whisper the name of the tree no one claimed, because someone should remember it. The next morning, you return to the scribe's shed with a new sense of purpose and a sore hand. Your fingers are stiff, slightly ink-stained from yesterday, and your wrist aches like it's carried buckets, not letters. But there's something oddly satisfying about that ache. You earned it with silence and patience, not sweat and blisters. It feels different, quieter. The scribe greets you with a grunt that might be approval. He hands you a scroll case and a thin roll of parchment. Today you'll deliver this to the miller, he says, and you'll observe. Not spy, observe. You open the scroll squint at the unfamiliar script and spot a date, a name, and a sketch of a water wheel. He offers no further explanation, just a nod toward the road. So you walk. The path to the mill is short, but winding, lined with low stone walls, elderflower bushes, and the occasional wild chicken who refuses to be herded by anyone. The mill sits near the edge of the river, which is unusually loud today, probably from last night's rain. Its wheel churns steadily, creaking like an old man stretching his spine. The miller greets you with flour-dusted hands and a voice that booms even when he's whispering. A message, he says, squinting at the scroll, or a complaint. You tell him it's just a record. He snorts. Records are just complaints in disguise. Still he reads it, nods slowly, and waves you inside. The interior of the mill is warm and soft with powder. Flour hangs in the air like snow that never lands. The grinding stone turns with slow grace, a rhythm that speaks of time, weight, and hunger. You sit near the window and watch as instructed. You observe. You notice how the miller checks the grain, not just by eye, but by smell, by sound. He listens to the way it pours, how it whispers as it shifts in the sack. You wouldn't have thought grain had a voice, but here it is, dry, shy, precise. He mutters to himself as he works, but kindly, like he's speaking to the grain, not about it. You realize this man could be a poet if he didn't need to feed a village. When he pauses, he offers you a small cake of barley and honey, still warm from the hearth behind the grinding room. You thank him, take a bite, and find it chewy and sweet with a hint of smoke. He watches you eat like he's testing for honesty. Then he asks, "Did the scribe tell you why he sent you?" You shake your head. He chuckles, figures. That old man thinks learning happens better when you're confused. He points to the wheel. Watch how the water hits. Too slow, the wheel stutters. Too fast, it splashes uselessly. Just right, it turns smooth. That's how writing works too. Don't push the words, don't hold them back, let them flow. You nod, though you're still not entirely sure what you're supposed to take home. but you're beginning to understand that not all lessons arrive as answers. Later, you help him lift a sack of milled flour onto a cart for delivery to the bakehouse. It's heavier than it looks, much heavier. You nearly fall backward and the miller catches your elbow with a grin. Words are light, he says, but bread is truth. When the cart rolls down the path, he walks with you halfway home. Along the way, he points out the split in the road where travelers once argued over which branch led to the monastery. Turns out both were wrong. The monastery is in the other direction entirely. Before parting ways, he hands you a small pouch. For the scribe, he says. It's just dried yeast. But tell him it's magic dust if he asks. You return to the shed pouch in hand, head full of metaphors you don't quite understand yet. The scribe is where you left him, surrounded by scrolls, nose deep in ink. He takes the pouch, sniffs it, and raises an eyebrow. Ah, Miller humor. Dangerous stuff. Then, without looking at you, he unrolls a new sheet and gestures to the stool. Today we begin the catalog of repairs. You sit and write and write. It turns out even broken fences have stories. Nails that bent too soon. Hinges that rusted from sea wind. Plaster that cracked because of a goat's tantrum. You document each with the solemnity of a monk. Because if something was worth fixing, it's worth remembering. Hours pass in stillness. Just quill against parchment. Just your breath and the slight tremble in your hand. The sun shifts through the tiny window, brushing gold across the ink like it's blessing your work. At one point you pause to flex your fingers, and the scribe finally speaks. Why do you think we write it all down? You hesitate, unsure if it's a riddle. He answers himself before you can. Because someday, someone will want to know why the bench near the oak is missing a leg. And I want them to know it wasn't time or rot. It was kindness. It was lent for firewood in a storm. And in that moment you understand. History isn't just kings and wars and treaties. It's flower and fences. It's which path the traveler took. It's the name of the tree no one claimed. It's the memory of kindness in a storm. And you're writing it down, one ink stain at a time. This morning, the scribe greets you with a nod that barely counts as a gesture. He doesn't offer his usual sarcastic comment or quietly judge your posture. Instead, he hands you a tiny, folded piece of parchment with a single phrase scrawled on it in dark, cramped ink. Go to the bell tower. Listen. That's it. No inkpot, no map, no clarification, just those 4 words and a look that suggests there will be consequences if you come back too quickly. You glance at the parchment again as you step outside, wondering if this is some kind of test. The bell tower isn't a place most people visit unless it's a feast day or a fire. It's old, slightly crooked, and hasn't been renovated since long before your grandmother's grandmother was born. Still, it stands watch over the village like a silent, judgmental uncle, one who sees everything but rarely speaks. The path there isn't difficult, but it weaves through the quieter parts of the village, the back alleys where cats sleep in clay pots and chickens patrol like they own the place. You pass by a weaver's window and catch a glimpse of soft blue cloth being stretched. And farther on, a baker is singing something cheerful and deeply off-key, while thumping dough with the energy of someone settling an old grudge. When you reach the bell tower's base, the wooden door creaks open with a sigh. The hinges complain loudly, echoing up the spiral stairs. Inside it smells like dust and time. The stones are cool to the touch, worn smooth by centuries of careful feet. You climb slowly, careful not to slip, and each step makes your legs ache a little more than you'd like to admit. It's not a tall tower, but it insists on feeling like one. At the top, there's little more than an open space with arched windows on 4 sides and the great bronze bell hanging like a suspended thought. The rope is frayed, knotted, and clearly dangerous to anyone foolish enough to try ringing it without good reason. You avoid it, choosing instead to sit near one of the openings. You let your legs dangle over the edge and take in the view. And then you listen. At first your ears notice only the obvious bird song, the occasional shout from the marketplace, the rhythmic splash of water wheels turning near the river's bend. The sounds blend together like a warm hum. But slowly, as you breathe and settle into stillness, the layers begin to separate. You hear the clatter of pans being washed, the clink of tools in a blacksmith shop, the distant creak of a wooden cartwheel in need of repair. A child laughs a high bubbling sound from somewhere near the chapel and is answered by another voice, lower teasing. The village below becomes a living thing, its heartbeat pulsing in these tiny human sounds. No declarations, no dramatic announcements. Just ordinary people doing ordinary things in a way that makes the world feel remarkably intact. You wonder what it must be like to grow old listening to this rhythm every day. To hear the differences between an early spring morning and a late autumn one, just by the way the wind hits the rooftops. You try to memorize the tone of the rooster's crow and the way it cuts across the groan of a closing barn door. Every note feels like a syllable in a language only the tower can understand. A group of boys races into view down below. They chase each other in uneven circles, one of them holding what appears to be a wooden spoon like a sword. You watch them collide, tumble, argue, and then burst into laughter again. A woman nearby calls out and they scatter, leaving only their echoes behind. You stay until the sun rises high enough to bleach the sky pale. Then you climb back down knees, a little shaky shoes coated in a fine layer of dust. You expect the scribe to bombard you with questions the moment you return. Instead, he gestures toward the writing desk and says simply, "Now write what you didn't hear." You stare at the parchment for a while, unsure how to begin. But then the silence reminds you. You write about the absence of the forge's hammer. The blacksmith who has worked every morning without fail was silent today. You write about the quiet between the barks of the village dog, about the lack of gossip in the square, the way the wind filled that space instead, as if trying to pretend everything was fine. And then, without meaning to, you write about yourself, about how it felt to sit above everything, not with power, but with patience. You describe the weight of air, the shape of a pause, the strange intimacy of sound when it's treated like a secret. The scribe reads in silence. When he finishes, he nods and reaches for a cup of broth, sipping thoughtfully. There's an old debate, he says slowly, about why bells are rung for the dead. You look up from your ink-stained fingers. One side believed it woke the soul for its journey. The other said it warned the living that time is short. You ask which side was right. He shrugs. One got canonized, the other got quoted. You think about that the rest of the day. In the afternoon, you return to the bell tower, this time with permission. You bring a scrap of cheese, a heel of bread, and a folded blanket. You don't climb for duty this time. You climb because the village sounds different from up there and you want to hear what else you've missed. You notice that sound travels in waves, not just of volume, but of meaning. A shout can be warning or joy. A cry can be hunger or celebration. From this height, you begin to understand how scribes listen not with ears, but with context. Later, you find a scrap of paper tucked into a gap in the stone wall at the top of the tower. It's old creased, probably lost long ago. It says only someone will remember if someone listens. You pocket it without telling the scribe. That evening, you don't write. You sit at the fire, eyes closed, letting the crackle of the hearth stitch itself into your thoughts. You hear the wind push gently at the cottage walls. You hear someone walking past outside, heavy steps, dragging slightly, maybe the shepherd again. And you realize that sound is memory, just softer. Before bed, you add one line to your notes. Today I learned silence can be full. And it is. The next day, you wake up before the sun even touches the rooftops. Your room is hushed, still bathed in the blue-gray hush of early dawn. You're not sure what stirred you awake, perhaps a dream, or maybe the faint echo of the bell tower still singing somewhere in your bones. But your body moves before your mind catches up. You rise, stretch quietly, and reach for your boots without thinking. Something about yesterday's stillness made a space in you, and now that space wants to be filled. You don't go to the scribe's shed this time, not yet. You take a detour through the orchard where the fruit trees are just beginning to hint at ripeness. The air smells of dew and distant bread. You pass the stone well where water always sounds louder before breakfast and pause for a sip from your hands. It's cold enough to sting your teeth, but it brings you fully awake. By the time you arrive at the shed, the scribe is already there, bent over a small heap of torn parchment. He doesn't greet you this time. He simply places a hand on the stack and says, "These were meant to be songs. Someone burned them. Now we piece them back together." You sit beside him and the two of you begin. Each fragment is tiny, a corner of a line, a smudge of ink, a curve that could have once been a musical note or the tail end of a letter. You don't speak. You just compare edges, textures, patterns in the handwriting. Sometimes when a match clicks, the scribe lets out the faintest which from him is practically a standing ovation. After a while, you realize what's strange. The songs are not prayers, not chants for royalty or noble houses. They're love songs. Soft domestic, clearly written by someone with more affection than training. The notes are simple. The lyrics even simpler. Lines like, "Your bread is never warm enough until your hands have touched it." The scribe finally says, "These were composed by a woman named Rima. She used to live near the granary. Never learned to write formally, but she could hum memory into melody better than most court composers." You ask why her songs were burned. He looks at you, eyes heavy. She died young. The man she loved married someone else. His wife found the songs. You feel a shift in your chest, like something has cracked open just slightly. You keep piecing together the lines, and suddenly it starts to feel less like an exercise and more like a recovery, like you're helping a ghost speak again. You whisper one line aloud as you complete it, "I left flour in your pockets." So you'd come back by mistake. And you both go still because the room feels different now, like the parchment is listening. At midday, the scribe says you've done enough. He takes the pages you've restored, smooths them, and gently places them into a wooden folder that smells of lavender and dust. "Not everything we save will be read," he mutters, "but some things deserve the chance to wait." Then he hands you another task. "Go ask the potter what silence feels like." That's all. So off you go back out into the village where the air is warm now, and the chickens are taking aggressive naps in the shade. The potter's hut sits near the riverbank, its walls spattered in reds, browns, and whites, like someone tried painting with their eyes closed. Inside, it's hotter than you expect. A kiln glows in the corner, and shelves sag beneath bowls and cups that look too delicate to have come from such heat. The potter doesn't greet you right away. He's too busy shaping something small on his wheel, but eventually he says, "You're the scribe's shadow, aren't you?" You nod. "Good," he says. "Then you'll understand this." He lifts the clay from the wheel, a lump still wet, and places it gently onto a wooden slab. "This," he says, "is silence." You stare at it, confused. It holds everything, he explains. Form, idea, potential. But it hasn't spoken yet. Once I shape it into a bowl, it'll have a purpose. It'll echo when touched, ring when struck. But now it's waiting. You ask if silence is better than sound. He laughs, shaking his head. Better, no, but sometimes more honest. Sound can lie. Silence usually just waits. You sit with him for a while, helping where you can. He shows you how to press designs into the sides of cups, using pieces of string and carved stamps. You fumble most of them, but he's kind. When you ask if he ever signs his work, He says only once. A mistake, really. The bowl cracked in the kiln. Then he shrugs. But the crack made the soup taste better. You return to the scribe late in the afternoon with the smell of clay still in your sleeves. He's reading a letter by candlelight, squinting. "Did you find silence?" he asks without looking up. You nod. It's shaped like a bowl. He lets out something that might be a laugh or a cough. Good. Then you've learned more than most nobles ever will. That evening you sit beneath the big oak just outside your cottage, parchment in lap, trying to put it all down. The fragments of songs, the potter's quiet wisdom, the idea that waiting can be as loud as speaking. You're not sure it's all connected, but it feels like it is, somehow. As you write, a wind picks up. Not cold, not harsh, just enough to stir the grass and make the leaves whisper in agreement. You finish with one final note. Some truths are fired in silence, and they hold their shape. Then you pack up your things and walk back inside where the air smells like rosemary and sleep. The next morning, the scribe sends you somewhere you never expected to go, the village bathhouse. Not to bathe, of course, he makes that very clear with a raised eyebrow and a slight grimace. You're going to observe, he says, handing you a worn satchel filled with blank parchment, 2 quills, and a tiny jar of waterproof ink. And no, I don't mean the obvious. You're not here to write about who scrubs where. You're here for the voices, for the echoes, for the words people forget they've said. You've walked past the bathhouse many times before, always catching whiffs of steam and lye, hearing bursts of laughter or the low hum of conversation through the walls. But you've never gone inside. It's not part of your daily routine. And frankly, you weren't sure scribes were even allowed. But today, you push open the door and step into a world both humid and humming with life. The air hits you like a warm sponge, thick with steam, scented with crushed lavender, rosemary, and the unmistakable sharpness of lye soap. It's dim inside, not dark, but soft. The light filtered through woven screens and thin linen drapes that hang like ghostly curtains. Everything gleams faintly with condensation, and the walls sweat as much as the people do. There are separate pools for men and women, of course, and small alcoves for individual washing. You're escorted by an older attendant, a man with a towel permanently slung over one shoulder, and a manner as calm as old Riverstone. Don't speak unless spoken to, he advises, but write fast. People forget they've said smart things in warm water. You find a perch on a small wooden stool in the corner of the main chamber, close enough to listen, but just outside the splash zone. From this angle, you see a group of older men gathered around the central pool. They lean back, eyes half closed, speaking in low voices. Their conversation drifts between taxes, aching joints, and the superiority of pears over apples. One insists that his knee predicts the weather better than the town calendar. Another is detailing his theory that goats are smarter than most children. You write it all down. Across the partition, women are laughing high, confident, and rhythmic. One of them sings snatches of a lullaby, but the lyrics have clearly been repurposed for grown-up amusement. Another speaks about a dream she had one where her late mother gave her a comb made of moonlight. Her friends tease her gently, but you can hear the affection in their voices. The laughter has texture here, round, soft at the edges, but precise in its timing. It doesn't echo so much as it curls around the walls like incense. Then the tones shift. A man begins telling a story, half whisper, half memory, about a girl he once knew who used to climb the bell tower barefoot just to watch the sunrise. She always said the best light came before anyone else saw it, he murmurs. The others grow quiet. No one laughs. You jot the quote down carefully, ink catching on the damp parchment. It's not all poetic, of course. One man grumbles about the new miller's prices. Another curses the moss growing in his roof. But even those mundane complaints carry rhythm. In this warmth, people speak as though their words are floating. They forget themselves or perhaps remember parts they usually hide. And you, in your little corner, capture it all, this chorus of humanity wrapped in steam and lie. After a while, the attendant passes you a cup of herbal tea, saying nothing, just nodding once. You sip it slowly. It tastes like mint and sage and something you can't quite name. You wonder if that's the whole point, to steep in something familiar until you find the unfamiliar in yourself. By mid-morning, the conversations have shifted again. People talk about dreams, strange omens, half-remembered songs. Someone mentions a woman who read fortunes in the suds, claiming that rising bubbles meant a long journey and sinking ones meant betrayal. You make a mental note to ask the scribe about that later. It seems like exactly the sort of thing he'd either scoff at or recite a 30-minute lecture on, depending on the phase of the moon. Eventually, the bathhouse begins to empty. The laughter fades. The voices drop to whispers. Steam still curls from the water, but the air feels quieter, like it too has tired from holding so many secrets. You pack up your satchel bow politely to the attendant and step back out into the fresh morning air, which feels shockingly sharp after the bathhouse's embrace. You don't head straight back. Instead, you walk slowly through the village, listening with new ears. You notice how different the world sounds when you've just come from a place where people speak freely. The sounds out here are clipped, rehearsed public. People talk as if every word might be overheard and measured. You wonder how many truths get steamed out of us only in places like that, between soap and warmth, laughter and steam. When you return to the scribe's shed, he's pretending not to wait for you, but his quill stops mid-stroke the moment you open the door. Well, he asks. You sit down and begin to read your notes aloud. Snippets of conversation, broken songs, arguments about vegetables, the moonlight comb, the barefoot girl, the fortune bubbles. He listens, expression unreadable, until you finish. Then he says there's a theory, and you almost smile because of course there is. Some scholars argue that public baths were the birthplace of oral history, he continues. That in steam truth becomes bold, not because people are braver, but because they forget they're being remembered. You ask what the counter-argument is. He raises a brow. Others say people just like talking when they're warm. You laugh. It's the kind of laugh you didn't know was still in you, quiet but genuine. That night you dream of steam rising like stories and voices floating above the water like petals on the surface of time. The following morning arrives not with a rooster's crow or the toll of the village bell, but with the soft creak of the scribe's door opening before you knock. He's already awake, already writing, already surrounded by scrolls that smell faintly of mildew and beeswax. You think he might have been up all night. There's a nervous energy to the way he holds his quill, like he's balancing a thought too fragile to say out loud. Without looking up, he says, "Today we walk." And that's all. No explanation, no tools, no satchel. He grabs his walking stick, throws on a cloak, and steps into the morning light with the momentum of someone chasing a rumor. You follow. He leads you beyond the cottages, past the edge of the market stalls where yesterday's gossip still clings to apple crates and dusty scales, and into the woods, not the dense forest where hunters roam, but the softer edge where old paths curve like question marks and moss covers everything in a whisper. You expect him to speak. He doesn't. Instead, the two of you move in silence. The path crunches beneath your boots and branches above rattle faintly in the breeze like dry parchment being turned by invisible hands. Sunlight drips through the canopy in golden slivers. At one point, a small bird lands near the scribe's foot. He stops. The bird tilts its head. Then, without any dramatic gesture, the scribe reaches into his cloak, pulls out a single crumb of dried bread, and sets it gently on the forest floor. The bird takes it. Only then does the scribe speak. In the bathhouse, he says you heard people talk when they thought no one was listening. But there's another kind of speech, one that doesn't need ears or words. You nod, unsure what to say. He continues walking. Eventually, you reach a small clearing where wild thyme grows in tufts between flat stones. The scribe sits cross-legged and gestures for you to do the same. This is where they used to meet, he says quietly. The herbalists, the widows, the ones who weren't invited to speak in council halls but still remembered every birth, every fever, every cure. You run your fingers over the thyme. The leaves release their scent willingly, sharp, green, ancient. They didn't write much, he adds. Most of their records were stored in breath and bone. They'd hum remedies, mix meaning into rhythm. Not because they were hiding, because they were remembering. You ask if he ever met one. He smiles faintly. Only once. She gave me a poultice for a swollen eye and a riddle I still haven't solved. Then he leans forward, brushing aside a stone to reveal a faint carving in the earth beneath just a swirl, a loop, and a tiny dot in the center. What does it mean, you ask? He shrugs. Could be a moon, could be a recipe, could be a warning. That's the thing about the old ways. They trusted memory more than ink. You sit together like that for a while, saying nothing. Bees drift lazily through the wildflowers. A breeze tugs at your sleeve like a child wanting attention. In this clearing, time softens. You feel less like a visitor and more like a page being turned. On the way back, you ask him something you've been wondering since yesterday. Why do people seem more honest when they think no one's writing it down? He glances sideways at you, thoughtful. Because writing makes things permanent. And permanence invites performance. But warmth, steam walks in the woods. Those feel temporary. So people risk honesty. You chew on that thought for a while. Back in the village, you part ways silently. He returns to his shed. You head toward the stone bench by the well, where you often write your end-of-day thoughts. But today, instead of writing, you sit. You close your eyes and replay the sounds of the bathhouse, the overlapping voices, the shared laughter, the quiet truths. Then you layer over them the rustle of time, the bird's soft landing, the wind curling through trees like a slow breath. And in that silence, a memory rises, your own this time. You were small, maybe 7. You spilled ink on your shirt trying to copy your mother's handwriting. She didn't scold you. She traced the blot with her finger and said, "Even ink knows when you're nervous." You'd forgotten that, until now. You write it down. Later that evening, you visit the scribe. He's asleep in his chair, one hand resting on a scroll, the other still loosely gripping his quill. You cover him with a blanket and leave a note by his elbow. Today I learned that steam and silence both carry stories, but the best ones walk beside you quietly, waiting to be noticed. Then you walk home under a sky the color of cooled wax, with stars blinking like faint punctuation marks in a sentence you're still learning to read. You wake before the bell rings, before the smoke from the morning hearths rises, before even the chickens stir. There's a quiet tension in the air, not dread exactly, but the kind of hushed weight that usually precedes something strange. You sit up in your straw-filled mattress and notice the scribe's shadow flickering under your door. That's unusual. He never visits unannounced. He knocks exactly twice, never more, never less. Today, he doesn't knock at all. He pushes the door open and peers in like a ghost from a forgotten legend. "Get dressed," he says. "Bring nothing. You do as you're told, your curiosity outweighing your questions." The village is blanketed in an odd kind of light. A gray morning with no fog, no sun, and no sound. Even the birds have called a truce with the dawn. The scribe walks with purpose, and you follow boots crunching softly on the dew-stiff grass. He doesn't speak until you've left the last cottage behind. It came in the night, he says, rolled into town like a question we didn't ask. You ask what came? Instead of answering, he leads you to the center of the village where a circle of people has formed around something strange. It's a barrel, wooden bound in blackened iron and covered in damp parchment sealed in wax. At first glance, it looks like a normal storage cask except for the scrolls. Dozens of them, hundreds maybe, all crammed inside, some half falling out like the barrel is too full to hold its secrets. Someone found it outside the old chapel just before sunrise. No cart tracks, no footprints, just the barrel silent and swollen with ink. The villagers buzz with theories. A forgotten tax shipment, a prank by students from the monastery downriver, a bad omen, a miracle. The mayor looks like she's about to faint. The baker volunteers to burn it just in case. The blacksmith, ever the romantic, suggests it might be filled with love letters from another century. The scribe ignores them all. He kneels beside the barrel and pulls out the first scroll with gloved hands. He reads for a long time without saying a word. His face doesn't move much, but you can see something subtle in the way his brow tightens. Not shock, not fear, recognition. He hands the scroll to you. It's your handwriting, or close enough to be unsettling. The curves are too neat, the ink too even, but the flourishes match the ones you make when you're tired and forget you're not supposed to personalize your script. The scroll is a record of yesterday, but not quite. It says the baker dropped 2 loaves, not 3. It lists a storm that never came. And instead of recording the children's names from school, it swaps them with ones you don't recognize. You glance up, unsettled. The scribe offers no comfort. They're memories, he says, just rewritten. You help him unroll more. Some are historical accounts, wars, treaties, births, copied from the village archives, but altered subtly. Others are poetry with unfamiliar authors. A few are records of things that never happened but feel like they almost did. One scroll describes a feast that never took place, complete with songs and toasts and menus, detailed down to the spice. What do we do with these, you whisper? He answers with a shrug, that familiar movement of someone who has too many answers to trust any of them. There's a theory, he says almost with a sigh, that villages under stress used to write parallel histories, a version of events where things turned out better. They'd store them in barrels jars, even tucked into tree hollows, not to deceive, but to remember what hope looked like. You glance around at the faces in the crowd. Some look frightened, others fascinated. A few look like they're already starting to believe the false scrolls over the real ones. Then the scribe says something you don't expect. Sort them. You blink. What? Sort them. Real, unreal, almost real. Call the third pile whatever you like, but don't throw anything out. And so you do. Over the next several hours, the two of you work in silence. The villagers eventually drift off. A few stay to help, but most lose interest once they realize the scrolls don't contain treasure or curses or scandal, just slightly rearranged truths. One scroll describes your own apprenticeship, but instead of becoming a scribe, it says, you took over the tannery after your uncle's accident. You don't even have an uncle. But the strange thing is, you almost wish you did. The way it's written makes you sound proud, respected, needed. That one goes in the third pile. Another scroll rewrites the village's origin story. Instead of being founded after a flood-forced migration, it claims the town was born from a traveling theater troupe who stayed for love. It's absurd, but you keep it. There's something kind about the idea of roots grown from applause instead of disaster. You start to notice patterns. The real scrolls have smudges, cross-outs, the occasional panicked ink blot. They feel lived in. The false ones are too clean, too confident. But the third kind, the almosts, they breathe. They ache. They feel like regrets carved into a different shape. By sundown, your piles are uneven. The real stack is thin, the false stack is thicker, but the almost stack dwarfs them both. Pages and pages of almost, lives you didn't live, moments the village didn't choose, decisions that veered 1 degree away from happening. You ask the scribe what to do with them. He looks at the sky, which is just starting to shade into lavender. Then he looks at the barrel, now empty. Then back at you. Store them, he says, but not with the official records. Somewhere smaller, more private, somewhere you'll remember. You nod. That night you make a new box. Not too large, just enough to hold the dreams you didn't have. You tuck it under your bed, and before you sleep, you open one of the scrolls, the one about the feast, and read it aloud to yourself in the quiet, letting the imaginary laughter fill your room like real warmth. The next morning, before the dew has evaporated from the grass, and before the barrel's disappearance has sparked new rumors, you wake with a feeling that something in you has changed. It's subtle, not like a revelation or a dramatic dream, but more like realizing your handwriting has shifted ever so slightly. A softness in the curve, a hesitation in the dot. You don't feel like someone else, but you do feel like someone with an extra layer now. Someone who has seen alternate versions of yourself and held them. You skip breakfast. Instead, you go back to the scribe's shed, unsure if he'll still be there, or if the whole thing, barrel scrolls, altered names, might have vanished with the dawn. But he's right where you left him. Asleep at his desk, head slumped forward on a stack of near-true documents, one hand still clutching a sheet covered in what looks like someone else's name. You don't wake him. You tidy the piles. You dust the barrel. And then, out of habit, you start copying one of the documents from the almost pile into your own hand, not because you believe it, but because part of you wants to see what it feels like to claim that version for a moment. You choose the scroll that describes a summer fair that never happened, complete with apple races, a traveling poet, and a pie-eating contest judged by a goat. You transcribe every detail. And somewhere between the goat's third vote and the ribbon handed to the wrong child, you find yourself smiling not because it's funny, but because it's kind. This version of the village had room for absurdity, for joy, for mistakes that ended in laughter, not fines. The scribe wakes with a grunt, blinking like someone pulled back a curtain on his dreams too quickly. He sees what you're copying and doesn't say anything at first. Then, with a dry voice, he asks, "Did the goat win again?" You nod. He chuckles. Always does. That sets the tone for the day. No one mentions the official archives. No one insists on burning the altered scrolls. In fact, as word spreads quietly, politely, like gossip that knows it's sacred, more villagers come forward with their own discoveries. A woman who found a version of her wedding where it didn't rain. A boy who read about a birthday party he never had, but now believes he deserved. An older man who uncovered a scroll that claimed he had written a book in his youth. He never had. But the idea made his hands tremble in a way that said he might still. The scribe begins referring to these documents as companion records. Not false, not true, just parallel. You ask if any of these records ever became real later. He pauses, then replies, not by accident, but sometimes people use them as maps. That evening you helped carry the last of the scrolls to a new chest, not as large as the village archive, but crafted with care. The carpenter donates it. She even etches a phrase on the lid, what might have been, what still might be. The chest is placed not in the chapel or the hall, but in the back corner of the schoolhouse where children can reach it. It's not locked. The decision is made that anyone can borrow from it, not to replace the truth, but to dream alongside it. A shared fiction that gently tugs at reality's sleeve, whispering, wouldn't it be lovely if... Later that night, you and the scribe sit on the roof of his shed. It's not the most comfortable place. Slates dig into your thighs and the chimney leaks soot. But the view is good. The stars are unusually bright. and for once the sky feels less like a ceiling and more like a very large page waiting to be written on. He turns to you suddenly and asks, if you could live one of the stories from the third pile, which would you choose? You consider this carefully. Not the one where you were mayor. Too much pressure. Not the one where you sailed away on a spice ship. Too itchy. Not even the one where you were famous for your handwriting. No, the one you choose is simple, the version where you stayed right here, but opened a bakery. Not because you love baking, but because in that scroll someone wrote that your bread made people quiet happy. The scribe nods as if he understands. That's the kind of story worth keeping, he says. You nod back, then ask him which one he'd pick. He looks thoughtful, then says the one where I learned to sing. You blink. You can't sing. He grins. Oh, I can. I just shouldn't. The laugh you let out is genuine. It echoes across the roof and into the night where it joins the air like a tiny, joyful rewrite. When you finally climb down and head home, your steps feel lighter. Not because your burdens are gone, but because now you know they're not the only possible version of your life. There are others, some written, some still waiting. And maybe, just maybe, the act of reading them helps make room for one more version of you tomorrow. It begins with a spoon, not a grand event, not a war, not even a prophecy. Just a spoon. One morning, while you're helping the cook sort utensils in the dusty bins behind the hall, you pull out a curved silver piece that isn't like the others. It's too thin, too long, and inscribed not with initials, but with a line of text so tiny you almost miss it. The letters read, "Stir 3 times. Forget once. Stir again. Remember twice." You show it to the cook. She snorts. Fancy riddle spoon. Throw it in with the serving set. But you don't. Instead, you keep it in your sleeve for the rest of the day. It feels oddly cold, even in the sunlight. Later, you try stirring your evening porridge with it. The texture shifts, slightly smoother, creamier, almost like a dish you haven't eaten in years, but somehow remember loving. That's the first clue. The next comes when the scribe hands you a folded piece of parchment found tucked in the margin of an old ledger. The ink has faded, but it's still legible. It's a recipe, or maybe a charm, or both. It starts like this: boil nettle in silence, add memory of laughter, strain with patience. You raise an eyebrow. He shrugs. It was stored under medicinal documents, but I doubt it heals anything the body can name. Still, something about it calls to you, not with urgency, but with quiet confidence. You collect the ingredients as listed, not easy, since one of them is a sigh from someone who's given up waiting. Eventually, you convince the old widow who sits by the well each evening to lend you hers. You stir the mixture with the silver spoon, and something happens. The steam that rises doesn't smell like broth or herbs. It smells like warmth, like a fireplace from a home you've never lived in, but which your hands remember touching. You breathe it in and forget what you were angry about that morning. You breathe again and remember a melody your uncle used to hum that you'd long thought lost. You test the potion on a flower. Nothing obvious occurs, but the next morning it blooms blue instead of yellow. You test it on yourself, just a sip, and then you cry. Not out of pain or even joy, but recognition. You cry like someone reading the ending of a story they didn't know they were part of. Word spreads. Soon others are bringing ingredients, some strange, some poetic. One girl offers the echo of her grandfather's laugh. A merchant provides regret powdered fine as chalk. The cook, finally intrigued, donates steam from a pot that boiled but was never served. You begin collecting the recipes. Each one becomes a record of something intangible. You and the scribe catalog them like you would any archive. Some are for memory, others for forgetting. One peculiarly restores handwriting to someone who lost the ability to write after heartbreak. That one involves mixing rose ink with a tear from someone who used to write letters daily but no longer receives replies. Not all work. Some fail spectacularly, turning into ash smoke, or in one case, a sticky blue syrup that tried to sing lullabies until you locked it in a jar. But even the failures are logged. The village soon accepts the presence of this new tradition. They call it recipe lore, a blend of kitchen and spell of emotion and act. A few of the more skeptical villagers scoff. Soup can't solve sorrow, one says. Maybe the scribe replies, but it can make it sit quietly for a little while. The mayor visits discreetly one night and asks for something to help her sleep. You give her a blend of warm milk mint and crushed paper from an unfinished letter. She dreams of letters finally sent. The tanner asks for courage. You offer him a tonic of mustard seeds and 3 heartbeats caught from drumming fingers. He doesn't feel braver exactly, but he stops hiding behind the curtains when his daughter performs in the square. Each recipe feels like a stitched thread in a larger tapestry you're just beginning to understand. One evening, you're invited to a gathering, small, private. The villagers have each brought something to stir. Not a potion, not a meal, a memory. They pass the silver spoon, each stirring a pot of ordinary broth, whispering one thing they wish they'd said to someone they miss. No magic happens, no spark or smoke, but the broth tastes better than any you've had in years. Not because of flavor, because of intent. Afterward, someone suggests writing the recipes down, publishing them, but you hesitate. These aren't meant for everyone, you say. They're meant for right now, for this village, for these silences. The scribe agrees. He proposes creating a second archive, not hidden but hushed, a shelf in the back of the records room. No labels, just the silver spoon resting on top. The villagers call it the quiet shelf. No one takes from it without leaving something first. A memory, a question, a line of handwriting, sometimes just a sigh. And over time, the shelf becomes not a place of solutions, but of rituals. Gentle ones, unproven, unreliable, and yet undeniably useful in a world where not every wound is visible. Nay, you still carry the spoon? Not always, not every day, but often enough that your pocket feels strange without it. Like you're missing the key to a door you haven't yet found, but believe you might. Weeks pass, and the quiet shelf becomes more than a corner of the archive. It becomes a habit, a hush, a reverence. People approach it not like a library, but like a well. They leave notes folded into origami shapes, cranes for sorrow, boats for questions, stars for things they wish they could say aloud. No one speaks while placing something there. It's not a rule, just the way of things. Even the children obey instinctively, quieter when passing that corner, as if the shelf itself listens better in silence. You spend most evenings helping the scribe document the more intricate recipes, recording both the results and the intentions behind them. You learn the difference between a memory of warmth and a warm memory. One fades like breath on glass. The other clings like a scarf on a rainy day. Then one evening something strange happens. A traveler arrives. He's old, wrapped in layers that seem too fine for a man with dusty boots and a missing sandal strap. He doesn't ask for food or lodging. He asks to see the quiet shelf. No one recognizes him. He won't say who told him about it. But when he steps into the room, the air seems to press closer, like even the shadows are paying attention. He doesn't take anything. He doesn't leave anything. He simply bows to the shelf, murmurs a line you don't quite catch, something in a language that smells like parchment and wax, and then leaves. You follow him out, not to question, but because you feel something stir in the bottom of your lungs when he turns and says, without looking back, There's another shelf like this far north, but theirs burned in a storm. Your village is lucky. You ask what caused the fire. He doesn't answer. Just taps the silver spoon tucked into your sash and says, "Keep stirring gently." Then he's gone. The village buzzes for days afterward. Speculation runs wild. Some say he was a ghost. Others a scholar from a forgotten college. One child insists he was the king in disguise. The scribe, ever practical, writes possibly a metaphor given boots. But privately he tells you if there are more shelves like ours, it means this is a pattern, not an accident. And patterns can be preserved. That idea lights something in you. You begin sketching copies of the most reliable recipes. Not full scrolls, just fragments, enough to spark, enough to be remembered. You don't plan to send them anywhere yet, but part of you wonders if someday another village might need a reminder of how to soften their own sorrow. Then one afternoon you find a note tucked inside the silver spoon's resting jar. It's not addressed to anyone. It simply says, "What if the recipe was never for the potion, but for the moment spent making it?" You read it 3 times. It doesn't vanish, it doesn't glow, it just waits to be believed. That night you boil a pot of water. Add nothing, stir slowly. You don't whisper any spells. You don't write anything down. You just breathe. And for the first time in weeks, the ache behind your ribs quiets. Not gone, but softened like cloth soaked in warm water. From then on, your recipes become more poetic, less structured, more about mood. You begin assigning scents to emotions. Lavender for nostalgia, clove for unspoken questions, rainwater for the type of sadness that isn't really sad, just lonely. The villagers adapt easily. The shelf now holds as many scents as scrolls. One evening you find a jar labeled, "Last time I saw my brother." It smells like honey and old leather. You place it beside the night we watched comets and the blanket that still smelled like her. The archive grows stranger, richer, truer. The mayor suggests setting boundaries. "What if people start leaving lies?" the scribe replies gently. "Then we'll learn to taste the difference." And somehow you do, not in the logical way, but in the weight of the paper, the warmth of the ink, the hesitation in a curl of handwriting. Truth here is less about fact and more about sincerity. By now the spoon has a dent. No one minds. They say it's earned. One child calls it the gentlest ladle, and everyone immediately agrees to keep the nickname. You wonder what this means long term. Whether this blend of potion and memory of cooking and emotion will someday replace the old rituals. Whether people will stop asking the healer for herbs and instead brew regret with nutmeg. You wonder if that's dangerous. The scribe tells you it's not. It's not about changing the world, he says, just how gently we meet it. One final moment stays with you. You come across an elderly man, eyes closed, gently stirring an empty cup with the silver spoon. He's not muttering, not hoping for magic, just remembering. You ask him what he's making. "A goodbye, I forgot to say," he murmurs. You nod and leave him to it. That night you place a new scroll on the shelf, your own. First one you've written just for yourself. It reads, "For moments that hurt less when shared, for wounds that breathe easier with steam, for those who believe kindness can be brewed." Then you sleep better than you have in a long time. You wake earlier than usual today, not because something's wrong, but because something is waiting. There's a faint itch behind your eyes that doesn't feel like exhaustion. It feels like a tug, like a page you haven't read, like a door you didn't notice until now. The scribe, half asleep and still tying his sandals with yawns between knots, looks up when you pass and says, "Careful out there. The hills don't always like being looked at directly." You think he's joking, but then again, most jokes in this village are at least half prophecy. It begins with the mayor misplacing a map, not a war map, not a grand atlas with dragons curled around borders and elaborate compass roses the size of plates, just a small folded cloth that used to help new travelers find the baker's house without stumbling into the goat pen. It's gone. And because it's the only map anyone has, it's a crisis. Well, a sleepy sort of crisis, the kind where meetings are held over warm cider and no one raises their voice except when the scribe accidentally sits on the biscuits. Someone has to make a new map. You, for reasons you can't fully explain, raise your hand. And just like that, you're a cartographer. Not by training, not by destiny, by volunteerism, which in this village might be the most powerful force of all. Your first attempts are sensible. You draw the paths everyone already knows, the main road through town. The orchard's crescent curve, the winding stream behind the bakery. You label the square where the market happens, the tree that drops its leaves in perfect spirals, the little bend in the road where two chickens once had a standoff that became local legend. But something starts to feel off. Paths don't stay put. Not dramatically, not like they're running from you, but subtly. You'll walk the stream in the morning, mark its gentle S-shape, only to find by sunset that it loops tighter as if curling in on a secret. The orchard's crescent looks more like a question mark, and one tree near the schoolhouse keeps changing color, even though it's not the season for that. At first you think you're losing track. Then the scribe joins you one afternoon. He brings tea, a half-finished scroll, and no expectations. He watches the trees shimmer from green to gold. He says it's one of those maps. You blink, one of what? Living ones. Not quite enchanted, just sensitive. They respond to what people believe about the land. Emotions, memory, dreams, cartography by consensus, or confusion. You think he's teasing, until he shows you the first map ever drawn of this village. It's on a square of leather soft as old bread, and it contains 3 suns, 4 rivers, and a hill labeled Maybe. He smiles. Truth is a kind of geography. So you change your approach. Instead of just topography, you start tracking sensation. The smell of rosemary that clings near the chapel wall. The place where the wind always seems to sigh like a tired librarian. The hill that only echoes laughter in the afternoon. You give each a symbol, not standard but clear. A swirl for confusion, a spiral for memory, a teacup for comfort. The villagers love it. They start contributing. The baker adds a mark for the spot where her dough always rises best. The blacksmith insists on labeling a corner of his forge as where I think best about soup. One child swears a puddle near the fence grants wishes, but only if you step in it with one wet sock. You add them all, even the ridiculous ones, especially the ridiculous ones, because the map isn't just about directions now, it's about story, about how people move, not just where. You start noticing things like pauses and speech patterns where people slow their walk, where conversations always turn contemplative. These too go on the map. Soon it covers a wall. Then too, you create a layering system. One color for the physical, one for the emotional, one for things no one can quite explain, but everyone agrees are there. A shimmer near the old well, a hum in the grass between 2 fence posts. A place where time seems to stretch just a little. One evening you find the map changed itself. A path now glows faintly in the moonlight. A new corner appears where no one remembers building anything. You follow it. It leads to a hollow in the woods shaped like a hand. Inside is a stone perfectly flat, carved with a date that hasn't happened yet. You don't tell anyone, not because you're afraid, but because some things belong to silence, at least for a while. The scribe notices your hush. He says nothing, just adds a symbol to the map. A candle half melted. You don't ask what it means. He doesn't explain, but you understand. More villagers begin requesting their own copies, not to navigate, but to remember. They use them to track feelings, memories, hopes. One woman brings you a scroll where she's mapped the places she's cried over the years. Another offers a version that only includes spots where she laughed hard enough to drop something. You make copies, not identical, personalized. No 2 maps are the same now, they're not supposed to be. Then comes the academic. He arrives with a scroll longer than your arm and a voice that sounds like parchment rubbing against itself. He asks to see the original map. You show him. He frowns. This isn't cartography. This is chaos. You nod. Exactly. He leaves baffled. You don't mind? Because the villagers find their way better now than ever, not just across town, but across themselves. They know where they're safe, where they're shaken, where they're soft. You make one last update that night. A small heart near your cottage. Label place I didn't expect to love this much. You sit back, breathe, and smile. Your map no longer fits in a scroll. It hangs now like a tapestry on the long wall of the village's archive, an ever-growing skin of stories, lines curling like ivy marks, and ink stains layering in meaning rather than confusion. Every once in a while, a visitor will wander in and blink at it, puzzled. They'll squint at a symbol for unresolved guilt next to best place to eat pears and ask if it's a joke. You always smile, because it kind of is and kind of isn't. And because humor has always been a compass here, even if it doesn't always point north. Then one morning the map pulses. That's not a metaphor. It physically shimmers in a way only you and the scribe seem to notice. A sort of quiet heartbeat moves through the parchment like the land itself is stretching before a long walk. You and the scribe stand there watching it in silence until he finally murmurs, "It's ready for more." You pack a small satchel, ink, quills, a loaf of rye bread wrapped in waxed cloth, one of the smaller emotional jars, the one labeled "Courage when no one is watching." The scribe hands you a second map, not blank, just expectant. The paper smells faintly of mint and uncertainty. Just in case it wants to grow on its own, he says. So you go. Not far, not at first. Just a little beyond where the last mark ends. The field where the scarecrow once fell in love with a wind vane. The hill where a couple argued for 3 hours about whether clouds looked more like sheep or sheep looked more like clouds. You sketch, you record, you feel. You camp under a tree that creaks like it's trying to speak. You dream of roads, not roads made of stone, roads made of footsteps braided together by repetition and hesitation, and that odd little pause when someone forgets what they were about to say. You wake, feeling like something's been mapped inside you, and you try to draw it, but it just looks like a swirl. You label it, "Here be feelings." Soon others join you, not as companions, but as ripples. A potter wanders out with a wheel in her pack and sets it up by a stream she's never seen before. She tells you the clay feels different here, softer, like it wants to become bowls for stories, not soup. A shepherd passes by and leaves you with a note written in charcoal. "The wind here remembers my name." You mark that too. Then comes a day when your hand freezes over a quill. You found a fork in the road, but neither path feels right. One leads uphill, the other into mist. You sit down between them unsure. The map offers no guidance, just a blank corner, stubborn and still. For the first time in weeks you wonder if you're lost. And then a voice, not aloud, not from the trees, from the map. Written in your own handwriting, but not from your hand. Try staying still. You breathe. You wait. And in the stillness, a third path reveals itself, not with trumpets or glowing lights, but with the soft crunch of dry grass parting. A deer walks through. Then a second. Then a child you once taught to whistle, carrying a basket full of blueberries and a grin full of secrets. They wave, you follow. From there, the journey becomes less about finding new places and more about recognizing old ones in new light. The rock that once seemed just a rock is actually a seat for contemplation. The pond that scared you as a child now holds lilies that mirror stars. You begin writing not just where things are, but how they've changed and how they've changed you. You return home on the third full moon. The village welcomes you like someone who's been away for a day or a decade. It doesn't matter. Time isn't quite linear here anymore, not when feelings fold it like cloth. You bring back your map. It's different now. A little less accurate, a little more honest. The scribe hangs it beside the first. Together they look like siblings raised by different dreams. And then one morning, while sorting herbs behind the apothecary, you find something strange tucked into a drawer. A scrap of parchment folded twice, sealed with a drop of wax that smells faintly like hope and lemons. You open it. It's a map. Not yours, not the scribe's, but it bears your symbols, your way of naming. A swirl, a teacup, a spiral, a small heart in the corner labeled, "Place someone else loved quietly." No signature, just a line at the bottom. This helped, thank you. You hold it for a long time, not because you need proof of impact, but because every cartographer deep down hopes their lines become bridges. And now you know they can. You wake to the sound of something taut humming in the wind. Not music, not bird call, just the soft, vibrating tension of something suspended above the ordinary. You roll over, blink once, then sit upright. It's not a dream, because the air outside your window isn't moving quite right. It has weight. It has alignment. And oddly, it smells faintly of chalk and rain. When you step into the square, you're not the only one staring. There it is, a rope, a single unbroken line stretching between two trees. One to the west, old and gnarled with bark like wrinkled maps, and one to the east, slimmer, younger, the leaves still edged with the bright green of last month's storms. The rope doesn't sag, it doesn't sway, it just exists, horizontally, impossibly, suspended in a perfect straight line about 3 meters above the ground. No one knows where it came from. No ladder lies nearby, no nails, no pegs, no trickery, just rope. And the silence it brings. The scribe appears beside you, sipping tea as if this sort of thing happens every Tuesday. Well, he says, either the gods have developed a fondness for minimalist design, or someone's pulling a very philosophical prank. You don't laugh, not because it isn't funny, but because the rope hums again, quietly, like it's aware of being observed. Someone brings a stool, then someone else brings a chair to stack atop it. The baker of all people climbs up with surprising grace. Her apron is still dusted in flour. She reaches up with cautious fingers and touches the rope. Her face goes blank, not frightened, not surprised, just still. Then she climbs down, murmurs something you don't catch, and walks away rubbing her palms like she's holding something invisible between them. You're left with the image, the rope, the chair, the silence, the village breathing slow. By late morning, a line has formed. No one is sure why they're waiting, only that they are. That's the power of mystery in a place like this. It pulls people toward it, like tide to moon. One by one, they climb. Some touch the rope, some linger longer, some merely stare and descend. All walk away changed, not in obvious ways. No glowing eyes, no sprouting wings, but in the tiny shifts of posture, the eyes a little softer, the hands a little steadier. Eventually you climb, because how could you not? The rope under your hand is cool, not cold. Smooth, like something that should be rough, but decided otherwise. It doesn't feel like rope, it feels like focus. As you grip it, there's a jolt, not pain, not shock, but clarity. Your mind opens like a window. You see your own thoughts arranged like drawers, some locked, some slightly ajar, others full of dust and feathers and half-scribbled ideas. The rope doesn't tell you what to do. It just waits. And somehow that's more powerful than instruction. You close your eyes and you walk. Because that's the thing, it supports you. Feet, bare toes curling just slightly for balance. 1 step, 2, 3. Below, the crowd holds its breath. Above, the wind forgets to move. You don't wobble. You don't hesitate. Each step feels familiar, as if you've done this before in another life maybe, or in one of those strangely lucid dreams where gravity is an afterthought. Halfway across, something shifts. Not around you, within. You remember a mistake you made 5 years ago and never admitted. You remember the look on your friend's face when you lied. You remember the apology you never gave and how you justified it with cleverness instead of courage. The rope doesn't accuse you. It holds you, gently, firmly, like a truth you finally let yourself sit inside. You reach the far tree, touch the bark, and something inside you, long tangled, quietly unknots. When you return, the village doesn't cheer. They just nod, as if they already knew. That evening, by candlelight, you sketch what happened. Not the rope, not literally. You draw a thread, yes, but also a key. A feather. A cracked bowl with light spilling from the break. You label it crossing, not capitalized. Just that. Crossing. You think it's done. It's not. At dawn, a second rope appears. This one runs vertically, from the roof of the granary to the ground beside the well. It's thinner, and it buzzes faintly when approached. No one dares touch it until a child, of course it's a child, reaches out and places their palm on it. They don't vanish. They don't speak in tongues. They just grin and whisper, "It's warm." It's warm. The map on your desk begins to ripple. Not physically, there's no breeze, but the ink seems to pulse. You touch it. The lines feel alive. And you know deep down that the village is changing, or rather revealing. All along the world has had layers, dimensions, choices we forgot how to see. The rope, it's not magic. It's invitation. The scribe calls it a threshold. The beekeeper calls it a warning. You call it the beginning of a conversation. Over the next few days, more ropes appear. One across the lake, low and whispering. One between two chimneys, crackling with static. One running underground, only visible by the soft glow it gives to nearby mushrooms. And people respond. They follow. Not out of thrill, but out of something deeper, an ache to remember what being whole feels like. Your map is no longer just a guide. It's becoming a mirror. Each thread you draw corresponds not to a street or tree, but to a realization. A fear faced. A question asked. A truth whispered into someone's tea. You start titling the symbols with phrases like, "Where I finally forgave myself," "Path I walked when I didn't feel ready but went anyway," "The silence that let me think without shame." Not everyone understands. That's fine. The map was never meant to explain. It was meant to remind. You add a new section in the top right corner, just a series of dots, no labels, because some things need to be felt before they're named, and the ropes, they keep appearing. But now so do the bridges. The next rope appears without sound. No shimmer, no ceremony, no soft whistling of air being displaced. One moment the forest path behind the apothecary is just trees and fallen leaves, and the next, a line stretches between two trunks, angled steeply upward, disappearing into the canopy like an invitation from something higher than logic. You're not the first to find it. A dog discovered it first, apparently, sat at its base and refused to move, just wagged its tail and stared up as if it saw something waiting at the top. You follow it with your eyes. The rope is thinner than the first, this one woven from something that doesn't quite reflect light normally, like it was braided from shadow and memory. You can't see the end, only the middle, and only if you squint, which you do. Because how can you not? The scribe, who seems to appear whenever mystery does, arrives behind you with 2 mugs of cider. This one feels different, he says, handing you one, like it's not meant to be crossed, but climbed. You sip, apple cinnamon and a hint of something like regret. He's right, of course. The angle is steep, almost vertical, but not quite. Just enough to make you think, maybe if I lean in, I won't fall. The village votes to build a scaffold, but the rope resists it. Every time someone tries to hammer a support into the ground nearby, the soil kicks it back with a gentle pop. Not violent, just firm, like a parent saying, "Not now." So naturally, someone climbs it anyway. This time, it's the traveling tinker, the one who only speaks in rhymes and once sold a spoon that could tell time. He removes his shoes, ties his beard into a knot, grins, and begins. He climbs 3 meters 4-5, then stops. His body freezes, not limp, not stiff, just still. He stays there for 12 minutes. Exactly 12. You know, because the baker is timing it with her flour-stained hourglass, and she's very precise about these things. Then the tinker climbs back down barefoot and bright-eyed. "Did you see something?" someone asks. He nods, not a something, a someday. No one presses further, because in this village, when someone returns from mystery with a new wrinkle in their smile, that's enough. You don't climb it, not yet. Instead, you watch. Others try, each returns with a fragment. The woodcarver says it showed her a chair she'll build years from now, one that rocks in time with lullabies. The healer comes back whispering herbs that don't yet exist. The mayor climbs halfway, pauses and weeps, then laughs, then climbs down, humming the national anthem of a country that hasn't been born. Each journey shifts them, but more importantly, each journey echoes, not just in the climber, but in the village. Because after each descent, something changes. A forgotten bench is repaired without anyone admitting who did it. A bitter feud ends in the middle of an unfinished argument. A stray cat finally lets someone pet it. The ripples spread quietly. Kindness disguised as coincidence. One day you climb, not because you're ready, because the rope hums your name. Step by step, your fingers curl around the tension. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't tremble. It holds. Every movement forward feels like a question you didn't know you had, finally finding the courage to be asked. You don't see visions. You feel them. Moments not yet lived pass through your skin like warmth. You feel the ache of a future goodbye, the thrill of a story not yet told, the comfort of an unexpected friendship, the weight of a choice you haven't made sitting in your chest like a pebble that could one day become a mountain or a pearl. At the halfway mark, everything slows. Time doesn't stop. It exhales. You hang there, not suspended by fear, but by presence. The forest below glows slightly, as if someone turned the dimmer switch of the world to gentle epiphany. A bird lands on a branch beside you, tilts its head, says nothing. You climb back down. You don't speak for an hour, not because you're shaken, because language feels insufficient. The scribe waits. You hand him your notebook. He reads what you wrote, nothing, just a blank page. He nods exactly. That night you update the map, but instead of lines or symbols, you leave space. White, open, a breath between stories. The villagers notice. They don't ask why. Some of them add their own empty spaces. One marks a circle with no label. Another draws a pair of eyes closed. The map becomes a mixture of presence and pause, like a song with well-placed silences. Weeks pass. More ropes appear. But not just ropes. A swing, a bridge, a ladder made of stitched-together gloves, a window in the air that shows the same garden regardless of who peers through it. You stop trying to make sense of it. You start letting it make sense of you. One morning you find a note slipped under your door. It's unsigned. It says only, "The ropes are not tests. They are invitations. Decline or accept. The world waits either way." You pin it above your desk, not as a reminder, as a promise. And the rope in the forest, it's still there. But now sometimes it hums not just your name, but someone else's. And when it does, you make sure they have cider waiting when they return. You're tracing a thread across the edge of your map when the sound reaches you, not loud, not startling, but unmistakable. A single low bell. It doesn't clang like a warning or chime like celebration. It pulses, deep and slow, like something ancient stirring after a long, polite nap. You look up. So do others. All across the village, heads tilt toward the sky. But the sky holds no answers. There's no bell in the village. There never has been. And yet the sound rings again. You stand. Your legs carry you before your thoughts can catch up. Around you, people are doing the same, dropping baskets, slipping out of doors, holding one another's hands instinctively. It's not panic. It's reverence, a quiet urgency, as if everyone has been waiting for something without knowing what, and now without question, it has begun. The sound draws you to the edge of the forest. The air smells different here, wetter, deeper, laced with bark and memory. Where the trees thicken, you see it, the tower. It wasn't there yesterday, it wasn't there this morning, and yet it looks older than the village itself. Built from stone, the color of old parchment and lichen, it rises 4 stories narrow and gently leaning. Ivy clings to it in patient spirals. A single arched window near the top glows faintly, though no torch or candle flickers within. There is no door, only a staircase, spiral, elegant, beginning a meter off the ground and winding upward along the outer wall. People gather beneath it. The bell has stopped, but its echo seems to hang in the chest of everyone present. The baker flower, still smudging her elbow, whispers, "Do we climb?" The scribe, of course, shrugs. "We always climb." The shepherd is the first. He kneels briefly, touches the base of the stairs like someone greeting an old friend, and begins to ascend. Each step seems to take him farther than the height suggests, his body elongating slightly, as if space bends to make room for him. By the 15th step, he is already part shadow. By the 20th, only the imprint of his movement remains. By the 25th, he's gone. 5th, a hush falls, no one speaks for an hour. Then the wind picks up, and with it a slip of paper floats gently down from above. You catch it. The handwriting is familiar, though you've never seen it before. It says, "I remembered her laugh, the one I forgot when she left. I'll stay a little longer." That night the tower remains, lit softly by a moon that doesn't quite match the one you're used to. You dream of stairs. In the morning, a new path curls behind the tower. It wasn't there before. You follow it. The earth is packed and dry, the grass flattened. Someone or something has walked here many times. At the end of the path, a table, stone, circular, set with 7 chairs, each facing a different direction. In the center, a game is set, pieces carved from wood, bone, and glass. The rules are unclear. No one touches it, except the tinker. She moves one piece of glass bird to the edge of the board. The bell rings again. Back at the tower, another stair appears, this one descending underground from its base. A mirror image of the spiral above. No one dares enter, not yet. You climb. You've waited long enough. The stairs feel familiar. Not in the way a childhood bedroom does, but the way an old scar does. Each step carries a memory. You don't remember having the scent of lavender behind a door. You never opened the pressure of sunlight on the back of your hand from a morning you haven't lived yet. You try to count the steps. By 20, the numbers lose meaning. By 30, you're not sure what you're counting. At the 33rd step, you pause. There's a door. Of course there's a door, but it doesn't lead into the tower. It opens outward into a room that doesn't fit inside the stone walls. A room with sky for ceiling and books for floor. You step through. It feels like breathing for the first time. Shelves spiral up into clouds. Pages float unbound, drifting past your face. You reach for one. It lands in your hand, like a bird settling onto a branch. The ink writes itself as you read. The moment you forgave your father. You blink, turn the page. The time you let someone love you before you believed you were worth it. You breathe. You read more. Not all are yours. Some belong to others. Friends, strangers, villagers you barely know. But they're here, shelved, stored, remembered. At the center of the room, a desk. On it, a key, made of wax. You pick it up. It melts. Your hand glows faintly for a moment, then stills. You descend. The village is quieter when you return, not hushed, listening. Everyone seems to carry something new, not objects, realizations. You sit with the scribe. He hands you a page. On it, a map of the tower. But it changes when you touch it. Staircases rearrange, doors move, new floors appear. You add a room. You name it. Where I finally ask the question, the scribe nods. Most people wait until it's too late. That evening, the bell rings once more. This time you don't go. You stay. Because you've learned the tower isn't only about climbing, it's about what you bring back down. You wake up before the bell this time, not because you were anticipating it, but because the silence before it feels heavier than usual. It's the kind of quiet that fills a room before someone speaks a truth you didn't know you needed. You don't move at first. Just lie there, in the half-light of morning, staring at the wooden beams above you and thinking about how strange it is that a tower can appear out of nowhere and still feel like it's always been part of your life. When the bell does toll, it doesn't surprise you. It doesn't startle the birds outside or the villagers already gathering near the square. It simply confirms what you already feel, that something is happening again and you are part of it whether you step forward or not. But you do step forward, because that's what you do now. This time you don't go straight to the staircase. You take the long route circling the tower from a distance, observing it like a puzzle rather than a monument. There's moss now where there wasn't moss before. A crack in one stone has grown longer. The ivy seems to have twisted slightly, forming the vague outline of a word return. It doesn't scare you. Nothing about the tower scares you anymore. Instead, it makes you curious. The underground staircase that appeared days ago now beckons with more intention. The villagers still avoid it, favoring the ascent into the open air. But you decide to go down. You bring a lantern, but it feels unnecessary. The descent glows faintly soft golden light emerging from the stone itself, as though the path below is lit by memory. The air grows cooler with each step, but never cold. The walls are smooth. The deeper you go, the less the lantern flickers. No wind, no echoes, just the gentle rhythm of your breath and the quiet press of earth all around you. At the bottom, a room, round like the tower above, but made entirely of wood. No stone, no metal, just timber, aged and warm. In the center, a table. Around it, 12 chairs. On the table, nothing. Just a spiral carved into the wood beginning at the center and circling outward. You sit. The chair shifts slightly to fit your form. Then the walls begin to hum. Not sound, not exactly. A resonance. Like the feeling of someone remembering your name after years apart. The spiral on the table starts to glow faintly. Not with magic, but with memory. You watch it pulse, and somehow you understand it's waiting for something from you. You place your hand on the center, and suddenly you are not in the room. You are everywhere you've ever been. You're sitting on your childhood bed, listening to rain tap the windows. You're running through a field with someone you forgot you once loved. You're sitting beside a hospital bed, holding a hand that was once warm. You're at a train station, the one you never entered because you were afraid of what leaving might mean. But now you do enter. You sit on the train. You watch the countryside move. You feel what you didn't let yourself feel. Then the ache of possibility, the weight of freedom, the beauty of what could have been. And when you return to the underground room, you're still seated. But the spiral on the table is no longer glowing. Instead, it has shifted. There are now markings around it. Tiny symbols like a forgotten alphabet that only your heart can read. You don't know what they say, but you understand. You stand. The room breathes with you. When you climb back up to the surface, the light outside has shifted. It's late afternoon. You were only gone a short while, or perhaps longer. It's hard to tell. The villagers don't ask where you went. They just nod the way people do when they see someone return from something difficult but necessary. The scribe hands you a folded piece of paper, on it in your own handwriting. What you learn underground stays with you longer. You don't remember writing it, but you keep it. That night you return to your map. You add a new mark, a spiral beneath the tower drawn in soft red ink. Beside it, a single word beneath. The tower doesn't ring again for 3 days. When it does, it sounds different. Not one bell, but two. The villagers look at one another. 2 bells have never rung before. The sound is harmonious, layered, as if something above and something below have aligned at last. The old woman who runs the herb stall bursts into quiet tears. The carpenter drops his hammer, not in surprise, but in reverence. You don't go to the tower this time. You go to the lake, because that's what the second bell feels like, water still and deep. You sit by the edge. Watch your reflection. It doesn't look like you used to. There are new lines around your eyes, a curve to your lips that wasn't there before. You look not older, but more written. The tower from here looks smaller, not less important, just integrated. You realize in that moment that you no longer see it as an anomaly. You see it as part of the landscape. Like the well, like the baker's window, like the way the air smells before snow. The mystery hasn't faded, but the fear has. You stand, return home. Later that night, the bell rings once more. Only one this time, but it's enough. You sleep easily. No dreams, just rest. And when you wake, you know tomorrow the staircase will shift again. And this time it will be asking a question. Not do you want to climb, but are you ready to teach someone else how? The first sign isn't a sound or a vision or a dream. It's a weight. A sensation that sits just behind your ribs the moment you wake, an invisible stone tucked where breath should expand. You sit up, rubbing your chest as if that would make it lighter. But the heaviness is not discomfort. It's direction. Like a compass that suddenly turned magnetic and begun to tug not north but inward. Outside, the village still sleeps beneath its quilt of morning fog. The rooftops peek through like shy questions. The trees seem to listen more than they move. And the air, neither warm nor cold, rests softly against your skin like a reminder you didn't ask for, but welcome nonetheless. Something is different, but not loud about it. It's the kind of difference that builds over time and then tips a balance with no one watching. As you step onto the path, you notice footprints ahead of you. Just one set, bare, slightly uneven, as if the person walked slowly but purposefully. You don't recognize the stride, but you follow anyway. The footprints lead you around the edge of the village, past the tower, not into it this time, but around its shadow where the stone feels warmer under your feet, even in the absence of sun. You reach the old well, the one people stopped using after the third bell rang upside down and the rope vanished. Today, the well is uncovered. A ladder leans against its rim, not made of wood or rope, but vines. Living, breathing vines that pulse gently with green light. And beside it, a note, not written in ink, but stitched into a square of cloth using gold thread. It reads, "Only below is not beneath." Below is not. It's not a command. It's an offering. You descend slowly, one hand always gripping the vine rung, the other held slightly out for balance. The walls grow damp, then dry again. The scent of lavender rises inexplicably from the stones. At first you think you're descending into another chamber or chambered memory, but what greets you is neither. At the bottom is not a room, but a corridor, long, straight, lined with lanterns that light themselves as you pass each flame, whispering a single word before falling silent again. Still. Almost. Remember. At the end, a door. Wooden. Old. Painted blue. You reach for the handle, but pause, because on the door, someone has drawn a symbol. You recognize a spiral inside a key. You've seen that shape before on the back of the old scribe's chair, etched faintly into the binding of the map book, sketched once into the dirt by a child who claimed not to remember doing so. You touch it gently, and the door swings open. Inside is not a room. Inside is a world, a pocket of reality, folded like parchment and slipped into a page no one meant to turn. The space curves upward and inward, forming a dome of glass through which stars blink in colors you've never named. Below, a garden. Not neat rows of vegetables or herbs, but wild, spiraling growth. Ferns that hum, flowers that tilt toward you, stones arranged in patterns you can't read but understand. In the center of the garden, a table. On the table, 3 objects. The first, a bowl of clear water still asleep. The second, a wooden spoon carved with a handle shaped like a tower. The third, a single shoe. The shoe is small, worn, stained with mud and something glittering that might be dust or memory or regret. You pick it up and immediately feel a rush not through your fingers but through your chest. A memory, but not your own. A child running through wet grass. Laughter echoing into twilight. A stumble, a loss. A promise broken not in anger, but in forgetfulness. You place the shoe back down. Then you stir the bowl of water with the spoon. The water shimmers, then darkens, then clears again, showing you the image of a door, then a window, then a spiral. It's not a vision, it's a question. And you answer by stepping away, because this world does not demand solutions. It requests presence. You sit among the garden, letting petals brush your arms, letting the strange music of it all settle into your bones. For a while, minutes, maybe hours, you say nothing, think nothing, just breathe. When you rise again, the spoon has turned silver. You take it, not as a tool, as a memory to carry. The walk back up is quiet. The corridor doesn't light this time. The ladder doesn't pulse. The village doesn't stir. But when you emerge, the fog has cleared, and in its place, ribbons. Not real ones, not fabric, but streams of air visible somehow dancing between chimneys and tree branches and weather vanes. You reach out a hand, and one of the air ribbons curls gently around your wrist, tying itself into a knot that glows briefly, then fades. You feel claimed, not possessed, welcomed. Back at your home, the key still hums faintly in the box where you placed it, and now beside it, the silver spoon. On your map, you draw not a spiral, but a spoon curved to resemble a crescent moon. You label it taste, because that's what this day has been, a taste of something forgotten, of something just beginning. That evening, the tower does not ring, but the lake does, a single ripple, then stillness. And you know tomorrow something new will walk out of the water. And it might have your face. The ripple in the lake wasn't just a ripple. You know that now. It was a signal, a vibration sent not through water, but through memory. And when you step outside the next morning, it's not the sun that greets you, it's the reflection of the sun dancing oddly on every window pane in the village, as though light is trying to get your attention by bouncing back at you. You follow it. Not because you have to, but because curiosity has long since replaced fear in your bones. Down the narrow path behind the old orchard where pears hang too low for comfort and the grass always smells faintly of pepper. You find something you did not expect, a mirror. Not a hand mirror, not a vanity relic, but a full-length standing mirror planted firmly in the earth like a crop. Its frame is carved from the same wood as the tower staircase, and someone has etched small birds into the corners, 4 of them, each missing one wing. You approach the mirror slowly, but it doesn't reflect your image. Instead, it shows the tower, not as it is, but as it was, or as it will be. It's difficult to say. The ivy curls the opposite way. The stones are smoother but darker, and at its base, a door. not the usual door. A round one like a hobbit might build, painted a shade of red you can only describe as ripe. In the reflection, the door opens and someone walks out. It's you. Not entirely you. Softer around the edges, eyes older than your years. This version of you carries a satchel and walks with a slight limp but a steady smile. Mirror you glances up at you, real you, and tilts its head as if wondering what took you so long. Then the reflection fades. You touch the glass. It's cool, solid, but the ground around it has shifted. What was once soil is now cobblestone, just 5 stones in a semicircle faintly glowing, pointing back toward the lake. You don't resist. You follow them, step by step. The lake is different today, shallower somehow. You can see the bottom near the shore, and it's not mud, it's glass. Beneath that glass seems like the corridor from before, only clearer, steadier. The baker giving a loaf to the old carpenter, slipping a note under it. The child with the wild hair sneaking a painted rock into the teacher's basket. The scribe burning a letter before dawn alone. These are not secrets. They're gifts folded carefully and placed where only someone listening with their whole self could hear them. At the edge of the lake, you find something unexpected. A chair. Not the same chair from the garden. This one is taller, made of iron. Twisted like vines but strong as stone, and on the seat a scroll, tied shut with a ribbon made of smoke. No, it moves like smoke, but it binds like silk. You untie it, and the scroll unfurls with a sigh. Words appear slowly as if written by invisible ink, deciding whether you're ready to read. Finally, a sentence emerges. The tower only bends for those who ask nothing in return. You read it 3 times. You don't entirely understand it. That seems to be the point. When you look up, the scroll is gone. In its place, the boy with the crooked hat. He says nothing, just stands there with a slightly sheepish grin. Then he holds out a small object. It's the marble again. But this time it glows. Not ominously, warmly. It pulses once in your palm and then cools. You nod, and he runs off kicking pebbles and humming the same tune you once hummed while walking the long spiral path behind the tower. Later in the square, the villagers begin a quiet festival. No one announces it. No one planned it. But someone begins hanging small paper stars from the eaves of every home. Someone else strings candles across the fountain, lighting them with matches that spark green and gold. Children draw spirals in chalk and run between them laughing. The air smells like nutmeg and smoke and the feeling of being on the edge of a memory you didn't know you had. As night falls, the tower rings not with its usual chime, but with a low hum like the sound of a bell, thinking. Everyone pauses. You stand. The mirror from earlier appears again, this time at the center of the square, and in it, not your reflection, not the tower, not the future, but a door, a real one. And you realize it's here now. The key you carry, the spoon, the marble, the map. Every odd object you've collected along this winding road, they're not just curiosities, they're instructions. You walk to the tower. Its door is open, but behind it is no staircase, only a room filled with soft light, and in the center, a spiral made of moss. You step into the spiral, and the moss welcomes your weight. It does not lead you upward. It leads you inward, and as you walk, the room grows larger. Or maybe you do. The walls fade. The ceiling turns to sky. The floor turns to memory, and at the center of it all, a stone. Flat, round, ancient. You place your palm on it, and it pulses, and the story continues. The stone beneath your hand is not cold, not quite warm, but alive. It doesn't beat like a heart. It pulses like a thought being repeated until it becomes truth. The spiral pattern beneath you begins to shift the moment you lift your palm. It does not disappear. It doesn't even fade. Instead, it deepens, like it's being engraved a little further into the moss-covered floor with every breath you take. You stand at its center, the weight of 1,000 silent questions pressing down on you like early morning fog. And for once, you don't need answers. You need movement. So you walk. The path doesn't look like a path. There are no stones laid out, no glowing direction carved into the earth. But your feet know where to go. They follow a rhythm older than instructions, something more like memory and less like logic. You step lightly, carefully, reverently, until the world around you shifts once again. And this time it becomes a kind of chamber, not built, not crafted, just present. The walls are made of dark wood that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it, and the ceiling curves in a soft dome like the inside of a shell. It smells like cinnamon and burned ink. In the middle of this space is a pedestal, and on that pedestal rests a single object, a coin, but not one meant for spending. It's heavy, slightly larger than your palm, and engraved with unfamiliar script that shimmers faintly in a hue you can't quite name, somewhere between bronze and moonlight. You reach for it. It's warm, too warm. The moment your skin makes contact, your vision tilts. You're standing in the same chamber, but it's no longer silent. A voice fills the air, not loud, not soft, but exact. You've held many things. You've chosen none. You try to respond, but your mouth doesn't move. You're not paralyzed, you're being listened to. Your thoughts echo louder than any words. You seek the thread, the voice says, but thread unclaimed becomes web. And web, when ignored, becomes snare. The coin vanishes. In its place, a string, red, thin, floating in the air like a line drawn by wind. You reach out and it coils gently around your wrist. Not tight, not binding, but unmistakably present. And then the chamber vanishes. You're in the square now, the same square you've crossed every morning, passed through every afternoon, and avoided every night. But now it is empty of villagers and filled with books. Thousands of them, stacked into leaning towers and strange pyramids and low walls, forming temporary paths that shift every time you blink. The books are open, but not fluttering. They rest in absolute stillness, as if caught mid-breath. You step between them, each title unfamiliar, but each cover oddly comforting. One catches your eye. Bound in silver thread, edges fraying, title unreadable. You touch it. The page flips by itself. And you see yourself, not just a reflection. A moment. You're sitting beside the lake, much younger, skipping a stone. But in the vision, the stone skips not across water, but across time. Each splash shows another version of you climbing the tower, weeping in the garden, laughing beside the baker, sleeping beneath a tree. The book closes. You step away. And now the red string on your wrist glows. A pulse, a tug. You follow. Past the books, through the square, into the orchard where pears always fall just before ripening, and into a new space. A hallway lined with mirrors. You've seen this before. No, you've dreamed this before. Each mirror reflects not your current self, but possibilities. One shows you as a cartographer, your hands ink-stained, the tower behind you turned into a library. Another shows you standing at a dock, waving goodbye to a ship made entirely of paper. Another you silent, cloaked with no face, only a spiral where your features should be. You stop, not because one version frightens you, but because one calls to you. A mirror slightly cracked reflects a version of you holding a lantern, standing beside someone you don't recognize, a child, or perhaps an old friend you've never met. Your mirrored self smiles not in triumph, not in peace, but in understanding. You nod, and the mirror nods back. Suddenly the mirrors all vanish. You're back in the garden of the tower, but something has changed. The vines are blooming now. Tiny white flowers shaped like stars burst gently along the walls, and the path leading to the tower's base glows faintly lined with stones you hadn't noticed before, each engraved with a single word: trust, still open, remain, become. You walk this path slowly, not because you're afraid, but because every step feels sacred. When you reach the tower's door, it swings open before you can even raise a hand. Inside, the air is thick with rosemary and something sweeter, perhaps honey, perhaps memory. The spiral staircase is gone. In its place, a well, not the broken, overgrown well from the village. A new one, built from marble and soft light. You peer inside. Water rests below, unmoving, impossibly clear. But instead of seeing your reflection, you see a key, floating, not sinking, waiting. You lower your hand into the water. The moment your fingers touch the surface, the red string unwraps from your wrist and dives downward, coiling gently around the key and lifting it toward your hand. When you grasp it, the entire tower hums, not loudly, but in welcome. The key is cold at first, then warm, then gone. You don't drop it. It simply ceases to be a thing you need to hold. Instead, something inside you unlocks. Not a door, a memory. And it comes all at once. The first day you arrived in this village. The first time you stepped into the tower. The first object you chose to keep. The first time you didn't follow instructions. Each memory lines up behind the next, forming not a timeline, but a rhythm. And that rhythm begins to beat like a song. You look up. The top of the tower is open now. Starlight pours in like silver rain, and you are no longer standing on moss or stone. You are standing on light, and the story hasn't ended. It's just finally learned how to begin again. You don't remember walking forward, but somehow you're moving. The steps you take now are not toward something, but into something, like slipping between the pages of a story that has waited for your return. The light beneath your feet is soft, but holds your weight without effort. It doesn't shimmer. It steadies. Above the open top of the tower frames the night sky like a dome of velvet ink punctured with tiny celestial promises. The stars aren't distant. They feel close, as if you could reach up and pluck one down like a fig from an old orchard tree. There is no breeze here, but the air feels alive. It brushes your skin like whispered instruction. You take another step. The red thread that once wrapped your wrist reappears, not around your arm, but trailing from your chest, drifting upward, unwinding gently like smoke. You follow its direction instinctively. And then you hear it again, that voice now behind you, and within you the one that spoke in the book chamber, the mirror hall, the memory garden. It doesn't ask questions. It makes observations that you feel more than hear. You were never meant to climb the tower, it says. You were meant to be its echo. And then the light shifts, not brightens, not dims. It turns warmer, as though the tower has remembered a sunrise long buried beneath stone. A platform rises from the floor, a circle of silver lattice like woven moonlight. At its center, a spindle, like the kind used to twist thread into cord simple and ancient. You approach. The red thread winds itself around the spindle as though eager to become something more than line. You place your hands gently on either side of the structure, and without instruction, you begin to spin. The motion is slow, circular, familiar. As you turn the spindle, the red thread tightens, condenses, and changes. It becomes rope, then ribbon, then something not quite visible but deeply real. A tether, perhaps, a path backward and forward at once. And as you continue to spin the world around you, responds. Images begin to appear in the air around the tower's core, not memories, but echoes of them, silhouettes rendered in light. You see the village long ago before the tower stood, just a hill with wild grass and one large stone in the center. Then the stone cracks. The crack widens. A child places their hand on it and whispers something only they remember. Then blink, the stone is gone, and in its place, the first stone of the tower. Another image appears, a gathering, not of townsfolk, but of strangers, pilgrims. Each brings an object, a coin, a shell, a spoon, a torn map. They place them in a circle and wait. From the center of their circle, a single vine rises, green, fragile, unstoppable. That vine becomes wood. That wood becomes staircase. That staircase becomes ritual. And so the tower begins again. You keep spinning. Now you see the archivist's not cloaked in shadow this time, but clear, present human. Some old, some young, none speaking. They gather stories not to hoard them, but to return them. You watch one carry a bundle of papers to the lake and scatter them across its surface. The papers do not sink. They dissolve like mist, and the lake drinks the words with gratitude. One last image appears, and it holds your gaze longer than the rest. It's not a vision of the past. It's a vision of the tower's heart, a spiral drawn in ash, a candle lit and placed at its center, and seated beside the candle you, but not alone. Beside you a figure, not clear, not shadow, a presence. And this version of you leans into the light, smiles, and begins to speak, not in your voice, in a new one, gentle, firm, the voice of someone who remembers both the fall and the climb. Then, as the spindle slows, the thread disappears, the platform dissolves, and once again you're standing in the center of the tower. But it's changed. Now it feels like a place where something is about to happen. Not something dramatic, not something loud, but something meaningful, something earned. On the far wall, a doorway appears, round-topped, wooden, unremarkable at first glance. But carved into the center is a symbol you recognize, the spiral. Only now you understand it's not a maze. It's not a trap. It's a path that folds in on itself to remind you of what's already within. You cross to the door. Your hand fits the handle perfectly. You do not turn it. It turns for you. The door opens to reveal a staircase, this one made of woven roots and soft amber light. It does not spiral. It ascends in a gentle, slow curve, like the inside of a seashell. You begin to climb, not fast, not urgently, but with purpose. Each step seems to hum beneath your foot, vibrating lightly with some memory of movement. And with every step upward, something falls away from your shoulders. Not weight, not guilt, but the need to know what's waiting. It no longer matters. You're not climbing for answers. You're climbing to listen. At the top, you find a small room, round with no windows but not dark. The walls glow faintly with lines of gold dust etched into symbols you cannot read yet somehow recognize. In the center of the room is a table. On the table, 7 items, each one familiar, each one yours. The silver spoon, the marble, the key, the thread, the map. The single word from the scribe's page begin now written on a slip of cloth. And the final item, a mirror, small, round, smooth. You pick it up. It reflects nothing, not because it's broken, because it's waiting. The tower hums once more, and you finally realize the tower was never a destination. It was a memory built in layers waiting to be remembered, and tonight it remembers you back. You don't sit down right away. Something in the room holds you still, not with fear, not even with wonder, but with the kind of pause you feel in a dream right before a door opens that you never noticed before. The 7 objects laid out on the table don't shimmer, they don't speak, they don't demand, but they feel alive in the way a word does just before it's spoken aloud. You move closer. The mirror remains blank. The spoon curved like a question mark, the key dull now, but comforting. You reach for the thread again, not because it's the most beautiful or curious, but because you remember how it felt wrapped around your wrist, like belonging, like something unfinished. The moment your fingers brush it, the door you came through seals silently behind you. The room adjusts, not visibly, but you feel it. The golden dust lining the walls begins to rearrange ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. The shapes it forms are not words in any tongue you know, but they are names. You don't read them, you feel them. Someone lived here once. Many someones. This space, for all its hush and solitude, was once part of a rhythm, quiet entry, slow gathering and soft remembering. You close your eyes and let the silence settle on your shoulders like a shawl, and then without command, the table retracts into the floor. You don't panic. This has happened before or will happen. Instead, a wide platform begins to rise in its place. You step onto it instinctively. The moment both feet are centered, a new spiral glows beneath you, pale green this time, almost like sea glass. The entire chamber begins to lift. You don't feel the motion, but you notice the shift in air pressure, the subtle change in your hearing, as if the altitude of memory is growing thinner, more refined. Walls melt into mist, ceiling folds into starlight, and you are ascending into the oldest part of the tower, the part even stories forget to tell. It's not a room, not a library, not a shrine. It's a chamber without corners, made entirely of curved light and memory, and it's full of voices, not whispering, not shouting, but layered. Like a song sung by a choir you can't see in a language you don't speak, and yet every word lands somewhere in the marrow of your bones. They aren't saying anything you need to write down. They're saying things you already know, but never dared to believe. You belong. You carry. You are both lock and key. The platform stops. You are now floating not your body, but your awareness. You know your body is still somewhere, perhaps below, perhaps here. But yourself, your sense of being, is now vast, wider than the room, broader than the tower. You are among the stories now, not reading them, not writing them, but weaving them. You remember the boy who left his home with only a spoon and a question. The woman who drew spirals in the dust until the wind learned how to listen. The scribe who never finished his sentence because the world around him became punctuation. You don't just remember them, you feel them remembering you back. And as that happens, something changes. In the center of the room, a new object forms, not from matter, from meaning. It starts as a shimmer, then a thread, then a form, and finally a book. Bound in bark, edged in silver, humming like a lullaby wrapped in parchment. You do not pick it up. It floats to you. Pages flutter as if seeking your breath, your weight, your name. When it opens, there is no title, only space, and one sentence written in looping hand you don't recognize but trust. You are the reason the tower remembers. You turn the page, the next is blank. So is the next. And then one by one, the 7 objects reappear, each imprinted gently into a page, not drawn, not described, just there. When you reach the page with the mirror, something new occurs. For the first time, you see your reflection in it. And you are not alone. A second face, familiar, not someone you know from life, someone you know from possibility, an echo of who you might have been had you chosen differently. And that version of you smiles, not in regret, in agreement. The pages turn again, this time faster, until they stop. At the final page, it is blank, and a pen floats beside you, not made of feather, made of breath and thread and promise. You hesitate, not because you don't know what to write, but because you've never written from knowing before. You've written from need, from curiosity, from memory. But now you write from truth. And on that last page in your own hand, you write one word. Continue. The book closes. And the chamber dissolves. You are back in your body. Feet on floor, heart steady, breath slow. You are no longer inside the tower. You are the tower. Everything you've gathered, every spoon, spiral, map, thread, and whisper has not been for decoration or test. It has been architecture, the foundation of a place that lives in memory and light and breath. You step forward, not downstairs, not through doors, but out into the village. It is morning. The bells haven't rung yet. The baker hasn't opened his shutters. The wind is still deciding which direction to travel. You are the first to walk this day. And as you pass the fountain, the statue, the child drawing spirals in the dirt with a twig, you realize none of it is new. It's all been waiting, and now it begins again. You don't speak. No one does. The village is still in that delicate breath before day begins, where shadows are soft, windows are closed, and even the birds seem hesitant to break the hush. You move through this stillness like someone slipping between the layers of a story already in progress. No one sees you yet, but that doesn't mean they don't feel your presence. A cat turns its head lazily on a rooftop. A rooster glances toward you and chooses not to crow. Even the leaves on the trees seem to hold their rustle a few seconds longer than usual. You walk with the quiet confidence of someone who's returned not from a place but from a question. And perhaps that's what the tower truly is. Not a fortress, not a prison, not even a monument. But a question asked so gently and so often that it becomes part of the land. You glance up toward it, half expecting to see its shape dissolve into morning fog. But it's still there, unchanged to the eye, but altered in meaning. It no longer looms. It waits, and maybe it always has. You cross the main square slowly, passing by the shutters of the baker's shop. The scent of yeast and ash still lingers in the air, though the oven hasn't yet been lit. You pause near the fountain and look into the water. It's clean today, clear. A coin rests at the bottom, not one you dropped. A different one. Familiar though. Smooth edges, a tiny spiral etched faintly in the center. Someone else has remembered something. You smile. Just beyond the square, the path splits. One way leads to the orchard, its leaves swaying softly with promises of pears that may or may not fall. The other path leads toward the edge of the village, past the mill across the creek, and into the hills where stories tend to grow wild and untended. You choose neither. Instead, you step toward the garden behind the chapel, a place not many visit, not because it's forbidden, but because it asks for patience. The gate creaks as you open it, not loud, just honest. The garden beyond is overgrown, but in a purposeful way. The flowers are not wild, so much as they are unbothered. Yarrow thyme, chamomile, and lavender scattered in no particular pattern, yet somehow arranged with intent. At the center stands a stone bench, and beside it a small well. You remember this place now. Not from experience, but from a dream you couldn't place until this exact moment. You sit on the bench. It doesn't groan or protest. It simply accepts your weight like it's been waiting for it. The sky lightens. Not sunrise yet, but close. The kind of hour where stars still linger stubbornly unwilling to fade. You tilt your head back and close your eyes. And in that moment, something lands in your open palm. Light. Fragile. You don't flinch. You lift it closer to your face and see what it is: a feather. Small gray with a white tip. Not from a bird, you know, but from somewhere you've been. You pocket the feather without thinking, because now you understand something you hadn't before. Every object the tower offered spoon marble map thread wasn't meant to be solved. It was meant to be carried. You rise slowly and turn back toward the village. It's waking now. Not fully, but beginning. A window opens above the apothecary, and a gentle cough drifts down. Someone sweeps their doorstep in the distance. A child chases a dog giggling too softly to disturb the spell of dawn. You walk through this quiet chorus without disturbing it. You're not a stranger here. You never were. You pass the blacksmith's forge. His tools are lined neatly on a shelf just outside the door. One of them, a hammer shaped oddly like a spiral, catches your eye. You don't take it. You don't need to. Just knowing it's there is enough. Across the lane, the old woman who sells herbs is watering her plants with a kettle instead of a pail. She glances at you and nods once as if to say you've been gone long enough. You nod back, not in apology, in understanding. Every place you step now carries the faintest echo of the tower's breath. Not as a curse, not as a blessing, but as memory folded softly into the soles of your feet. You walk not because you need to get anywhere, but because walking keeps the story alive. Around you, the village continues to wake. Doors creak open. Bread is sliced. Someone laughs. Someone else hums. You let the sounds settle into your skin, not like noise, but like thread being woven into your cloak. And then just before the sun crests the hills, you return to the spiral. Not the one in the tower, the one in the ground. It's still there at the edge of the square, etched in moss and stone, right where you first stood. But now you see it clearly, not as a design, not as a mystery, but as a mirror. You kneel beside it and place your palm on the center. It's warm, not from sunlight, from memory. And from beneath the earth you feel it, the tower breathing. Not like a building. Like a story that never ends, only loops back in new directions. You smile. And then, without needing to know why, you speak out loud for the first time all morning. I remember. The wind picks up softly like a page turning in a book too large to carry. The spiral pulses. And somewhere deep below, maybe in a chamber no longer visible, maybe in a memory you've just created, 7 new objects appear, waiting, not for you, but for someone else, because the story always finds someone new. And when it does, it begins the same way, with a step, a question, and a silence that listens. You stand. The sky breaks into light. The bells begin to ring, and you walk toward the sound, not because it calls you, but because you are part of its rhythm now. Not a visitor, not a student, but a keeper, one who remembers, one who continues. You don't sit down right away. Something in the room holds you still, not with fear, not even with wonder, but with the kind of pause you feel in a dream right before a door opens that you never noticed before. The 7 objects laid out on the table don't shimmer, they don't speak, they don't demand, but they feel alive in the way a word does just before it's spoken aloud. You move closer. The mirror remains blank. The spoon curved like a question mark, the key dull now, but comforting. You reach for the thread again, not because it's the most beautiful or curious, but because you remember how it felt wrapped around your wrist, like belonging, like something unfinished. The moment your fingers brush it, the door you came through seals silently behind you. The room adjusts, not visibly, but you feel it. The golden dust lining the walls begins to rearrange ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. The shapes it forms are not words in any tongue you know, but they are names. You don't read them, you feel them. Someone lived here once. Many someones. This space, for all its hush and solitude, was once part of a rhythm, quiet entry, slow gathering and soft remembering. You close your eyes and let the silence settle on your shoulders like a shawl, and then without command, the table retracts into the floor. You don't panic. This has happened before or will happen. Instead, a wide platform begins to rise in its place. You step onto it instinctively. The moment both feet are centered, a new spiral glows beneath you, pale green this time, almost like sea glass. The entire chamber begins to lift. You don't feel the motion, but you notice the shift in air pressure, the subtle change in your hearing, as if the altitude of memory is growing thinner, more refined. Walls melt into mist, ceiling folds into starlight, and you are ascending into the oldest part of the tower, the part even stories forget to tell. It's not a room, not a library, not a shrine. It's a chamber without corners, made entirely of curved light and memory, and it's full of voices, not whispering, not shouting, but layered. Like a song sung by a choir you can't see in a language you don't speak, and yet every word lands somewhere in the marrow of your bones. They aren't saying anything you need to write down. They're saying things you already know, but never dared to believe. You belong. You carry. You are both lock and key. The platform stops. You are now floating not your body, but your awareness. You know your body is still somewhere, perhaps below, perhaps here. But yourself, your sense of being, is now vast, wider than the room, broader than the tower. You are among the stories now, not reading them, not writing them, but weaving them. You remember the boy who left his home with only a spoon and a question. The woman who drew spirals in the dust until the wind learned how to listen. The scribe who never finished his sentence because the world around him became punctuation. You don't just remember them, you feel them remembering you back. And as that happens, something changes. In the center of the room, a new object forms, not from matter, from meaning. It starts as a shimmer, then a thread, then a form, and finally a book. Bound in bark, edged in silver, humming like a lullaby wrapped in parchment. You do not pick it up. It floats to you. Pages flutter as if seeking your breath, your weight, your name. When it opens, there is no title, only space. And one sentence written in looping hand you don't recognize but trust. You are the reason the tower remembers. You turn the page, the next is blank. So is the next. And then one by one, the 7 objects reappear, each imprinted gently into a page, not drawn, not described, just there. When you reach the page with the mirror, something new occurs. For the first time, you see your reflection in it. And you are not alone. A second face, familiar, not someone you know from life, someone you know from possibility, an echo of who you might have been had you chosen differently. And that version of you smiles, not in regret, in agreement. The pages turn again, this time faster, until they stop. At the final page, it is blank, and a pen floats beside you, not made of feather, made of breath and thread and promise. You hesitate, not because you don't know what to write, but because you've never written from knowing before. You've written from need, from curiosity, from memory. But now you write from truth. And on that last page in your own hand, you write one word. Continue. The book closes. And the chamber dissolves. You are back in your body. Feet on floor. Heart steady. Breath slow. You are no longer inside the tower. You are the tower. Everything you've gathered, every spoon, spiral, map, thread, and whisper has not been for decoration or test. It has been architecture. The foundation of a place that lives in memory and light and breath. You step forward, not downstairs, not through doors, but out into the village. It is morning. The bells haven't rung yet. The baker hasn't opened his shutters. The wind is still deciding which direction to travel. You are the first to walk this day. And as you pass the fountain, the statue, the child drawing spirals in the dirt with a twig, you realize none of it is new. It's all been waiting, and now it begins again. You don't speak. No one does. The village is still in that delicate breath before day begins, where shadows are soft, windows are closed, and even the birds seem hesitant to break the hush. You move through this stillness like someone slipping between the layers of a story already in progress. No one sees you yet, but that doesn't mean they don't feel your presence. A cat turns its head lazily on a rooftop. A rooster glances toward you and chooses not to crow. Even the leaves on the trees seem to hold their rustle a few seconds longer than usual. You walk with the quiet confidence of someone who's returned not from a place but from a question. And perhaps that's what the tower truly is. Not a fortress, not a prison, not even a monument. but a question asked so gently and so often that it becomes part of the land. You glance up toward it, half expecting to see its shape dissolve into morning fog, but it's still there, unchanged to the eye, but altered in meaning. It no longer looms. It waits, and maybe it always has. You cross the main square slowly, passing by the shutters of the baker's shop. The scent of yeast and ash still lingers in the air, though the oven hasn't yet been lit. You pause near the fountain and look into the water. It's clean today, clear. A coin rests at the bottom, not one you dropped. A different one. Familiar, though. Smooth edges, a tiny spiral etched faintly in the center. Someone else has remembered something. You smile. Just beyond the square, the path splits. One way leads to the orchard, its leaves swaying softly with promises of pears that may or may not fall. The other path leads toward the edge of the village, past the mill across the creek, and into the hills where stories tend to grow wild and untended. You choose neither. Instead, you step toward the garden behind the chapel, a place not many visit, not because it's forbidden, but because it asks for patience. The gate creaks as you open it, not loud, just honest. The garden beyond is overgrown, but in a purposeful way. The flowers are not wild, so much as they are unbothered. Yarrow thyme, chamomile, and lavender scattered in no particular pattern, yet somehow arranged with intent. At the center stands a stone bench, and beside it a small well. You remember this place now. Not from experience, but from a dream you couldn't place until this exact moment. You sit on the bench. It doesn't groan or protest. It simply accepts your weight like it's been waiting for it. The sky lightens. Not sunrise yet, but close. The kind of hour where stars still linger stubbornly unwilling to fade. You tilt your head back and close your eyes. And in that moment, something lands in your open palm. Light. Fragile. You don't flinch. You lift it closer to your face and see what it is: a feather. Small gray with a white tip. Not from a bird, you know, but from somewhere you've been. You pocket the feather without thinking, because now you understand something you hadn't before. Every object the tower offered spoon marble map thread wasn't meant to be solved. It was meant to be carried. You rise slowly and turn back toward the village. It's waking now. Not fully, but beginning. A window opens above the apothecary, and a gentle cough drifts down. Someone sweeps their doorstep in the distance. A child chases a dog, giggling too softly to disturb the spell of dawn. You walk through this quiet chorus without disturbing it. You're not a stranger here. You never were. You pass the blacksmith's forge. His tools are lined neatly on a shelf just outside the door. One of them, a hammer shaped oddly like a spiral, catches your eye. You don't take it. You don't need to. Just knowing it's there is enough. Across the lane, the old woman who sells herbs is watering her plants with a kettle instead of a pail. She glances at you and nods once, as if to say you've been gone long enough. You nod back, not in apology, in understanding. Every place you step now carries the faintest echo of the tower's breath. Not as a curse, not as a blessing, but as memory folded softly into the soles of your feet. You walk not because you need to get anywhere, but because walking keeps the story alive. Around you, the village continues to wake. Doors creak open. Bread is sliced. Someone laughs. Someone else hums. You let the sound settle into your skin, not like noise, but like thread being woven into your cloak. And then just before the sun crests the hills, you return to the spiral. Not the one in the tower, the one in the ground. It's still there at the edge of the square, etched in moss and stone, right where you first stood. But now you see it clearly, not as a design, not as a mystery, but as a mirror. You kneel beside it and place your palm on the center. It's warm, not from sunlight, from memory. And from beneath the earth you feel it, the tower, breathing. Not like a building, like a story that never ends, only loops back in new directions. You smile. And then, without needing to know why, you speak out loud for the first time all morning. I remember. The wind picks up softly like a page turning in a book too large to carry. The spiral pulses. And somewhere deep below, maybe in a chamber no longer visible, maybe in a memory you've just created, 7 new objects appear, waiting, not for you, but for someone else, because the story always finds someone new. And when it does, it begins the same way, with a step, a question, and a silence that listens. You stand. The sky breaks into light. The bells begin to ring, and you walk toward the sound, not because it calls you, but because you are part of its rhythm now. Not a visitor, not a student, but a keeper, one who remembers, one who continues. The bells ring slower today. You hear them before you reach the square, before you see the tower, before even the sun has reached its peak. They don't rush, they don't declare. They simply mark the hour with the patience of someone who knows time isn't something to be conquered, but something to be trusted. You walk toward their sound, but not directly. Today your feet wander a little. They choose the cobblestone path near the apiary, the one lined with ivy and crooked windows, the one that always smells faintly of honey and old wood. There's a new poster tacked to the wall near the candle shop. The ink is still wet. A sketch of the tower surrounded by spirals, drawn with a hand unsure of itself, but sincere. No name, no signature, just a line of text at the bottom. For those who remember, without knowing why. You smile at it without stopping. It's strange how much of the village feels like a dream you've only now realized you've had before. The woman brushing her cat on the 3rd floor balcony hums the same tune you once heard echo through a stairwell. The boy drawing with a stick near the well sketches the same pattern you once saw on the back of an ancient page. Nothing repeats, and yet everything rhymes. You reach the bell platform just as the last chime fades. A few others have gathered quietly, gently. No ceremony, no grand ritual, just presence. An old man with a walking stick nods at you. His cloak bears a single stitched spiral on the sleeve. A young girl in a wool cap holds a bundle of rosemary. You don't ask their names. You don't need to. Everyone here knows why they came, even if they can't say how. The platform is simple. Wood, stone, a rope connected to the bell that only one person at a time may touch. You're not drawn to ring it today. Instead, your eyes are pulled toward the base of the bell tower, where the moss seems brighter. Not greener, brighter. Almost luminous in the soft shade. And at the center, a patch you've never seen before. Square. Bare. As if something was once there and has now been removed. You kneel. There's a symbol etched faintly into the stone. Fainter than any you've found before. So faint you wonder if your eyes are inventing it just to give your thoughts shape. But no, it's there. A single word. Not in your language, but one you feel in your chest when you whisper it. You don't say it aloud. Some names are meant only to be carried. The girl with the rosemary notices your gaze. She walks over, places the bundle beside the stone, and sits cross-legged without a word. The others slowly follow, forming a circle around the cleared square. No one directs. No one instructs. They just know. And then, for the first time in what feels like weeks, you hear a sound you haven't heard since your first day in the tower. Footsteps behind you. Steady, measured, not hesitant, not rushed. You turn. It's the scribe, the one with the half-finished sentence. Only now the parchment in his hand is full. You don't read it. He doesn't offer it, but something about the way he holds it tells you the sentence wasn't finished by ink. It was finished by walking, by watching, by remembering. He nods once and places the page on the stone square in the center of the circle. Nothing happens for a moment. And then a breeze rises, not strong, not chilling, but certain. The kind of breeze that opens doors in houses you thought were sealed shut. The page lifts ever so slightly, and when it settles, the ink has changed. The words shimmer softly as if just now discovering their meaning. You hear one of them aloud, not from the scribe's lips, not from yours, but from the page itself. Begin. The same word, again, but this time it doesn't feel like a starting point. It feels like a cycle, a loop not meant to trap but to grow. You reach into your pocket without thinking and find the feather still there, light as breath. You place it gently beside the page. The girl adds a small stone. The old man ties a thread from his sleeve to the rope. One by one, everyone contributes something, not because they're told to, but because something in them knows that shared memory isn't kept in books, but in actions repeated with care. The page lifts again and vanishes, not with drama, not with light, just with release, as if it had done what it came to do and now it was time to become part of the wind. The circle dissolves, not from boredom, not from fatigue, but because the moment has passed and the next one must be made room for. You stay a little longer, watching the moss reclaim the space where the page had rested. The symbol beneath it begins to fade again, not erased, just sleeping. You wonder how many of these rituals exist across the village. How many corners hold memory? How many spirals rest beneath stones, waiting for someone with quiet feet and listening hands? As you rise to your feet, the sun finally clears the tower, sending a warm light across the square. You close your eyes and let it soak into your skin. You do not need to be in the tower to carry it. You do not need to climb the stairs to feel its breath, because the tower in truth was never about height or walls or chambers. It was about return. Return to silence, to memory, to the place in yourself that knows when to begin again. You walk away without looking back, not because the moment meant nothing, but because it meant enough. And in meaning enough, it no longer needs to be clutched. It can simply be remembered. You turn the corner, and the village continues. The rooftops shimmer gently as morning stretches into its bones. You find yourself drifting not aimlessly, but with the peculiar purpose of someone who trusts the map drawn in feeling rather than ink. Past the tailor shop, where ribbons hang like forgotten laughter. Past the smithy, where the anvil is warm but silent. You follow the sunlit edge of buildings like a child following the lines between paving stones. Don't step on the cracks. Not because it's unlucky, just because some rituals are too old to break. The scent of elderflower pulls you left. A side street you've never taken before, though you must have passed it 100 times. It curves gently just enough to hide its end. You follow it because why wouldn't you? Curved paths always lead to the parts of the world that haven't been folded yet. At the end of the lane sits a building that looks more forgotten than abandoned. Its shutters are painted in faded teal, its sign long worn blank by weather and years of unasked questions. A single chair sits on the stoop, inviting no one, but also rejecting no one. You approach the door. You don't knock. It doesn't feel like that kind of place. Inside, dust hangs in the air like the memory of time rather than its measure. Shelves line the walls, crammed not with books but with objects. Not labeled, not arranged, just placed. A smooth stone, a worn glove, a quill snapped at the tip. You don't touch anything. Not out of fear, out of reverence. Each item seems to carry the weight of a single moment, preserved, not because it was grand, but because it was felt. A bell chimes behind you. You didn't open the door, but someone else has entered. You turn and see her, the archivist. You don't know how you know that's who she is. There's no name stitched on her robes, no scroll in her hand, no air of scholarly pride. Just a quiet certainty in her step and a gaze that doesn't pierce but places. She doesn't greet you, not with words. She simply lifts one hand and gestures toward a shelf behind her. You walk toward it. There in the center rests a box. You recognize it, though you've never seen it. Wooden, carved with spirals, not perfect ones, but organic as if grown rather than etched. You open it without asking. Inside a single thread, the same color as the bell rope, the same texture as the scribe's coat, the same length you once found coiled beneath a tower stair. You lift it. It doesn't break. It doesn't tangle. It just waits. And as you hold it, memory floods you, not like a wave, but like sunlight creeping across a room you didn't realize was dark. You remember the moment the tower's door first opened. You remember the marble in your hand. You remember the way silence shifted when the wind turned. But more than that, you remember you. You remember the version of yourself that arrived here, curious, uncertain, skeptical of stories that didn't end in answers. You smile, not because you've become wiser, but because you've become quieter. The archivist nods once, that's all. And you understand this isn't a place for keeping knowledge. It's a place for acknowledging it. You return the thread to the box. The moment passes, but it lingers too, like the taste of something sweet and earthy. You leave without speaking. Outside, the sun has warmed the lane and someone has placed a bowl of figs on the stoop beside the chair. You take one. It's ripe, soft. Tastes like early summer and late memory. You continue down the path, the village unfolding again, not new, but renewed. By the time you return to the main square, there's music. Not loud, not planned. Someone strumming a lute near the well. Another softly humming a tune that doesn't quite match, but somehow doesn't clash. A boy claps twice, then forgets why, then laughs. You sit on the fountain edge and just listen. This is the kind of moment no one paints because it doesn't announce itself. But it's the kind that lingers in a room long after the people have left. And it's in that moment, eyes closed, mouth sweet with fig memory, braided with presence, that you feel the spiral again. Not beneath you. In you, it's not a path. It's a posture, one of return, of reflection, of readiness. And you laugh quietly but fully, because somewhere in your mind you remember what the tower never told you outright. The tower was never the test. You were. The staircase didn't lead upward. It led inward. And the real ascent wasn't in steps, but in stories. In choosing to keep walking, even when the answers stopped making sense. In touching each object not to possess it, but to remember it. In placing your trust not in clarity, but in care. And as if in reply, the bells ring once more. Not for a ceremony, not for a warning, but like a breath. You stand not because you must go, but because you're ready to walk again. You don't know where. And that's the gift. The not knowing isn't empty anymore. It's spacious, a place where something new might land. Like a feather, like a thread, like a story that waits to be told not by someone else. By you. And just before you leave the square, you pause. Someone new has arrived. You can tell by the way they look at the tower, half curious, half cautious. You smile and nod. They nod back. No words exchanged. None needed. Because you've both stood at the base of something bigger than yourselves. And you've both decided to climb not to conquer it, but to carry it. You wake before the bells today not because you're restless, not because of a nightmare, but because the quiet is too delicate to sleep through. It wraps around you like a shawl left in the sun, carrying the faint smell of herbs and ink, and something older still, something like parchment, warmed by candlelight. The village is silent, in a way that invites not with urgency, but with patience, like it's giving you time to notice. Like, you don't put on your boots right away. You sit for a moment, legs curled beneath you, staring at the wooden beam above your window. There's a crack in it that wasn't there before. Or maybe it was always there and you've only just learned how to see it. Either way, the line looks like a path, narrow, meandering, imperfect. The kind of path that leads somewhere important without ever promising to be direct. When you finally step outside, the morning greets you gently. No breeze, but the leaves shift anyway, as if nodding, The clouds are pale, tinged with lavender. You pass the baker, who's just begun arranging loaves behind the open shutters. You smile. He doesn't see you, but he pauses anyway. Maybe he senses something. Maybe he always has. Instead of heading toward the tower, you take the long route through the herb garden that spills into the alley behind the tannery, past the well that sometimes reflects the moon even during daylight. Your steps are quiet, not from effort, but from instinct. The world feels fragile today, like a moment made of glass. Near the edge of the village, there's a path most people don't take. It looks like it leads nowhere, but you know better. Or rather, you remember better. You follow the path until it splits left toward the stream, right toward the field with the scarecrow whose hat always changes. You go neither way. Instead, you crouch beside the stone where the path divides. There, hidden beneath a fold of ivy, is a marked the spiral. Small, shallow, old enough to have faded, but stubborn enough to remain. You press your palm to it. The stone hums, not like music, more like breath. You follow the vibration down into your feet, into the ground, into something not quite under you, but within you. And when you open your eyes again, you're no longer on the path. You're in a room, windowless, smaller than it should be. The walls curve like a shell, and the floor is made of overlapping tiles, each one engraved with a question. You don't read them, you don't need to. The questions are not for your mind. In the center, a low table. On the table, a bowl. In the bowl, a single thread. Gold, frayed at one end, still warm. You lift it without thinking. And you remember? Not a memory exactly, but a shape. A shape of a thought you once had but never named. A knowing that once lived in the space between heartbeats. You don't hold the thread like a tool. You hold it like a memory. And then the room opens. Not with doors, but with light. A crack forms in the curve of the wall, and from it spills not sunlight, but something softer. Like illumination without direction, you step toward it. You step toward. And you're back, but not where you were. You stand in the courtyard behind the scriptorium, the same place where days ago you watched the old monk copy a text he couldn't read but trusted anyway. Only now the courtyard is empty, except for a chair, and on the chair a book, bound in fabric instead of leather, closed with a ribbon. You don't untie it, you simply sit. Hold the book. Listen to the silence it carries. It's heavy not in weight but in memory, like it has heard more than it's told. You press it to your chest, and you feel it breathe. It doesn't open because you want it to. It opens because it wants to. Inside, no words, only threads, woven through the pages, forming shapes, stars, rivers, a face you almost remember. You turn page after page, watching the thread curve into symbols you've never seen but somehow understand. They don't tell a story. They are a story. And in the center of the book, there's a page stitched with nothing but a single knot. The love knot. The one the monk spoke of in whispers. The one meant to bind memory to silence. You touch it, it's warm. And the moment you do, you hear it. Not aloud. Inside, a voice. Yours. But not your present voice. Your remembering voice. The voice you had in dreams when you still believed every silence was a message. It says just one thing. You're ready. You close the book. Tie the ribbon. Stand and walk back towards the tower. Not because you need answers, but because you're beginning to understand the questions. And that, more than any truth, is what this place was built for. You reach the base of the stairs. Look up, not for direction, for rhythm. And then for the first time in days, you laugh. Because the climb no longer feels steep. It feels sacred, not solemn, just sacred. You take the first step, then the second, then the third. And the thread you carry hums in your pocket. Softly, confidently, like it's been waiting for this moment all along. The stone steps beneath your feet feel smoother than they should. Not polished, just worn in the way memory wears a groove into habit. You climb slowly, not because you're tired, but because there's something comforting in slowness. The air thickens the higher you go, not with heat or dust, but with meaning, like each step pulls you deeper into a question that isn't meant to be answered, only lived. The staircase spirals tighter than before, or perhaps it only feels that way. Your hand trails along the inner wall, brushing the spiral etchings someone carved there long ago. They're not decorative. They're instructional, not for your eyes, but for your breath. Inhale, step, exhale, step. Let your pulse become part of the rhythm. Halfway up, the light changes. There's no window, no candle, just light. Soft blue like moonlight that's forgotten how to shine. It settles around you like fog and makes everything feel like a memory you haven't had yet. You pause on a landing. It's not marked. It's not even flat. Just a widening of the stair enough for you to stand still. There's a bench here, small, worn, carved with the same spiral you saw in the village, and beside it, a small bowl filled with something dark. Not liquid, not solid, just dark. You don't touch it, not yet. You sit. The bench creaks. The bowl doesn't move, but the spiral inside you does. You look down at your hands and realize they're empty. Not because you've lost anything, because you've let go. The thread is gone. Or perhaps it's become part of you, woven through the folds of your breath and bone. You breathe in. The air tastes like ink. You breathe out. It smells like rain on stone. And just then you hear a sound. Soft, distant. Like a page turning in the next room over. But there's no room. No door. Just stone. And the bowl, still waiting. You reach for it. Not with curiosity. With recognition. Your fingers dip into the dark. It's not cold. It's not wet. It's familiar. Like velvet wrapped around a whisper. And when you pull your hand back, something clings to your skin. A symbol. Not drawn. Not inked. Just there. Pulsing. It looks like a question mark turned sideways and split in two. You don't know what it means, but you know it's meant for you. You stand. The bench creaks again. The bowl vanishes. Not with drama, just with purpose. And the light shifts back faintly golden now, like the hour right before dusk. You climb again, this time faster. Not because you're in a rush, but because the path feels clearer. Even when it isn't. When you reach the top, the door is already open. You don't remember opening it, but that doesn't matter. The room beyond is not what you expected. It's not a library. It's not a chapel. It's a kitchen. Small, warm, with a table set for two. Bread, cheese, a single candle. No one is there, yet everything feels recent, like someone stepped out just to fetch a plum. You sit, not in the chair closest to you. The other one, the one facing the window, which looks out onto nothing but sky. You tear a piece of bread. It's still soft, still warm. You eat, and with each bite a memory rises, not yours but someone else's. A child's laugh echoing in a stone corridor. The scrape of a chair on cold tile. The sound of your own name said by someone who didn't expect you to answer. You sip from a cup you hadn't noticed before. The liquid is cool, tastes like time and something more bitter underneath. Not unpleasant, just truthful. You let the silence do the talking. And then the door behind you closes. No wind, no hand, just certainty. You don't turn around. You don't need to. You know who's there. You, not the you from the courtyard. Not the you from the archive. A different you. One who never left the tower. The version of yourself who stayed behind when doubt first knocked. They walk quietly, sit opposite you, say nothing, but their eyes are full of all the words you never wrote. And you offer them bread. They accept. Break off a piece, eat it in silence, and then softly they place something on the table. It's a ribbon, green, frayed, tied in a knot. The same knot the manuscript bore. The same knot stitched into the monk's robe. You reach for it. They nod. You untie it. Not easily. It sticks, resists, then loosens all at once. Inside the knot a slip of paper. No writing, just a pressed flower. Lavender, crushed slightly at the stem. You hold it gently. Smell it. Still fragrant. Still here. And that's the gift, isn't it? Not memory. Continuity. You look up. The other you is gone. The chair still warm. The ribbon still coiled. But you're alone now. Except you're not. The spiral hums inside you again. You stand. Walk to the window. The sky is deeper now. Almost navy. Stars waiting just behind the veil. You place the flower on the windowsill. Not as an offering. As a marker. You were here. You understood. Or at least you tried. And in the trying, you became part of the story. You turn. The candle's out. The bread is gone. The door is closed. But the spiral is open. You step into it. Not down. Not up. Just forward. And the tower shifts. Not in structure. In meaning. because it was never about ascent. It was always about return. And you spiraling still return not to a place but to a promise. A quiet one. A steady one. You are the keeper now. You don't descend the spiral staircase, not because there's no path down, but because the tower no longer exists in the way it did moments ago. Instead, the floor beneath your feet becomes soft like moss or memory. You move forward, and the walls fade into mist, thick and pale, like breath on a winter morning. The air carries no sound, but it's not silent. It hums just beneath the edge of hearing, as if everything around you is in quiet conversation. Pages whispering to parchment thread, murmuring to cloth names, floating loose from the tongues that once spoke them. You walk, not because you know the way, but because your feet remember the shape of it. The path is not made of stone or soil, but something more ephemeral, like a thread stretched just tight enough to support a step. Your shoes leave no mark, and yet with every footfall, something in the world acknowledges your passage, a flicker in the fog, a bend in the rhythm, a pause in the hush. Ahead, a shape begins to form an arch, not built, but grown formed from the intertwining of memories that have long ceased to belong to anyone in particular. The arch pulses, once like a heartbeat, and then stills. You pass beneath it without stopping, and on the other side, the mist thins into form. You are in a cloister garden, though not quite. The hedges are shaped into symbols, spirals again. Yes, but also loops, knots, mirrored sigils that might be letters or might just be echoes of gestures once made in silence. A fountain bubbles at the center, though it issues no water. What rises from it is thread. Golden, silver, copper, deep twilight blue, all spinning slowly upward, vanishing into the air like incense smoke caught in a windless room. You sit at the edge of the fountain and hold out your palm. One thread lands there. It vibrates faintly, then quiets, and you feel something you hadn't known you were missing, stillness. Not silence, not emptiness, stillness. The kind that comes after the last word has been spoken and before the next breath is drawn. The thread wraps around your finger, not tight, but deliberate. It ties itself into a knot, not a binding, but a reminder. And just then a figure appears beside you. Not suddenly, not theatrically. They were always there, you think. You just didn't know how to see them. Their robe is plain, their face indistinct, their hands gentle. They offer you a second thread, this one, pale green, smooth, like sea glass. You take it. You don't speak. They don't need you to. Together, you walk not back to the tower, not toward a destination, but into the heart of the garden, where the hedges fall away and the sky folds down into itself like the lid of a box closing. In the center of the clearing is a loom, ancient, unused, awaiting. You understand without being told that it weaves not fabric, but time. Not a timeline, but the feeling of having once remembered something precious. You hand the threads to the figure. They place them on the loom's frame and step back. You take your place before it. You do not know how to weave, but your hands move anyway, slow and careful, guided by something older than instruction. Over and under, loop and pull. The threads move through your fingers like thoughts becoming tangible. The green wraps the gold, the silver braces, the blue. And the pattern that forms is not symmetrical, but it is honest. In it you see your childhood question about where the stars go during the day. You see the moment you first heard someone whisper your name with reverence. You see the time you chose to stay when you could have left. The pattern is not a record, it's a presence. And then the figure places a final thread on the loom, red frayed strong. You recognize it. It's the one tied around the wrist of the child who once wandered too close to the forbidden section of the monastery and swore not to speak of what they saw. You add it carefully. It knots itself at the edge of the cloth, anchoring it. And then the loom stops. Not because it is finished, but because it is ready. You stand. The figure takes the cloth, gently folds it into thirds, and places it in your arms. It is warm. It is heavy. It is yours. Not to keep, to carry. Behind you, the garden begins to dissolve, not in panic, but in peace. You don't look back. You walk forward. The mist rises again, but this time it parts before you like pages turning themselves, like silence making room. You find yourself standing on the threshold of the scriptorium, the real one. Or perhaps just the remembered version of it. The door is open. Inside, the desks are all empty, save one, yours. On it rests a book, not blank, not finished, just waiting. You place the cloth on the page. It doesn't sink, it merges. The threads disappear into the paper, leaving behind not ink, but weight. Memory stitched into the margins. You sit, breathe. The room smells like rosemary again, and candle wax, and bread. The thread around your finger tightens briefly, then loosens. You look up, and across the room a window opens. Not to a garden, not to a tower, to the sky, wide and full of stars. You smile, because finally you understand the spiral. It's not a path away from something. It's a return to the center. And you are the center now, not the answer. The question, alive and unfolding. You close your eyes. You do not sleep. You rest. And that tonight is enough. You sit longer than you need to, not because you're tired, but because stillness has become something sacred. The desk beneath your hands is worn smooth not just from your own use, but from the generations of scribes who came before you. Each shallow groove in the wood, each soft discoloration, holds a story you'll never read, but somehow already know. The candle beside you burns low, its wax forming a tiny pool along the base, trembling slightly like it remembers what it means to be liquid. You let your fingers hover above the page, not quite touching it. The cloth is gone now, its threads absorbed into the book's surface as if it had never been separate, yet the weight remains not heavy, just persistent. A quiet hum in your chest like the memory of music after the last note fades. You think about all the manuscripts you've handled, all the pages you've copied word for word, convinced that preserving the past was your only duty. But now, for the first time, you understand that your role isn't to preserve what was, it's to continue what was never finished. That's the real task of a keeper, not a guardian, a participant. Your pen resting in the inkwell nearby is older than you remembered. Its wooden handle bears tiny carvings you hadn't noticed before. Little spirals, some whole, some broken, some incomplete. You pick it up, feel the balance in your hand, and realize the weight is perfect, not because it's light, but because it matches your grip. You dip it in the ink. It accepts the ink like it's been waiting for it. The first stroke on the page is hesitant, not because you're unsure, but because you understand the power of beginnings. You write a single line, not a title, not a summary, just a sentence that feels true. You don't reread it. You don't need to. The page accepts your offering and breathes around it. From somewhere far off, a bell chimes. One note, then silence. Not an ending, a punctuation. You rise. The room feels warmer now, like the sun has returned without bothering with dawn. You walk to the window and look out. The garden beyond is not the same garden you saw in the mist. This one is smaller, less symbolic, but alive. Bees hover over rosemary bushes. A cat sleeps curled against a stone wall. A child runs past barefoot and laughing, clutching a ribbon like it's treasure. You watch, you smile. And then you notice a figure standing just beyond the hedge, watching you. Not waiting, not intruding, just present. It's the same robed figure from before. Or perhaps it isn't. Maybe they're many. Maybe they're you. They nod once, then turn and disappear behind the wall. You don't follow. You don't have to. What was needed has already passed between you. You return to your desk. The page is dry. The ink glows faintly under the candlelight like it's still breathing. You close the book gently. Tie a thread around it. Not to bind it closed, but to remind yourself it can always be opened again. You place it in the drawer, not hidden, sheltered. Outside, the bell chimes again. Twice this time. A rhythm. You follow it out of the scriptorium, your steps softer than you remember. The halls are quiet, but not empty. You pass a monk brushing dust from the ledge of a stained glass window. He nods without looking at you. You nod back. You pass a novice carrying a stack of folded linens, humming under their breath. You listen. The tune is unfamiliar, but the rhythm is the same one you walked in the garden. You reach the courtyard. It smells like damp stone and fresh thyme. The fountain burbles. You sit on its edge. Close your eyes. Breathe. The spiral hums again. Not inside you, around you. You open your eyes. There on the far wall, someone has carved a new spiral. Small, neat, unfinished. You walk over. You don't touch it, but you smile because someone else has begun to see. You return to your room. Your bed is made. A folded robe rests at the end. You change into it slowly, not with reverence, with comfort. It fits, better than before, like it's grown around your shape. You lie back. Let your weight settle. The ceiling above is plain, pale, familiar. You close your eyes. And just before sleep finds you, you whisper the line you wrote earlier, this time aloud, not to the room, to yourself. And it answers, not with words, with warmth. And for the first time in days or years or centuries, depending on how you count, you fall asleep, knowing exactly where you are. The next morning doesn't feel like a beginning, not exactly. It's more like a continuation, a soft, steady line that threads itself through sleep and waking without announcing the shift. You stir before the bell, eyes blinking open to a pale orange glow seeping through the high window. The world outside hasn't quite committed to daylight yet. It's in that in-between state where everything looks half-dreamed and entirely possible. You sit up slowly, your robe loose and warm around your shoulders, the fabric holding the faint scent of lavender and old wood smoke. Your feet touch the stone floor, cool, but not unkind. The silence in the room is full, not hollow, like it's waiting with you, not for you. You breathe in deeply, and there it is again, that familiar rhythm in your chest, like something gently winding itself tighter without pressure, like a thread choosing to draw inward. The day begins not with ritual, but with invitation. Outside your chamber, the hallway seems brighter than usual, lit not just by candles, but by the absence of weight. For the first time in what feels like weeks, your steps feel like yours again. Not borrowed, not bound. You follow the sound of low conversation and the soft shuffle of sandals toward the refectory, but when you arrive, it's empty. Instead, on the table where bread and honey usually wait, there's a note, just your name, written in a script you don't recognize but somehow trust. Beneath it, a folded cloth bundle. You open it to find a loaf of dense brown bread, 2 apples, and a small jar of preserved lemon slices, not breakfast provisions. You wrap them again with care and understand without question that today is not for staying in the monastery. You pass through the main gate, the archway wide and watchful above you, carved with symbols that flicker like they're remembering their own meanings. The road is dry and well-worn, a familiar curve bending past the edge of the rosemary fields. Birds call from the low branches, their songs neither urgent nor cheerful, just present, as if they too are following something unseen. There's no destination. You know this. You walk because it feels like the next right thing to do. The sky stretches above in soft gradients, not quite blue, not quite gray, but promising both. The road leads you through a grove of olive trees, their trunks gnarled and silvered with age. One has a ribbon tied around its base, a deep plum color frayed at the ends. You don't touch it, but you pause and nod. Further on, you reach a stream, narrow, quick-moving, murmuring to itself in a language only water knows. You kneel, wash your hands, splash a little across your face. The cold startles your senses, just enough to remind you you're alive in this body, in this moment, in this century. The bread tastes stronger than you expected, slightly sour, dense with seeds. The apple is crisp, and the preserved lemon makes your mouth pucker with joy and memory. You walk again. Eventually, the path begins to rise, winding up a gentle hill. From the top, you can see the monastery far in the distance, small now, like a story someone once told you. And beyond it, fields, forests, a smudge of village rooftops, the glint of a distant river. You sit on a flat stone warmed by the morning sun. For a long time, you simply watch, and then you take something from your sleeve, a small notebook, blank pages, unlined. You open to the center and begin to draw, not artfully, not with technique, but with a kind of honesty that doesn't care about beauty. You draw the olive tree, the ribbon, the stream, the plum, a spiral. On the next page you write, not for anyone else, just to remember what it smelled like, how the thread felt against your wrist, the way the mist shifted when you walked through it, how the figure nodded before fading into the hedge. You don't need to get it all down, just the parts that are still warm in your chest. By the time you close the notebook, the sun is high and the wind is picked up, not sharp, just enough to remind you that the world keeps moving even when you pause. You stand, stretch, and begin your walk back. The road feels different now, not shorter, just clearer, as if every step is its own permission. At the gate you find a new ribbon, this one tied to the inner latch, pale green. Not left for you, but left with you in mind. You smile. Inside the monastery, life continues. The novices scrub stone steps. The elder monks discuss herbs over parchment. A cat sprawls across the windowsill, one paw twitching in its sleep. You return to your chamber, set the bundle of food now mostly gone on your desk, and then you retrieve the notebook. You place it beside the larger book you'd once hidden in your drawer, and you understand now the larger book is for others. The small one is for you. Neither is more important. Both are part of the same spiral. You sit down not with urgency but with care. The bell rings once long and low. You breathe. And somewhere inside you the thread ties another loop, not to close a circle, to widen it. That night your dreams are quieter than usual. Not empty, not forgotten, just gentle. They hum beneath the surface like lullabies without words. When you wake, it's to a sky already bruised with the first colors of dawn. There's no bell, no footsteps in the hallway, no summons. Only the soft rustle of the wind nudging the wooden shutters, as if reminding you not to linger too long between sleep and waking. You rise with ease, not because the day demands it, but because your body does. The robe you wore yesterday now feels looser, as though it has exhaled something on your behalf. You fold it neatly and place it beside the window where the morning light kisses its seams. Then you open your notebook again. It falls open to a blank page, but there are flecks of dust from the pressed sprig of rosemary you tucked between the earlier leaves. You lift it carefully, bring it to your nose, and smile. The scent is fading, but it's enough to remind you that memory lives in sensation, not permanence. You begin writing without planning to. Just one sentence, then another. Soon you realize you've recorded the entire walk to the olive grove, not in precise detail, but in feeling. The texture of the bread, the way the apple's skin split under your teeth, the silence of the path and the sound your souls made when they met the earth. The act of writing doesn't exhaust you. It restores you as though each word is a stone placed back where it belongs in a wall long crumbled. By the time the morning bell rings 3 soft tones like a question being asked without urgency, you're already halfway through the next page. You pause. Close the notebook. This time, instead of hiding it away, you place it on your desk openly. You let it sit there as a statement. This, too, is part of the work. The rest of the day is filled with small tasks, none of which feel like interruptions. You help a novice rebind a crumbling manuscript, your fingers brushing glue and thread with practiced care. You spend an hour in the herb garden, gently turning the soil around the thyme and pulling weeds whose roots seem reluctant to let go. You share a midday meal in silence, not out of rule, but out of ease. The silence between you and the others isn't awkward. It's woven with mutual understanding. You're not the only one who has walked the spiral, even if some carry their threads tucked deeper in their sleeves. That afternoon, the librarian finds you near the cloister wall where you're sketching a looped symbol in the dirt with a stick. He doesn't comment on the shape. Instead, he hands you a scroll, age tied with a green ribbon. You look at him, eyebrows raised. For your hands, he says simply, not your eyes, not your mind, your hands. You unroll it slowly once he leaves. Inside is a map not of places, but of movement. Arrows curve and coil like calligraphy. Symbols mark decisions instead of destinations. You don't recognize the author's hand, but you understand the meaning. It's a guide to process, not a rival. You sit cross-legged in the grass and trace the map with your finger. The ink is faded in places, but where it remains dark, it pulses. You don't memorize it. You let it settle into your bones like rhythm, not fact. As the sun begins to lower, casting long shadows that stretch like stories across the stone walkways, you return to your chamber. The notebook is still where you left it, waiting without expectation. You open it to a fresh page and copy the symbol you saw on the scroll, a spiral within a spiral, each layer braided with tiny notches, like teeth or stars. Beneath it, you write, "Not everything that repeats is a mistake." Then you lean back, exhale. Outside, the first evening bells begin their gentle song, 5 in total, each spaced like footsteps. You close your eyes and let their rhythm walk across your mind. You imagine the robed figure again, not appearing, just present in some far-off corner of your awareness. And with them, the loom, always waiting, always quiet. You think about the academic debates the scholars used to hold in the scriptorium, whether spirals represented rebirth or exile, whether silence was obedience or power, whether memory was something stored or something rebuilt every time it's touched. You no longer need the answers. You are beginning to trust the questions. There is a knock at your door, soft, 2 taps. You open it to find no one there, just a ribbon hanging from the handle, golden frayed at both ends, and tied in a knot so complex it defies logic. You take it gently, fingers memorizing its texture before you tuck it into the back of your notebook. Some threads aren't meant to be used right away. Some are just reminders that the story continues beyond your part in it. You step into the hallway. The air smells of warm stone and candle wax. You pass others on their way to evening prayer, their faces calm, their movements slow and assured. You don't join them, not out of rebellion, but out of understanding. Tonight, your prayer is made in ink, in memory, in the quiet turning of pages. Back in your room, you light a small candle, not for light, for presence. The flame dances, casting small shapes across your wall shadows that resemble figures, mountains, threads. You place the map on your desk beside the notebook and study them together. The map's curves, the notebook's pages, your own breath, all following the same rhythm. You begin to write again, slowly letting each word settle like dew on the page. There is no rush, only the spiral. You end with a single word. You don't read it aloud, but the room feels different after it's written, like it heard you and answered. You don't remember falling asleep. Not really. It felt more like dissolving, like the boundary between your breath and the room faded until both moved with the same rhythm. The candle burned down to a waxy puddle. The last page of your notebook remained half-filled ink, still wet when your eyes closed. Morning doesn't arrive with sound, but with a subtle change in air pressure, as if the world is gently nudging you toward wakefulness. You stretch not because you're sore, but because something in you wants to remember the shape of your own limbs. The notebook lies open beside your pillow, and you glance at that last word again. You still don't say it aloud, but you nod to it, as if it's said enough just by existing. Outside your window, the courtyard is empty, dew clinging to stone and leaf like punctuation. A cat stalks across the flagstones with deliberate slowness, tail held like a question mark. You wash your face in the basin, cold water crackling against your skin, and you're struck again by how sharp everything feels when you stop trying to understand it. Just feel it. Cold, grain, breath, gravity. Breakfast is a quiet affair. There's no conversation, just the soft scrape of bowls, the crunch of bread, the gentle music of spoons, stirring honey into warm milk. Someone refills your cup without asking, and you accept it without speaking. You're not alone. You're simply part of a rhythm larger than speech. Later in the garden, you find the old monk with the crooked back kneeling in the rosemary bed. He's humming something that sounds both ancient and improvised. You join him without announcing yourself, kneeling beside him, your hands sinking into the soil. Together, you work in silence. Pull weeds, pat earth, tie soft twine around tender stems that can't yet hold themselves up. He doesn't speak until the sun is directly overhead. There are roots, he says, that reach for things they'll never touch, and still they reach. You don't know if he's talking about the plants, or you, or himself. You nod, because all three are true. By mid-afternoon, you're in the scriptorium again, though this time not as a copyist. You're sorting old scrolls, ones that were misfiled, misplaced, or perhaps hidden on purpose. You find one wrapped in blue silk, its ends sealed with a wax emblem shaped like a spiral of tiny fish. You're careful as you unroll it, the parchment crackling like a voice just beginning to speak after centuries of silence. The text is peculiar, part poem, part instruction, part confession. It talks about knots tied not in thread, but in time. About words that can only be read when forgotten. About a loom that never finishes weaving because it keeps rewriting the pattern. One passage stands out, the ink slightly darker there, as if written by a different hand. To remember is to twist the thread. To forget is to pull it taut. Neither is wrong. Both make fabric. You sit with that for a long time. When you rise, the shadows in the room have shifted. The librarian is watching you from across the room. He doesn't ask what you found. He simply nods toward the scroll. Some things were hidden, he says, so they could survive. Then he walks away, the hem of his robe whispering across the stone floor. Back in your chamber, you place the scroll beside your notebook. The two seem to recognize each other. You can almost feel the hum of shared ink. You don't try to interpret it. You're past that now. Interpretation is for scholars. You're something else now. A thread bearer, a story carrier, a page that writes itself from the inside out. You take out a strip of ribbon, the gold one from before. Slowly, with deliberate care, you begin tying the knot from the door. You've studied it in your mind for days now. Your fingers move cautiously, uncertain at first, but then with increasing confidence. Over, under, through, loop, pull, pause. The knot takes shape, not identical, but recognizable. A sibling, a mirror that winks instead of copies. You place it on your windowsill where the evening light can find it. That night before sleep, you write again. This time, not about what happened, but about what you didn't understand when it did. You write about the taste of silence, the weight of remembered gestures, the way certain patterns seem to repeat in different forms, how a hedge can resemble a spiral, how a dream can feel like a door. You write until the candle flickers down to a nub. And then, just as you're about to close the notebook, you hear a sound. Faint, metallic, not threatening, curious. You rise and open your door. No one is there. But on the floor sits a small brass ring etched with symbols so fine they blur into shimmer. You pick it up, feel its warmth, its undeniable presence. No note, no instruction. Just the ring, you don't wear it. You place it beside your candle where its shine catches the wax as it cools. And for the first time you sleep not in hope or mystery, but in knowing. The brass ring catches the morning light before you even open your eyes. It rests where you left it, beside the candle, beside the silence. It hasn't moved, but something about it feels different now. Not in shape, in gravity, as though it now belongs here the same way a stone belongs to a riverbed or a memory to the person who carries it. You rise quietly, every motion deliberate, unhurried. You don't reach for the ring right away. Instead, you wash your hands with water cooled overnight in a clay jar. The chill reminds you that not all awakenings are comfortable, but they are necessary. You dry your hands on a linen cloth worn soft by seasons of use. Only then do you return to the ring and pick it up. It's heavier than it looks. You don't know what metal it's made from, brass, bronze, something older, but it holds warmth like a palm. The markings along its surface still defy reading. They shimmer when viewed from certain angles and vanish from others like breath on glass. You slip it into your robe pocket, not to hide it, to keep it near. The day unfolds without urgency. You help mend a section of the garden wall that cracked in last week's storm. You assist a novice with translating an old herbal text, your fingers tracing ink that smells faintly of sage. You carry a jug of fresh water from the well and notice for the first time that the bucket's rope is knotted in the same pattern as your ribbon. It makes you smile, not from discovery, but from recognition. The world is speaking in its own language. You're finally beginning to understand the grammar. In the early afternoon, you return to the chapel not for prayer, but for presence. The door is open as it was before. Sunlight slants across the stone floor, carving shapes like slow-moving shadows. You don't step to the altar, not today. Instead, you sit in one of the rear benches, back straight, palms resting on your knees. You let the quiet settle into your bones. A breeze drifts in through a high window, carrying the scent of beeswax and distant rosemary. You close your eyes and listen, not to the world outside, to the hush inside. It has a sound, a heartbeat, a spiral. You don't name it, you don't chase it, you let it circle. Time loses its sharpness. Minutes smear into the curve of your breath. When you finally rise, the light in the chapel has shifted. You bow your head not to the altar, but to the space, the act, the stillness. Back in your room, you find something new, not placed, not delivered, grown. At the center of your notebook lies a pressed leaf, not one you remember collecting. Its shape is unlike anything from the garden, a perfect oval lined with silver veins. Beneath it, a single word has been written in your own handwriting, though you don't recall writing it. Continue. You don't question it. You open to the next page and begin. You write without drafting, without doubt. The words come not from thought, but from rhythm. You write about the knots you've untied and the ones you've learned to accept. About how memory isn't always a mirror, it's sometimes a doorway, and sometimes just the echo of footsteps in a hallway that no longer exists. You pause only once when you realize your ink is running low. Instead of stopping, you thin it with a drop of candle wax, a trick someone once taught you in passing. The ink glides smoother after that. The lines look different, fainter, shinier, but no less true. When you reach the bottom of the page, you draw a small spiral in the corner. Not a symbol of ending, just a reminder that stories aren't straight lines. They fold, they repeat, they breathe. You place the notebook on your desk and finally pull the ring from your pocket. You slip it onto your finger, not because it feels right, but because it no longer feels foreign. It fits, not snug, not loose, just present. That evening, as the bells toll in sequence, you take a different path to the dining hall, one that loops around the outer garden past the abandoned bell tower. No one visits anymore. You glance up and see a ribbon tied to the tower's gate, blue faded, fluttering in a wind that doesn't touch the trees. You don't approach. You just note its presence and keep walking. Some threads are meant for another day. At dinner, someone places a small loaf beside your bowl. It's shaped like a spiral. You glance around, but no one meets your gaze. You eat slowly, tasting fennel and salt. It's warm, comforting, precise. After the meal, you walk the perimeter of the cloister. The sky above is softening into indigo, and the stars begin to prick through like thoughts unspoken. You count them, not aloud, not seriously, just enough to remember they're always there, whether seen or not. Back in your room, the candle is already lit. You don't remember lighting it. The flame flickers gently, casting the ring's shadow in a slow arc across your desk. You pick up your notebook, flip to the next page, and smile. You don't know what you'll write tomorrow, but you know you will. The next morning begins with no bells, no footsteps, no sunlight spilling through the window, only stillness. It takes you a moment to realize that what wakes you isn't noise, but the absence of it. Something has shifted in the air. A pause in the monastery's usual rhythm, as if the place itself has held its breath. You dress without rushing. The ring still rests on your finger. Its warmth hasn't faded. You run a finger over the surface again, noticing new ridges that weren't there yesterday. Or perhaps they were. Perhaps they only reveal themselves when you've earned the next sentence. When you step into the hallway, you notice it immediately, the smell. Not unpleasant, just unusual, like old parchment mixed with lavender and rain-soaked stone. It guides you soft and steady like a forgotten memory, tugging gently at the sleeve of your awareness. You follow it past the scriptorium, beyond the herb garden, through a narrow passageway rarely used. At the end, a door you've never seen before stands slightly ajar. It bears no marking, no lock, no handle. Just the quiet invitation of wood left open enough to matter. You push it gently. Inside is not a room, not exactly. It's a chamber of echoes, circular, stone-lined, lit by natural light funneled through a skylight carved into the ceiling. In the center, a table plain and round bearing three objects: a feather, a spool of red thread, and a small flat stone with a hole through its center. You step forward, not out of curiosity but recognition. You know these objects, though you've never seen them arranged like this. They're from your dreams, from footnotes in forgotten books, from the whispered instructions of old women whose hands smelled of flour and ink. You reach for the thread first. It's coarse, dyed unevenly, frayed in some places, but strong. You lift it, and the spool turns without resistance. A soft tick, tick, tick echoes in the chamber as it unspools in your hand. You don't know what you're measuring, but you feel like you've begun something. Next, the feather. It's light, but not fragile. A crow's, perhaps. Dark, with an iridescent sheen that shifts between purple and green, depending on how you angle it. You remember something an old monk once said: feathers are messages in disguise, even when they don't know it. You place the feather beside the thread. Finally, the stone. You lift it carefully. It's smooth, worn by time or water or both. The hole through its center is perfectly round, as if made not by erosion, but by intention. You hold it up to your eye, peering through the gap, and for a moment, just a moment, you see something impossible. A hallway, not this one, lined with mirrors that don't reflect your image, but your questions. Then it vanishes. You place the stone down slowly, thoughtfully. All three objects now lie before you again, but different. Touched. Acknowledged. You hear a sound behind you. Not footsteps. A sigh. You turn. No one is there. Only a parchment newly placed leaning against the doorway. You pick it up, expecting words. Instead, there's a diagram. A knot. Unlike the ones you've learned before. More complex. Interwoven. It loops back on itself in places where it seems impossible, then exits as if it had always known the way out. You fold the parchment, tuck it into your robe, and step out of the chamber. The rest of the day is marked by small patterns repeating in unusual places. A novice's chant echoes the rhythm of the knot. A shadow in the cloister mimics the curve of the thread. Even the way a cat curls itself beside a sunbeam resembles the flow of that inkless diagram. You don't speak to anyone about what you saw, not because it's secret, but because it's still becoming. At twilight, you find yourself in the bell tower, a place long unused. Dust curls through the air in slow spirals. The rope that once rang the bell now lies coiled in the corner, forgotten, but not discarded. You sit, and you begin to trace the knot from the diagram, not with thread, but with gesture. Fingers on stone, muscle memory without memory. It takes time. Your hands falter, loop the wrong way, reverse the spiral. But you begin again, and again, and again, until something clicks. Not a sound, a sensation, like a window opening inward. You don't see light. You feel clarity. You leave the bell tower with nothing physical gained. No revelation, no vision. But something in your step has changed. You're not walking faster, just truer. That night you return to your notebook, and instead of writing words you draw. The knot, the stone, the feather, the thread. You don't label them. They don't need names. You turn the page. You draw again, this time a spiral that blooms outward petal-like, becoming both flower and labyrinth. You don't know where it leads, but for the first time you don't feel the need to. You blow out the candle, and in the darkness you hear the softest whisper, not from outside, but from within. A single word, not a command, an invitation. Further, the whisper fades by morning, but the echo of it stays curled behind your ears like a dream, half-remembered but stubborn in sensation. You wake with the sense that something has begun again, though nothing obvious marks the change. The air smells the same. Your robes hang just as you left them. Even the candle wick is only half burnt, as if the night didn't fully pass, only bent around you, bent around. Still you rise with purpose. Today you don't follow a scent or a sound. You follow the pull of intention. It leads you not to any sacred chamber or locked scriptorium, but to the laundry courtyard, a place usually too mundane for revelations. But the ordinary is often where the deeper knots hide. A novice is already there, struggling with a basket of wet robes. You help without words, wringing, folding, pinning each cloth with practiced ease. The rhythm is comforting. Press, twist, lift, hang, repeat. In the midst of repetition, your mind finds space to observe the finer details, the way water beads on your skin and catches light, how the breeze flutters the robes like a row of quiet signals, how the pins squeak just slightly as you secure the corners. The novice hums a tune you don't know. It's simple, off-key, and somehow perfect. Midway through the task, you notice one robe has been stitched with a strange pattern at the hem, barely visible but deliberate. A small spiral surrounded by 3 dots. You ask the novice about it. They blink, confused. It's just always been like that, they say. One of the old robes. We use it when the others run short. But you know that spiral. You've drawn it, felt it, dreamed it. You nod and let the moment pass. Some signs are for noticing, not naming. Later in the study alcove, you return to your notebook. Not to write, to listen. The pages themselves seem to carry breath now. Not like lungs, but like leaves alive in stillness, waiting for wind. You place the robe with the spiral hem beside you. Its dampness cools the desk wood. You trace the stitch pattern gently, not disrupting the thread. And you begin to copy it, not just the design, but the rhythm of its sewing over, under, pull loop. You recreate the gesture on paper and then repeat it with red ink. The result looks more like music than script. That night you dreamed differently, not of places or symbols, but of sound. A bell, deep, hollow. Not from the tower, from beneath. It tolls only once, but you feel it vibrate through your ribs like a second heartbeat. When you wake, you press your palm to your chest. It's still beating, but something new pulses beneath it. You go to the chapel not expecting an answer. You go because silence is a kind of mirror, and tonight you need to see what your reflection does when no one's looking. The door creaks a little. The candlelight flickers more than usual, and you notice that the center of the room where the altar once stood is now bare. In its place, a circle of stones, small, white, smooth. Someone placed them carefully, forming a spiral. You step forward. Inside the circle lies a single object, a ribbon. Not yours, not anyone's. Pure white, tinged slightly with silver at the edges. Untied, waiting. You kneel beside it, but you don't reach out. Instead, you whisper. You say nothing specific, just the truth of how the day felt, how the water gleamed on linen, how the stitches held stories even when no one saw. You whisper about the bell in your dream, about the robe, about the thread. The whisper is not meant for anyone, but it feels heard. And when you finish, the ribbon stirs. Not much, just enough to shift one end over the other, forming the beginning of a knot. You inhale quietly, then tie it. Left over right, right under, pull. The knot forms. Tight, simple, centered, and you feel something click in the back of your mind. A door swinging open that had no wall before it. You stand, but leave the ribbon there. Some knots are meant to remain. On your way out, you notice that your footsteps now echo slightly differently. Less like sound bouncing and more like song returning home. Back in your room, you write again. Not about the ribbon, about the bell. You try to describe its tone, its depth, its color, not in words but in shapes. You fill half a page with curves and spirals, arcs that resemble neither letters nor numbers, but something more ancient, more honest. The ring on your finger warms. You pause, and beneath the drawing you write one word, not in your language, but in the script of the ribbon. You don't know what it means, but you know it belongs. When the candle burns low, you don't blow it out. You let it sputter and fade as if the night itself knows when to end. And as the shadows shift, you hear the echo again, not of the bell, of your own whisper returning, more than sound. It feels like permission. The following day begins not with bells, not with voices, not even with light. It begins with the silence of knowing something has changed. You don't open your eyes because something calls you. You open them because your body already knows the way forward. No dreams, no sounds, just the unmistakable feeling of readiness. The ring on your finger feels different now. Not warmer, not tighter, just more present. As if it's no longer a symbol, but a witness. You hold your hand up to the early glow creeping through your window and watch the ring shimmer faintly. For the first time, you don't wonder if it's magic. You wonder if it's memory. There is no destination in your mind, but your feet move anyway. Down the corridor, past the cloister, beyond the small door that leads to the forgotten garden, a place rarely tended, but never truly abandoned. The stone path has grown mossy, the fig trees overgrown, but someone has recently swept away the fallen leaves. You follow the trail, each step softer than the last. At the center of the garden lies a bench, simple wooden bowed from years of weather. You sit, and you wait. You don't know what for, you just wait. Minutes pass, or maybe hours. Time moves strangely here. The air is thick with the scent of crushed lavender, and something else, ink perhaps, or cedar, something earthy and wise. Eventually a sound joins you, a flutter. You turn your head just slightly and see it a piece of parchment caught on a breeze that isn't strong enough to carry anything else. It dances before you, teases the edge of your robe, then settles flat on the ground at your feet. You pick it up. It's blank. You flip it over, still blank, but your hands begin to move almost without instruction. You reach for the small charcoal tucked in your sleeve pocket, something you forgot you'd taken with you. You draw a single line, then another. a loop, a curve. The charcoal moves in patterns, not directions, until suddenly the page is no longer blank. It bears the shape of a bird, but not just any bird. This one is made entirely of knots. Its wings are weaves, its feathers spirals, its eye a tiny ring. You stare at the image, and then you understand. It isn't a bird. It's a map, not a place, a path. You fold the parchment carefully and place it inside your sleeve, and then you stand not abruptly but deliberately. The garden doesn't feel finished with you, but you know you've taken what it came to give. You leave by the eastern arch, the one partially covered in ivy, and find yourself in a hallway you've walked 1,000 times but never truly seen. The stonework along the bottom bears carvings, faint, worn, nearly invisible. You kneel and run your hand across the surface. A line, a curl, a mark that could easily be dismissed as age. But when you trace the entire row, a pattern emerges. The same knots from the map, the same curves from the dreams, the same rhythm from your own handwriting. You press your hand flat against the wall, and you feel it shift, not physically. In memory, the wall remembers being built. You can feel it. Not in images, but in weight, in repetition, in the slow, steady shaping of stone under patient hands. You see none of it yet. You know all of it. You step back, your palm tingling. There's no door, but there is a message. It doesn't say go forward. It says look again. So you do. And this time you notice the torch sconce nearby is slightly off-center. You reach for it. It turns. With a soft click, a small panel in the wall opens. Not grand, not dramatic, just enough. You step through. The passage is narrow, not claustrophobic, comforting, like the inside of a well-worn sleeve. You walk, not hurried, not hesitant. The walls hum gently, not with sound, but with memory. You feel them remembering other feet, other robes, other rings. You are not the first, but you might be the one who understands it differently. At the end of the passage, you emerge into a circular room lit only by a single shaft of light from above. The floor is covered in sand, smooth, untouched. In the center, a rake. You hesitate, then take it. You draw. Not words, not symbols. You draw the knot. The one from the bird. The one from the hem. The one that no one taught you, but somehow you've always known. The moment it's finished, the room changes. The light shifts. The sand trembles. The knot doesn't vanish. It deepens, becomes a groove, a path. You place the rake aside and step into the groove. You don't fall. You descend, slowly, quietly, willingly. You descend not into darkness, but into quiet. The air is not cold, not stale. It carries the scent of old parchment, soft stone, and something like candle wax that never burned. The spiral you follow beneath your feet is carved so subtly into the floor that it only appears under a certain angle of light, just enough to keep you turning, not wandering. There are no torches, no lanterns. Only a faint luminescence like memory itself is lighting the path. Eventually, the slope evens out. You emerge into a vaulted chamber ceiling, low and arched walls made of stones far older than the monastery above. In the center lies a table, no chairs, no scrolls, just the table, and something on top, a bowl made of polished wood, and beside it a small blade. You do not touch them yet. Instead, you look up. Above you, the ceiling bears a mural, barely visible, covered in dust but unmistakably drawn with the same hand as the ribbon script. It's a series of loops, braids, and knots, not symmetrical but balanced. Within each loop lies a symbol, a bell, a seed, a key, a flame. One knot holds no symbol, just a single red thread painted across it. That's the one you know. You lower your gaze again and finally step toward the table. The bowl is empty but smells faintly of rosemary and oil. The blade is small, sharp, but plain wooden handle, worn grip, no ornament. Your fingers hover near it, unsure whether to pick it up or leave it untouched. But then you notice something on your wrist. Not the ribbon. Beneath it, a scar. Thin, pale, bold. You hadn't seen it before. Or maybe you had, but never noticed. You sit on the floor, not out of confusion, out of respect. Then you do something strange. You unfasten the ribbon not to discard it, but to study it. For the first time since it was tied, you allow it to lie flat in your hand. Its texture is different now, softer, as if it remembers the shape it held and is reluctant to let go. You press it to the bowl's rim. It clings slightly, then releases. You place it inside, and then you wait. A breeze passes through the chamber. You don't know where it comes from, but it moves the ribbon, slightly turning it like a weather vane. The blade reflects the light faintly, just enough to draw your eyes back to it. You pick it up, and instead of cutting, you carve. Onto the edge of the table just below the bowl, you etch a symbol, not one from the mural, one of your own. A loop within a loop, a spiral that never closes. You name it silently, Remembrance. And when you step back, the chamber breathes. Not literally, but something expands, as if the walls were holding in a thought and have finally let it out. You leave the bowl and the blade, and turn toward the hallway that has appeared behind you. It wasn't there before. It is now. You walk through it, your footsteps silent against the stone. This passage feels newer, like it's remembering itself just in time for your arrival. The air grows warmer. The scent of parchment grows stronger. And then without transition, you find yourself standing in a library. But not the monasteries. This one is round, infinite almost. Shelves curve upward, stacked higher than any ladder could reach. There are no visible titles, just symbols. Some match the ones from the mural. Others seem drawn from your own notebooks. One shelf bears the exact design you carved into the table. You reach for it. The book is slim, heavy. You open it, and inside you find not text, not illustrations, but knots, real ones, tied into the pages, not sewn. Each knot is unique. Some you recognize, some you've never seen. But as your fingers move over them, you feel something deeper than recognition. You feel story. You feel moments both yours and not yours. A child hiding a secret in her sleeve. An old man untying a ribbon before his final prayer. A scholar tracing spiral patterns in the sand just before a storm. Each knot tells without telling. You close the book and hold it to your chest. Not because you need it, because it needs you. You return it to the shelf and keep walking. There is no end to the library. But there are pauses, alcoves, corners where light changes, where shelves tilt inward slightly, inviting you to stop. One such alcove holds a desk, and on it a page, blank. But you know it won't be for long. You sit and begin to tie. The knots you tie on the page don't stay flat. They rise slightly beneath your fingers as if each one has breath. You begin without intention, just motion, following an instinct you don't question anymore. Left over, right under, and through loop, then turn, and there it is, one memory, one knot. You pause, but not for long. Your fingers keep moving, string looping through itself until another knot settles beside the first. Each one different, each one familiar. You aren't copying anything, you're remembering. After several knots, you stop to rest your hands. The desk before you isn't lit by candlelight, but something more natural like moonlight remembered from a dream. The knots glimmer faintly, their shadows dancing across the parchment. You realize something quietly strange. The page is no longer blank, not just in knots, but in faint ink lines you didn't write. Phrases appear around each loop, too faded to read completely, yet somehow you already know what they say. A knot for the first vow you ever made. A knot for the day you chose silence over argument. A knot for the memory you thought you'd lost until you smelled cinnamon again. They aren't declarations. They're recordings, not written for others, but tied for yourself. You don't write them down. You don't need to. The knots remember. You gather the parchment carefully, folding it not by creasing, but by aligning the loops like petals. It folds itself once your hands begin. You place it on the nearby shelf among others tied long before you arrived. The moment you release the page, the room seems to exhale. You stand. Behind you, where once there had been only an endless loop of bookshelves, there is now a small staircase, stone narrow lit from beneath by a golden glow. You hesitate not from fear, but from reverence. You know by now that each passage changes you. This one will be no different. You descend. The walls here are smooth, different from the carved stone of the monastery, different from the not-inscribed passages below it. This hallway is made of something more ancient, more refined. Not gold, but something warm and pale, almost bone-colored. It curves gently, not like a tunnel, but like a spiral shell. And at the center, soft music. You can't hear it with your ears, but your bones know it. A rhythm like breath, a pattern like tide. You emerge into a round chamber smaller than the last, but warmer too. It holds only 3 things: a brazier with a soft blue flame, a long strip of pale fabric laid out across a stone table, and a circle of shoes, wooden sandals, worn, boots, woven slippers, all placed with care, all facing inward. You remove your own shoes and place them among the others, not because someone told you to, because it feels right. The fabric on the table stirs gently, even though the room holds no breeze. You approach and see that it is not a cloth, but a belt, long, richly embroidered, bearing a line of knots, so tiny and fine you could miss them from even a few steps away. Each knot is tied with precision, none repeated, none fraying. You reach out and feel their ridges beneath your fingertip. This is a language, not spoken, not written, but woven. You realize you've seen this belt before. Not here, in a dream. Worn by a figure whose face you never remembered, but whose presence you never forgot. A guardian, perhaps, or a guide. The one who waited beside the garden gate when you were too young to know which door to take. The belt had glowed faintly in moonlight then. It glows now. You begin to untie the first knot, not to destroy it, to understand it. The movement is delicate. As you ease one loop from another, a scent rises, something herbal, something clean. Rosemary again. And beneath it, time, as if the knot held breath from a summer long past. You don't tie the knot again. You remember it instead. It holds you now. You move to the next. And the next, each one tells something. Not events, feelings, not scenes, decisions. You stop at the 5th, not because the story ends, because your hands are shaking. Not in fear, in awe. You step back from the table, and the flame in the brazier shifts from blue to silver, then to white. Not brighter, quieter, as if something has been released. You look again at the circle of shoes. One pair is gone. Yours. In their place, a small scroll. You pick it up. It bears no seal, no name, just a single knot tied at the center of the ribbon. One you know, one you tied not long ago. You open the scroll. Inside is a list. Not of names, not of places, of sensations. Rain on bare shoulders, ash between fingertips. Linen washed 12 times until it smelled like sun. A note scribbled hastily and tucked behind a stone. A kiss that never landed. The list ends with a question: which one have you forgotten? You don't answer aloud, but you know. You fold the scroll again and hold it to your chest. It is weightless. Still it grounds you. The belt on the table is no longer still. It coils slightly, a final knot forming at its center. It ties itself in a loop you recognize from childhood embroidery. You tie that one by instinct even now when fidgeting, but this time it holds still, like punctuation, like a breath. You bow slightly to the room, and the passage behind you reappears. You walk through, and the knot unties itself. The passage ahead feels narrower, not in space, but in time. Every step you take echoes with more precision, as though the stone beneath your feet is listening closely, memorizing the rhythm of your gait. The walls seem closer now, not threateningly so, but as if leaning in to share a secret only you are meant to hear. There are no torches, no candles, no lanterns, but you're not walking in darkness. The very air seems to hum with a low silver light, like the reflection of moonlight on water held perfectly still. You realize you are walking not through the monastery, not even beneath it, but through your own ribbon of memory. Each knot you've ever tied has marked a moment, a turn, a choice. Each knot has held something, not just facts or stories, but sensations, the pull of uncertainty, the warmth of courage, the ache of things never spoken. And now these knots are unwinding behind you slowly and silently, releasing what they've held into the quiet air. Not vanishing, becoming air, becoming part of the space you walk through. You pass by a carved niche in the wall within it. A small spool of thread sits quietly. The thread is deep green like pine needles in the early morning. You don't take it. You don't need to. Just seeing it reminds you that something of you has already been here before, or maybe something like you. You smile barely and keep walking. The hallway opens up into a larger chamber, circular again, but this one feels unfinished. The floor is smooth stone, but the walls are only half carved and some parts still bear the raw texture of earth. A few tools are scattered to the side, chisels, brushes, a small pot of gold pigment. In the center of the room is a block of limestone, untouched, pale as milk. You approach it drawn not by obligation but by invitation. There is no instruction, but you know what to do. You pick up the smallest chisel and press it gently to the surface. You don't hammer, you don't force, you just guide. The stone yields not easily but willingly. It remembers how to be shaped. Your hands don't know what they're carving until the shape is already there. It isn't a face, it isn't a word, it's a braid, a spiral, a loop within a loop, the same shape from the table. The same as the ribbon you once tied on your wrist with a sigh and no instructions. This symbol again. It follows you, or perhaps it leads you. You place the chisel down. You dip a finger in the gold pigment and trace the groove slowly. The paint clings to the edges, catching light from nowhere, glowing faintly. The groove gleams, not bright, but like memory made visible. When you step back, the entire room seems to hold its breath. For the first time, you hear it clearly. A bell, distant, soft, impossibly high above. You recognize the tone, not from the monastery, from before, from long ago, when you stood beside a window and knew something was ending, not painfully, not sadly, just completely. Like the last light of sunset touching the farthest branch of a tree before the stars begin to speak. You follow the sound. It leads you up a stairwell, spiraling tightly. Each step feels lighter than the last, as if gravity itself has loosened its grip on your ankles. When you reach the top, you emerge into a small open platform. The sky above is dark, but not night. It's the deep, velvety shade that comes just before dawn. No stars. No moon, just that liminal blue, endless and waiting. You inhale deeply, and the air tastes like quiet water and first snow. There's a ribbon stretched between two stone posts on the edge of the platform. It's longer than any you've ever seen, made of threads in countless shades, moss cream, wine rust cloud, copper bone. It flutters though there's no wind. You approach and see that it's not one ribbon, but many. Dozens, maybe hundreds knotted together, end to end, looped, braided, tangled. Each knot is different. Some are frayed, some still damp, some glitter faintly with golden thread. You reach out. Your fingers touch a knot that feels like goodbye. Another that feels like the pause before a confession. One more that feels like laughter trapped in a room that never heard it again. You could stay here for hours, but the bell rings again. Closer now. Not louder, closer. And beside you a door appears. You don't question it anymore. You simply step through. This time there is no tunnel, no chamber, no tools or tokens. Just a garden, not the first garden. This one is smaller, familiar. It smells like mint and damp earth and pages dried in the sun. You step onto the grass and feel it yield slightly under your feet. Not wild, tended, loved. At the center is a bench. You sit. There is no ritual here. Just rest. You notice your hands. They are ink-stained, gold-dusted, calloused. And at your wrist, 2 ribbons. Not one. One from the beginning. One new. They twist gently around each other like 2 vines that decided to grow side by side. You exhale. And for the first time in the story, you realize the most unusual thing of all. You are not waiting for anything. Not the next task. Not the next answer. Not even the next memory. Just this moment. It's enough. You sit in the garden and the quiet wraps around you like a well-worn cloak. Not heavy, not suffocating, just known. The kind of silence that doesn't demand anything. It simply keeps you company. A small breeze lifts the edge of your robe, brushing your ankle like a cat weaving by. You watch as petals from a tree you didn't realize was blooming drift lazily to the ground. They are white with just the faintest tint of green at the edges, like they haven't quite made up their mind to become flowers or leaves. You think of how many choices in your life have been like that. Moments balanced on the edge of becoming. Not dramatic, not announced with trumpets. Just quietly decisive. A glance held 2 seconds too long. A step taken toward a door that might have stayed closed. A ribbon tied not because you had to, but because you needed to remember something even you didn't understand at the time. There is a stone basin near the bench, shallow and round, filled with still water. You lean over it. Your reflection looks back, not as it did this morning, not even as it did yesterday, but somehow more whole. Not older, not younger, just you without the layers you always assumed were necessary. There's no title, no task, no proving left in your eyes. Just the quiet awareness of having arrived not at a destination, but at yourself. You dip your fingers into the water, and the ripple it creates is gentle at first, but then the ripple doesn't stop. It expands, then deepens. And before your eyes, the surface of the water begins to shift. Not like a mirror, not like a portal, but like a memory you forgot you lived. You see a hallway. Not this one, the first one. The one with the silent monks and the scrolls wrapped in velvet. Then another image. A rope ladder climbing up a narrow shaft. A knotted belt passed from hand to hand. A page filled with loops, each drawn with care and something like longing. You aren't seeing events, you're seeing what they meant. And then you hear a voice not aloud but entirely clear. You remembered well? It isn't praise. It isn't instruction. It's acknowledgement. Like 2 travelers passing on a road and exchanging nods. Nothing more needed. You sit back, blinking. The basin is still now. Just water again. Just you again. But something in your chest has shifted. Loosened. Not because something was wrong, but because something is now released. A breath you didn't know you'd been holding for years. The tree above you rustles, and one of its branches lowers slightly as if bowing. From it dangles a long ribbon green cream and a thread of gold running through the center. You reach for it. As your fingers close around the fabric, the world tilts, not sharply, not suddenly, but like a door opening just wide enough for you to slip through. You are standing. You are not in the garden. You are in the hall again, but this time you are not alone. All around you, others move silently. Not monks, not guides, but figures like you. Robes of varying shades, ribbons tied in different places. Some wear them on their wrists, others across their chests. One has a braid woven entirely of thread and tucked into their belt. No one speaks, but everyone is present. Fully. You understand without being told. This is not a gathering, this is a return. Everyone here has walked a path different than yours, yet somehow identical. You make eye contact with a figure across the room. They nod. You nod back. It's enough. At the center of the chamber, a new object has appeared, a loom. Not large, not ornate, but ancient. The frame is simple wood worn by countless hands. Upon it, threads stretch in every direction. Some are taut, some hang slack, some shimmer, some fray, and tied between them knots. Hundreds, thousands. You approach, and the loom responds, not with movement, but with stillness, as if waiting. You take the ribbon from your hand and press it gently to the loom's edge. It holds, fuses without effort. Another knot appears, your knot, the one you tied years ago, or days, or earlier this hour. Time doesn't operate here in any way you can name. And then something unexpected happens. The loom begins to hum, low, steady, and every knot on its surface shimmers once, not brightly, but enough to be seen, enough to be known. The figures around you do not cheer. They do not clap. They simply stand still, watching, witnessing. And then you hear it, the bell. Not from the monastery, not from memory, from within. Your ribs carry the sound. Your lungs echo its shape. And when the bell fades, you feel no ending, only continuation. As if you've turned a page you didn't know you were reading. And the next chapter is already in your hands. You do not leave the chamber immediately. Instead, you remain by the loom, standing quietly, while others drift away one by one, not vanishing, not evaporating, just moving on. Some pass through simple wooden doorways that appear in the walls. Others step into pools of light that rise like mist. You don't ask where they go. You already know it doesn't matter. It's not about where, it's about when and whether. You look back at the loom, now resting. The hum has stilled, but the threads remain, and the knots still gleam faintly like distant stars you can feel even when you close your eyes. Your ribbon, still woven into its corner, no longer glows, but it doesn't fade either. It's part of something now. Not hidden, not claimed, just held. The weight of that is not heavy. It's grounding. It's a kind of truth that doesn't require explanation. A doorway opens before you, not with hinges, not with sound, just presence. A square of space that feels warm around the edges, like fabric laid out in the sun. You step through. You expect light or perhaps silence, but instead you hear a rustling paper, maybe. Pages being turned one after another. The air smells faintly of charcoal and lavender. You blink and find yourself in a room filled with scrolls and thin books and woven parchment stacked not in shelves, but in shallow baskets. Each basket is labeled with thread-braided tags, not words. Some are simple, some are elaborate. You understand them all, not in your mind, but in your chest. You run your fingers along the top of one basket and pause. The threads on its tag match your ribbon, not just the colors, the twists, the tension, the fray on the edge where a memory tugged too hard once. You pick up the scroll resting inside and find somehow your own handwriting, your own drawings, your own tiny gold flecks smudged at the corners. This is not a record of what happened. This is a record of how it felt. You sit on the floor cross-legged and begin to read. Not from the beginning. There is no beginning, just the first page your hand finds. It tells of a hallway you once walked through while holding your breath. It describes how the light caught on a spiral of thread that reminded you of your mother's embroidery, though you never said it aloud. It describes the hesitation in your fingertips before you touched a knot you feared might unravel something important. It's so accurate it makes your heart slow down, not with fear, with recognition. You flip forward. The entries change tone, some jubilant, full of surprise, others quiet, aching. One describes the moment you tied a ribbon around your wrist and whispered a promise you never shared with another soul. Another tells how your hand trembled when you released it years later, knowing it had done its work. You are not embarrassed by these words. They are not confessions. They are anchors. You realize now that every ribbon you tied, every knot you made wasn't just for memory. It was for return, not to a place, but to a self. The self you're sitting with now. A soft sound interrupts your thoughts. A voice far away calling your name. Not urgent, not frightened. Just beckoning as one might call a friend who's wandered to the edge of the garden and gotten lost in their own thoughts. You look up, and there she is. The librarian, or the weaver, or the one who first gave you thread. Her form has changed again this time, robed in deep teal with patterns like constellations woven into the sleeves. She doesn't speak at first, just kneels beside you and rests a hand on the basket. Then she says, "You remembered what mattered." Most people forget the feeling and chase the facts. You nod, unsure whether it's agreement or thanks. But she smiles as if you've spoken something far more eloquent. She stands and offers you her hand. You take it. Together you leave the chamber. Outside, the air has changed. You are not in the monastery anymore. Or perhaps the monastery has changed its shape around you. You're standing on a stone bridge over a stream so clear it reflects not just your face, but your thoughts. You cross it without speaking. The grass on the far side is soft and golden like sunlight made tangible. A path curves ahead, and you follow it until you reach a small hill. At the top, a single stone bench waits. Upon it, a final basket. This one is empty. No ribbon, no tags, no thread. But it doesn't feel forgotten. It feels ready. You sit not with heaviness, but with completion. And then for the first time in what feels like days or hours, you let yourself close your eyes. The wind touches your cheek like a farewell, but not forever, just for now. You can almost hear the voices of every knot you've tied murmuring in their own quiet language. You remember the hallway, the loom, the basin, the silent room filled with breathing. You remember that you've never truly been alone here. Not once. And that's the real secret, isn't it? That the quiet isn't empty. It's full of echoes that love you back. The last thing you see before you drift is a thread of gold stretching endlessly upward from your wrist into the sky. It doesn't pull. It doesn't tug. It simply exists a line connecting you not to a task or a title or a trial, but to every version of you that once hoped to remember something worth carrying. You exhale, not with effort, with peace. You awaken not with a start, but with a deep, slow blink. The kind of return that feels less like waking up and more like drifting toward a shore that's been waiting for you. The world around you is warm, golden, still. For a moment, you don't even try to place yourself. You simply lie there, listening to the hush of wind moving through tall, dry grass like silk, sighing against itself. The sky above is soft, neither day nor night glowing, as if the horizon couldn't quite decide which way to lean. You don't panic. You don't reach for a task. You simply breathe. When you sit up, you're on a small hill not unlike the one with the empty basket. But this one is different. It holds a structure at its crest, a tall wooden frame with no walls, just 4 beams supporting a roof of woven reeds. Beneath it, a table rests. On the table, a single piece of parchment, a shallow bowl of dye, a brush made of grass, and a ribbon. Not tied, not knotted, just waiting. You rise and walk to it, bare feet brushing against earth that feels familiar, like it remembers your weight. You understand the setup without needing explanation. This is not a test. It is not a ritual. It is an offering. But not for someone else. For you. Not to prove, not to record, but to express. You sit at the table and take up the brush. The bristles are soft but firm. The dye smells faintly of plum and smoke. You touch the brush to the parchment and pause. What are you supposed to write? And that's when you realize the question is the point. There is no supposed to, only want to, only need to. And in that moment, your hand begins to move. You don't draft, you don't think, you just let the marks form. They are not words, not exactly. They are more like gestures, curves of memory, lines of meaning, a swirl that feels like your grandmother's voice, a dash that tastes like the sea, a loop that pulses with the echo of that one moment you knew you were loved without having to ask. You work in silence, but it's not lonely. The silence is full of presence, your own, and perhaps the presence of the hill, of the ribbon, of every breath you've ever taken while trying to remember something worth becoming. When the page is full, you stop. You don't sign it. You don't title it. You place the ribbon gently atop it and step back. A breeze lifts the edge of the parchment, and in that motion the ink shimmers once, then settles. You leave it there, not because it's finished, but because it's ready, and you are too. As you walk down the hill, you notice that the path below you isn't worn but woven. Not dirt, not stone, thread. Thousands of strands crossing beneath your feet, soft but strong. Every footstep lands on stories, not printed, lived. The path doesn't lead anywhere obvious. It meanders, it curves. It takes you past a grove where silver bells hang from trees, not ringing but waiting. It takes you near a brook where fish with thread-like fins stitch ripples into water. It leads you to a low stone wall beyond which sits a doorway without a door. And when you pass through it, everything shifts. Not suddenly, not dramatically, but like a deep sigh let out by a world that's been holding its breath. You are in a room again, simple, monastic, one bed, one window, one wooden chair. But it is not the room you began in, and yet it could be. The window shows no view, just light. The chair is empty, but warm. The bed is made, but not untouched. You sit, not to wait, to rest, because the work you came here to do has changed. It is no longer about knots or memory or silence or even understanding. It is about witnessing, about staying present in a world that often forgets how sacred that is. And so you sit, and the room does not demand anything from you. It simply surrounds you, not as a place, but as a welcome. In the quiet, your mind drifts not away but deeper. You remember a basket of scrolls. You remember your handwriting. You remember the echo of a bell in your ribs. And you remember a ribbon tied not around your wrist, but around a promise to keep noticing, to keep returning, not just to the past, but to yourself. The bench beneath you creaks softly as you shift, not in discomfort, but as if it too is waking alongside you. You place your hands on your knees, palms open, and close your eyes. You listen not for noise, but for quiet. That living, breathing quiet that only exists when a space has made peace with itself. It's in that silence that something ancient stirs in you, not a memory, not quite, but a recognition, a feeling you've carried longer than any ribbon or thread. You open your eyes again and find that something has been placed in front of you, a bundle, folded cloth, simple linen, tied with a piece of grass. You don't remember it appearing, but you're not surprised. You untie it slowly, reverently. Inside is a tunic, not new, not old, sturdy, worn soft at the collar. The kind of garment made not to impress, but to endure. Beside it, a pair of sandals with braided straps, and a pouch filled with thread spools in colors you haven't seen in years. One of them matches the ribbon you once carried. Another one reminds you of the dye that smelled of plum and smoke. Another glints faintly like the gold that lined the temple floor. You realize this is not a costume. It's your uniform. Not for a job, for a calling. But you're not being sent into service. You're being welcomed into continuation, the kind of purpose that isn't performed, but lived. You change into the tunic without urgency. It fits like memory. The sandals mold to your soles instantly. The pouch hangs light at your side. There's a mirror in the room, not made of glass, but of polished bronze, set low against the wall. You crouch in front of it, not to check your reflection, but to acknowledge it. The person looking back is not a version of who you were. It is you, unguarded, uncloaked, the one who remembered through every knot, the one who walked barefoot through silence and didn't turn away. You don't smile, you nod, and your reflection nods back. When you stand, the doorway behind you has shifted again. Now it opens onto a hallway, not shadowed, not imposing, but sunlit and long. Along its walls hang ribbons of all lengths and shades. Some looped, some straight, some tied to one another in long chains that trail along the baseboards. You don't need to touch them to know what they are. They are not yours. They are not anyone's. They are everyone's. This is not a hallway of remembrance. It's a hallway of connection. Each ribbon a moment when someone chose to tie rather than sever, to hold rather than forget. You walk slowly, not wanting to rush past such tenderness. Some of the ribbons stir faintly as you pass, like they remember you or want to be remembered. At the far end of the hallway is a door, plain wood, slightly worn like it's been opened more times than anyone could count. You reach for it, then hesitate. Not from fear, from gratitude. Because for the first time you realize you're not afraid to go forward, and you're not afraid to leave. Because what matters will not be lost. It will be carried. You open the door. Outside, the air is full of song. Not music, not melody, just the layered rhythms of a world alive in itself. Wind in trees, wings in flight, water moving across stone. And in the distance, bells not loud but certain. You walk toward them, your sandals brushing against earth that greets you like an old friend. You pass a traveler going the other way. They nod, and you nod back. No words needed. You recognize the look in their eyes, the same quiet knowing you now wear. A child runs past you, laughing, a ribbon trailing from their wrist, catching the sunlight in threads of pink and blue. They glance back once, smiling, and you realize you've seen that smile before, in the mirror, in the loom chamber, in the reflection of a pool where silence once lived. You keep walking. The bells grow closer, and though you have no map, no list, no plan, You know where you are going, not because someone told you, because your steps are guided by everything you remembered along the way. And now even the forgetting doesn't scare you, because forgetting is not the enemy. It's the space that makes remembering possible. And in the end, the ribbon was never about the memory. It was about the gesture, the act of tying, the choice to care, and that you realize is more powerful than knowledge, more durable than fact, more sacred than certainty. You pause near a tree where someone has tied a ribbon in a lazy knot. It's loose, imperfect, but it holds. You take a spool from your pouch, unwind a short length, and tie your own beside it. No need to write anything. The knot speaks its own language. You pat it once, softly, gently, and move on. And the story does not end, because it never truly does. It only weaves onward, and you are part of the thread. You walk toward the sound of that single bell, even though the landscape ahead offers no path, no sign, no destination. Just grass bending under your feet and stars above you that refuse to blink. The night is quiet, but not empty. There's a fullness to the silence now, as if the air is finally listening instead of waiting to speak. You don't know how long you've been walking, but your body isn't tired. Your legs remember the rhythm without thought. The soles of your feet find certainty in each patch of earth. It's like dancing to a song that only your bones remember. No melody, no drum, just momentum and breath and heartbeat. A small rise appears ahead, barely a hill, more like a shrug in the land. At its top stands a gate, not ornate or towering, just wooden beams joined with twine and worn carvings. It doesn't block the way. There's no wall. It stands alone, a doorway to a place that isn't behind it or beyond it, but within. You pass through it without hesitation. The moment you do, the night shifts again. Not into danger or mystery, but clarity. You feel the stillness tighten around you, not like a trap, but like a well-fitted cloak, finally fastened at the throat. Something clicks into place, and you realize this isn't the end of your journey. It's the turning point. Ahead lies a structure that resembles a longhouse, but stretches far wider than it appears from outside. Its roof is thatched with grasses you don't recognize, and its windows glow faintly, not with candlelight, but with the dim pulse of presence. The door swings open as you approach soundlessly. Inside, there is no throne, no altar, no host waiting to deliver final wisdom. Only a hall filled with benches, and on each bench a single object carefully placed at the center. A worn glove, a spool of copper thread, a broken seal stamped with wax, a feather dipped in ink, a pebble with a hole worn through the middle. These are not relics. They are memories made solid. Not yours, not entirely, but close enough to stir something at the back of your throat. You move slowly, hands clasped behind your back as if entering a gallery or a chapel. You do not touch anything. You do not need to. With every step, a shape begins forming in your chest. Not a thought, not a story, but a thread of understanding too long unwound to name. You reach the end of the hall and find no fanfare, no revelation, only a single chair. It's low to the ground and angled toward a window. The glass reveals nothing but darkness, and the reflection of yourself slightly blurred, slightly kinder than you remember. You sit. The chair groans, not unpleasantly, just enough to remind you that it's real, that you're here, that gravity has not forgotten you. And then you wait. Not for someone to arrive, not for a ceremony to begin, You wait because the air tells you there's something arriving that doesn't walk on feet or speak with words. And then it comes. Not in the room, but in you. A memory, perhaps imagined, perhaps inherited. You stand in a medieval courtyard dusk, creeping through the cracks in castle stone. Around you, peasants exchange goods, not with coins, but with cabbage heads and bundles of twine. A merchant counts out days with pebbles instead of parchment. A child knots a red string around her wrist to remember her mother's voice. A cook stirs stew with a carved spoon passed through 7 generations. None of them carry a sword. None of them read Latin. Yet every one of them survives a world built to forget them. It's then that you remember the purpose of all this walking. It was never about reaching a destination. It was about returning to a knowledge buried beneath the noise, the truth that survival isn't always carved in marble or written on scrolls. Sometimes it's stitched into sleeves. Sometimes it's whispered across generations through gestures, glances, and grain. Your eyes begin to sting, not with grief, but with release. The kind that comes after holding your breath too long. You blink, and the hall changes. Or maybe it always looked this way, and you simply learned how to see it. The objects on the benches now shine gently, not with magic, but with memory. They are not here to be kept. They're here to be witnessed. You rise, not with purpose, not with urgency, just with readiness. Outside the hall, the sky has begun to pale at the edges. Not dawn, not yet, but the suggestion of something new. The bell from earlier rings once more softer this time. Not an arrival, a farewell. You step out of the longhouse and into a dawn that doesn't rush to arrive. It lingers on the edge of silver, soft and diffused, like the breath of a sleeping creature that has just begun to dream. The air smells of dew and worn pages, and something ancient beneath the soil like stories folded into the land itself. You feel it immediately. The shift. It's not dramatic, it's not loud, but it's final, as if the world has exhaled and made room for a quieter kind of knowing. You don't need to hurry. There is no bell to chase, no ceremony to complete. You simply walk, and the earth accepts your weight differently now. Not because you've changed, but because you've remembered. The field rolls gently toward the horizon, and with each step you begin to see them ribbons tied to low stalks of grass, fluttering faintly in the morning stillness. Some are old frayed, dulled by time. Others are recent colors, still bold knots, still firm. Each one is different, but they all whisper the same thing: I was here. I noticed. I remembered. You don't touch them. You don't need to. It's enough to walk among them to be part of their presence. You think of the first ribbon you saw, the one tied to your wrist, stitched and soaked, and let go. It's not missing anymore. It's multiplied. As the sun crests the low ridge ahead, something in your chest releases. You realize there's no final challenge, no last test, just a return. Not to where you began, but to a world that now fits around you differently, more loosely, more truly. You look down and see your hands, same fingers, same skin, but you notice how they no longer clench or reach. They receive. Off in the distance, you spot a small figure walking toward you. You don't flinch. You don't brace. You wait. They arrive without sound, without urgency. Their face is neither familiar nor strange, it simply is. They carry no staff, no scroll, no offering, only a mirror. Small, round, old. They hold it up, and for a moment you expect to see your face reflected. But what you see instead is the hallway from earlier, the bench, the objects, the window, and your figure sitting calmly still, as if that version of you never left, as if part of you remained behind to keep remembering, to keep listening. The figure lowers the mirror and places it gently in the grass. You both nod. Nothing more is needed. They turn and vanish into the shimmering light. You do not follow. You walk on, not to escape, not to arrive, just to move the way water moves when it remembers the riverbed. Eventually, you find a small stone circle, not sacred, not grand, just 6 stones placed by hands long gone, set in a curve where moss now grows thick. You step inside, sit, breathe. The world is entirely quiet now, not with absence, but with completion. You feel full, not stuffed or swollen, but settled. The way a page feels once the final word is inked. You look up. The sky is neither blue nor gray, just open. A ribbon floats down beside you, pale green, slightly translucent. No wind, no hand, just gravity and grace. It lands near your knee and rests. You don't tie it to anything. You let it be. That after all is the lesson. Not every thread must be bound. Some need only to be seen. For the first time in what might be days or lifetimes, you feel the weight of rest, not exhaustion, but readiness to release. You lie back on the moss and let the field hold you. The sun rises higher. A bird calls out not to signal alarm, but to say, I too have made it here. And you close your eyes. There is no final word, no perfect ending, only breath and space and silence that doesn't ask to be broken. You're still lying there somewhere between memory and meadow, and there's no reason to move. Not yet. The moss beneath you is soft and cool, like it's been waiting all this time to be a pillow. The sky above holds nothing urgent, just slow clouds and a breeze that forgets to be in a hurry. Your chest rises and falls not with effort, but with ease. The kind of breathing that happens when you don't even notice it, when the body finally believes it's allowed to rest. Around you, the field remains as it was, unbothered, ancient, familiar, not because you've walked here before, but because every quiet place you've ever needed was somehow folded inside this one, and now it's unfolded just enough to hold you. There's no final ribbon to tie, no candle to blow out, no curtain to fall. Some stories don't need an ending. They only need permission to linger, like the taste of a memory you didn't know was yours, like the weight of a name whispered once, then never again. So stay here just a little longer. Let your thoughts drift like leaves in the wind. Let the voices of forgotten centuries hum faintly beneath your ribs. Let the silence grow thick and golden until it wraps around you like dusk. And if you hear a bell in the distance, don't answer. It's not for you anymore. That's the story for tonight. May your dreams be filled with wonder and peace.